Checking my audio, please. Checking my audio. Hey, that's Paul. Hi. I'm on, but my audio doesn't seem to be working.
Good morning, everyone. We have a couple of counselors online, and so we have quorum. My name is Counselor Alejandra Bravo, and I'm the Chair of Economic and Community Development Committee. I'm now calling the meeting 8 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I want to start with acknowledging the land. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Economic and Community Development Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Wendat people, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and something that we learn about from Indigenous ways of knowing is that the economy is the way that we take care of each other. The City of Toronto acknowledges all treaty peoples, including those who came here as settlers, as migrants, either in this generation or in generations past, and those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. We pay tribute to those ancestors of African origin and descent. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Economic and Community Development page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Okay, seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on October 24th, 2023, moved by Councillor Moyse. All in favor? That's carried. All right, let's move on to the agenda review. Do this one first? Okay. Thank you. Okay, thanks. Thank you. EC 8.1, Toronto Arts Council 2022 Annual Report and Authority to Extend Multi-Year Funding Agreement. I'll hold that for speakers. EC 8.2, Toronto Public Art Strategy Implementation Plan, Phase 1. No, anybody, any holds? Okay. Moving on to, we don't need to move that. Just. Can I, a motion to adopt? All right, thank you, Councillor Moyse. All in favor? EC 8.3, Nuit, Blanche 2024 and beyond, Bright Night in the Boroughs. A motion to adopt? I'll move that. Oh, Councillor Malik will move that. All in favor? That carries. 8.4, Toronto Youth Job Corps 2024-2028 Contract Authority. I will move that. All in favor? That carries. EC 8.5, Regent Park Swim Pilot and Engagement Efforts Progress Report. I'll hold that for speakers. EC 8.6, changes to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management. I'll move that. All in favor? That carries. EC 8.7, notification of donation of decommissioned fire hose to the city of Yellowknife. That's a nice one. I'll move that. All in favor? That carries. EC 8.8, Toronto Fire Services 2022 Annual Report. I'll hold that for speakers. EC 8.9, outstanding directives on the public use and retail sale of consumer fireworks update. Hold that for speakers. EC 8.10, growth and expansion in Toronto's licensed childcare sector update. Hold that for speakers. EC 8.11, Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plan update. I'll hold that for speakers. EC 8.12, choice-based housing access system update. I'll hold that for speakers. EC 8.13, recommendations, amendments to Chapter 545 licensing for bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues as part of the Night Economy Review. Members, I'd like to propose that items EC 8.13 and EC 8.14 be considered together.
I'm going to hold that though for now.
Great. Yeah, we have a presentation and speakers. So to consider 8.14 and 8.13 together. All in favor? Okay. We'll do that. And that is it for the agenda. And I have I circulated a letter to all members of the committee. And, okay, we're making it public. I shared it with members of the committee previously. I'd like to add it to the agenda as EC 8.15, a new item, additional indoor spaces for the 2023-2024 Winter Services Plan update. All in favor of adding this new item? Okay, that carries, and as per my letter, we've asked that this be considered first. And before we begin, I just want to say that today, warming centers will be open in the City of Toronto, and we've been speaking with staff yesterday and today about the challenges of implementing the policy of opening at -5 degrees, and staff will continually be looking into how to make sure that the practice is working, and so I thank staff for that. So with that, in the letter, is a request to hear about plans, how they are unfolding, and when the general manager of Shelter Support and Housing Administration and I held a press conference earlier this fall to announce what would be in the Winter Services Plan, it was clear that there would be continual work to look for more spaces in recognition of the scale of the challenge in the City of Toronto in terms of homelessness and the need to be responsive during this winter. So I invite the General Manager, Gord Tanner, to give us a verbal update on where we are and where we're headed with plans for increased capacity this winter. Mr. Tanner?
Thanks very much, Chair and Councillor Bravo, for the opportunity to update this committee and the public on our winter plan for 23-24. As you note, when we released the plan in October, we did indicate that we would continue to search for more opportunities to shelter people this winter. And I can tell you that as of last night, the shelter system is operating, sheltering 9,472 people. We're sheltering a number of other individuals outside the shelter system in hotel programs. So the total number accommodated last night, 11,012 people. And so further plans to those we had in place for the release of this plan include a winter respite program that's 24 hours per day, 7 days a week, operated by Covenant House, located as an add-on to their emergency shelter that they operate on Gerrard Street. Those 30 spaces will be available for youth. They're open now and will be continually open until April the 15th of next year. In addition to that, the service that opened yesterday at 502 Spadina Road is our 24-hour respite program that will operate from now until April 15th. We had indicated it would run at 40 beds. We've been able to increase that to 50 beds at that location. In addition to that, we've been working very closely with our colleagues in CREM as well as colleagues at X Place to determine the availability and use of the Better Living Center this winter. And we have come to an agreement to open that location as an additional 24-hour respite program. It will open in late December, and it will be available until close to the end of March of next year. There will be at least 200 spaces operating there, maybe up to 240 spaces, and we'll partner very closely with the Fred Victor Center and Dixon Hall to run that program. In addition to these pieces, I think the other couple of things I would add is that we are planning some additional surge capacity should we have very extreme cold weather this winter. So at minus 15 degrees, we're able to open with the support of one of our city agencies at Cecil Community Center. They will be opening that program with 30 spaces should the weather meet or hit minus 15 degrees. And in addition to that, we have provided some additional funding to drop-ins throughout the city. So 10 drop-in providers, daytime drop-in providers, will be extending their hours on days that we activate our warming centers to allow people to remain indoors until those centers open. The work will continue as we head into the winter, and certainly, seeing that we still have unmet demand for folks calling us at Central Intake. We are investigating the use of alternative space throughout our nonprofit community partners during extreme cold weather. This would be space that we would open up in dining rooms or office space just to bring more people into warm locations. And there's further work underway to see what other locations within the existing 100+ emergency shelters that we could activate during extreme cold weather this winter. So that's a summary. I would say I'd add my thanks to councillors, who are hosting warming centers in their in neighborhoods. We're operating a number of new facilities this winter. Want to say special thanks to Councillor Ainsley, who's hosting one of those services in his ward, and other members of council who are also hosting some of these important winter services. So happy to answer any further questions. I'll leave the update there.
Are there any questions? Okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for the update, Gord. I just wanted to ask, so Scarborough, there was capacity at the Scarborough Civic Center, and I understand for a number of reasons that the Civic Center is not being used. We have one new respite center, warming center in Scarborough. Are there any plans, funds become available for opening more in Scarborough?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Ainsley. So if there are additional spaces in Scarborough at this moment, they'd probably be aligned to programs we already have. So opening up some of what we call these alternative spaces, if there's extreme weather, to bring people into dining rooms and other programming space in Scarborough locations that already exist. There are no current plans to open additional warming centers or respites this winter season.
Okay, and I only ask that because Scarborough's, as you're well aware, it's a quarter of the population in the city, and I don't really think one warming center in Scarborough is enough.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. Can you describe why it was important for, how the Better Living Center will add capacity in a particular way that isn't a warming center?
Yes, thanks through you, Chair. I'd say, a 24-hour respite model ensures that the service is open every day over the course of the winter after it opens. The Better Living Center provides us a large open warm space to bring people indoors. It's a unique building in that way, and one that we've used in the past.
Thank you. And there's considerable work. Can you describe some of the work that is required in setting up an enterprise like that, like the Better Living Center?
Yeah, certainly. And again, working very closely with our colleagues at X Place and at Corporate Real Estate. I mean, we need to bring in portable showers, portable washrooms. We need to, bring in catering to that site, food, services, the actual staffing and ramp up to get staff in place to actually manage a site as large as this is quite significant. So those things are all underway now. We'll likely ramp up the capacity once it opens. So we'll start small and ramp up over the season. And then, of course, it's all about ramping down, because that facility, of course, is not available to us for the full year, but just until late March. So planning will need to start very soon in terms of where folks will go from that location once it closes.
And my last, I have just two more questions. In terms of the challenges around, can you describe the staffing challenges? We hear a lot in different sectors in care work that there are shortages of workers, and that this poses challenges for our services.
Yes, through you, Chair. Not unlike many other sectors in the helping or health field, it is challenging to recruit and retain staff in this sector. But our program partners at Fred Victor Center and Dixon Hall, very good employers, and they're currently working very hard to get the folks in place that will run these programs.
Thank you. And finally, what would it mean, given the announcement we had yesterday that the provincial government has committed to $200 million annually for shelters, which is unprecedented in the city of Toronto for 3 years, and that it requires some kind of an investment, however, it doesn't stipulate matching from the federal government. What would it mean to our shelter system if the federal government agreed to the city's request to take carriage of and provide shelter to refugees in Canada and in the city of Toronto?
Through you, Chair, I think it could have a significant impact. We're very pleased and welcome the support of the province announced yesterday that will assist us to pay for, many of the costs that have to date been on the tax base here in the city. We would welcome the similar commitment by the federal government. It allows us to plan over the long term in a much better way than the ad hoc way that we're, been planning to date, when we don't know if resources are coming and we don't know how.
Am I right to say it's 240 at Better Living Center and 48 additional spaces? That is almost 290 more spaces that were announced earlier this fall, and that the work continues to do more and look for more. And I also want to shout out to Councillor Malik, who was very supportive in working with Exhibition Place as a director there to make sure that the Better Living Center strategy this winter becomes a reality. Thank you, Councillor Malik. So are there any other speakers?
Bravo.
Oh, yes, please, go ahead.
Sorry, I jumped in there. You didn't see me. I just wanted to really thank you for the extraordinary work that you've undertaken since taking this role on in ensuring people have a place to put their head, and in really looking out for new places, for working so hard with staff, for working so hard with the entire community, and for advancing the notion that we all know, and sometimes the public doesn't really know, that all levels of government have to fund our shelter system, in particular in getting the funds with the mayor for the refugee sheltering, and to continue on this. So this is a new day with the announcement yesterday, but it's not a new day for the work that you and the staff and the community have been doing. So I didn't want to miss this moment without really acknowledging the work that you have done. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And I neglected to move the recommendations in my letter. If there are no other speakers, I so move. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. Now we will move on to EC 8.1, Toronto Arts Council 2022 Annual Report and Authority to Extend Multi-Year Funding Agreement. And we have speakers for that. Oh, sorry, we have a staff presentation first, but that's what I meant. Yeah, so we have some very special guests, and I'll read their names as they come forward. Devyani Saltzman, President of Toronto Arts Council; Kelly Langard, Director and CEO of Toronto Arts Council and Toronto Arts Foundation; Andrew Suri, Director of Granting, Toronto Arts Council; and Timaj Garad, Outreach and Access Program Manager, Toronto Arts Council. They'll be delivering a presentation outlining the impact of the Toronto Arts Council's 2022 grant programs for artists and arts organizations. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, Councillor Bravo, and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. We're really pleased to be here with you today to speak about the impact of Toronto Arts Council and our 2022 results from our annual report. My name is Kelly Langard. I'm the Director and CEO of TAC, and I'd just like to start by saying how much we appreciate all that you, your fellow councillors, and the Mayor are doing to steer us through unprecedented times which impact the arts sector very much. I also want to say how great it is to work alongside our city colleagues who are as dedicated as we are to ensuring that artists have the resources and the support that they need to realize their potential and fully contribute to the success of our city. Presenting with me today is Devyani Saltzman, who's the president of TAC's board of directors, Andrew Suri, director of planning and operations, and Tamaj Garad, senior manager of outreach and access. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but 2024 will mark 50 years since TAC was established as the City of Toronto's arts granting organization. It was created with the vision that it should be directed by a majority of working artists, and that continues to this day. Most of our funding decisions are made by volunteer committee members and peer assessors who are also artists and arts workers, deeply engaged in building community across the city. Because of this, we are able to direct our funding where it will have the most impact, both now and in the future. And you can see in our 2022 annual report, 5 decades of public investment have resulted in an incredibly diverse arts sector active in every neighborhood of our city. I'll hand it over to my colleagues now to talk about why a strong arts sector matters to our city and how TAC leadership in equity and access drives the results that we've been able to achieve. We'll end by talking about some of the challenges the sector is facing and how we plan to address these challenges with your help.
Good morning. As Kelly mentioned, I'm Devyani Saltzman, the current president of the Toronto Arts Council and a longtime writer, curator, and arts leader, former head of public programming at the AGO. I am the proud president of the TAC, having grown up and worked in the sector for 20 years, living in this city that supports arts and culture across all our communities, and the impact this work has not only on artists, but all of our citizens and our collective social fabric is why I am here today. A very brief story that kind of gives a sense of the one-on-one impact of the Toronto Arts Council. Akshata Naik, some of you know, who immigrated from India, went through the TAC's mentorship program and was introduced to the city's community. I had the pleasure of being one of her community mentors. We met for coffee after she had arrived from Mumbai, and just having a personal connection, especially from someone who came from her home country, made a huge difference. Akshata went on to show her work at Nuit, Blanche to critical acclaim, a piece called Bloody Boats about migration, which is now permanently installed in Billy Bishop Airport. The work reflects the experience of newcomers and migration back to the community and makes space for dialogue in fractured times. As I said, I tell this story to show the one-on-one impact of our granting. The information on this slide from a recent public opinion survey finds a high percentage of Ontarians and Torontonians agree that participating in the arts builds a shared sense of community identity, improves mental health, contributes to children's development and local businesses, all things we need now more than ever. In another study commissioned by the Ontario Arts Council, this one focused on economic impact, we can see arts and culture accounts for $11.4 billion in tourism spending, generating $4 billion in annual tax revenue and sustaining more than 100,000 jobs in the province. One particularly interesting finding of the study is that the average arts and culture trip has nearly triple the economic impact than a non-arts and culture trip, as this slide shows. Of course, these figures are Ontario-wide, but we know much of Ontario's arts and culture tourism can be attributed to Toronto. In terms of the city's own investments, our data shows on average that the 247 organizations receiving TAC operating support leverage every public dollar to bring in over $3 in ticket sales, $6 in donations, and pays out $5 in artist fees. This quick overview is really to show the contribution of the arts to Toronto's social and economic well-being, and that it is substantial. Investing in the arts makes our city a better place to live, and you can see tangible evidence of that detailed in our 2022 annual report. We are telling this story as the TAC, and when properly resourced, it can help address some of the many complex challenges like the one we just heard presented around warming shelters that we are now facing and that I know you are focused on as solving as our city's political leaders. As TAC's president, I am super passionate about how our arts and culture can be woven into every fabric of complex city problem solving. We need your support and we are your partners in that. It's not only about how we do it, but it's not only about who we do this with, but how we do it. And I'm going to turn it over to Andrew and Tamaj to talk about our leadership in equity, access, and community engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Surrey, and I'm the Director of Planning and Operations at Toronto Arts Council and Foundation. TAC has a reputation for leadership and supporting artists and organizations across our city in equitable and inclusive ways, and we're often called upon by other funders to share our best practices. I'm going to share a few quick highlights of TAC's leadership and equity and how this is showing results for the city. On this timeline, you can see just a few examples of TAC getting behind organizations and initiatives at the very early stages. The NIA Center, for example, is one that we consistently supported from their early years to where they are now. You can also see our foresight in seeding the Neighborhood Arts Network, which, as part of the Toronto Arts Foundation, provides wraparound support, such as career development and mentorship. These supports recognize the barriers that equity-deserving artists and communities often face and actively work to remove them. In 2022, we were consistent in seeing over half of our grant applications coming in from new applicants and over 1/3 of grants going to first-time recipients. This is a result of having nurtured strong trust connections in arts communities across the city and of continuously prioritizing outreach into new communities. At the policy level, TAC is also a leader. Our equity practices already had a solid track record since the early 1990s, and in 2017, we formalized this with our equity framework, which identified specific priority groups, shown here in this slide. Doing this has meant that we can better track the consistent high percentage of successful applicants from these equity priority groups and use this to inform future equity directions and targets. And we don't just track equity in our application numbers. We also influence change in the practices of the organizations that we support. For many years now, we have required organizations to embed equity in their operations and leadership, and this is showing results. You can see that BIPOC staff and leadership positions averaged 25% in 2017 and increased to 47% by 2022. We model this in our own organization, which reflects those we serve and upholds our commitment to be governed by artists, arts workers, supporters, and civic leaders who are representative of Toronto's diverse cultural communities and artistic practices. In Toronto, equity and inclusion is also about where people live. This interactive map from our website shows the location of TAC-supported arts activities happening across the city. You can see that our funding has an impact in every ward. A number of years ago, we recognized that our efforts to fund equitably across the city were hampered by uneven cultural infrastructure, particularly in the inner suburbs, as opposed to downtown. So we decided to create a set of special initiatives to address this barrier. Using the infrastructure that does exist in libraries, parks, historic sites, and schools, we are able to ensure that residents in every area of the city have access to quality arts experiences.
Good morning. My name is Tamaj Garad. I'm the Senior Manager of Outreach and Access at Toronto Arts Council, and I'm really proud and excited to be sharing this program with you called the Black Arts Program. Launched in 2021, this program is exemplary of the kind of arts funding leadership that exists at TAC, illustrating our ability to listen to and respond to the needs of the community we serve. This responsiveness was highlighted in the development of this program through a rigorous community consultation and co-design process. There are two program streams within the Black Arts Program, including operating and project, through which we invest over $850,000 per year. In the operating stream, there are now 10 Black-led, Black-serving, and Black-focused arts organizations receiving core funding, including arts organizations that have worked in community for several years, like Band Gallery, and those that are newer to the scene, like Rise Arts and Community Services. The project stream of this program supports creation and development and presentation projects. Applicants can also receive an additional $5,000 to work with a mentor on their professional and artistic development goals. The program design is unique in several ways. It operates on a rolling deadline basis where applicants can apply on an ongoing basis throughout the year, and offers an alternative application format, including audio and video submissions. Also included in the program are wraparound supports for applicants and recipients that go beyond grant support and further support pathways to success for artists. These supports include mentorship, professional development workshops through a series called Black Arts Connect, and a multi-studio drop-in space called Black Future Studios, offered through our partnership with Sketch Working Arts. As you've just heard, TAC is doing great work not only in producing funding results that you see in our 2022 annual report, but also in leading by example in terms of equity and listening to and involving artists and communities in the decision processes that directly impact them. But we would be remiss if we didn't point out that the artists and arts organizations we fund and represent are deeply impacted by the challenges of income precarity, rising costs of living, and lack of affordable spaces to live, create, produce, and present their work. We have made efforts over the years to keep pace with inflation in our grant amounts, but we're finding it hard to keep up. Not only that, but there is increased demands on our programs and fewer grants to give. So a grant is harder to get and is worth less than it used to be. For individual artists, the average application rate success is 20%, 14% being the lowest. And as funders, we really start to worry when the rates are this low because it means that really talented artists, especially emerging ones, fall through the cracks. TAC tracks the number and percentage of applications that assessment panels would have funded if they had the budget. And last year, this would have been an additional 482 grants at a total amount of almost $5 million.
In terms of the outlook for arts organizations in our city, 44% of the organizations we fund with operating grants posted a deficit this year, compared with 30% in 2019. In dollars, the size of the total deficit more than tripled. This impacts organizations' ability to deliver value to residents. It hampers their growth and innovation, and it's a threat to their sustainability. Even our largest institutions, which are also major employers, are not safe. Turning to solutions, we know we need to focus on a few priorities. We need to really understand what arts organizations are facing right now, partner with them in their recovery, and give them stability to weather these times of change. We need to show artists that there are viable pathways for them to be successful in Toronto and reward their efforts with more meaningful support. We need to continue investing in the current and future diversity of our arts sector by increasing supports to equity-deserving and newcomer and refugee communities and strengthening our strategic initiatives and partnerships outside the downtown core. Finally, we need to invest more in research and data to better understand the social and economic impacts of our funding.
In closing, I and we have to say again, thank you. We are grateful for your support and the partnership of our city colleagues in the work that lies ahead for all of us. Toronto is home to more artists than any other Canadian city, and the arts sector in Toronto is a powerful resource and partner, not only for culture itself, but driving civic engagement, community connection, so needed in this pandemic emergent world, employment and innovation across all sectors. Our 2022 annual report clearly shows the impacts of grants across the city in every ward. And if anything stands out from this presentation, we want it to be that the TAC is deeply connected and representative of all of Toronto's artists, arts organizations, communities across the city, and dedicated to their success. Looking forward to our 50th anniversary and the renewal of our grant agreement with the city, as well as the visionary new action plan for the culture sector, I feel confident together that we can take on these challenges as a sector and more widely and make this a better future for everyone in our city. Thank you so much for your time.
Are there any questions of the presenters? I have a couple of questions. I see that there are many grants that are very small, and particularly for emerging artists and first-time applicants, and an effort to ensure that the diversity and regionally in the city and in every other demographic way is being achieved. How are there any efforts being made to simplify or make that application process easier just because of the amount of time that applications take? can be quite challenging for people.
That's something that we're actively talking about and we'll be working on in the next while. I think it's something that the council has always sort of done in an incremental way as we get feedback through our peer assessors and our grant recipients. But, we've been talking quite a lot about trust-based granting and about the time that it takes, and also recognizing the size of those grants being what they are. We don't want to ask artists and organizations to do more than it is absolutely needed in order for us to sort of be accountable for those funds. So yes, we are looking at that and moving toward more trust-based granting systems.
Thanks. Yesterday at the Toronto Board of Health, we adopted the mental health and substance use and strategy. And one thing that really stood out was the situation of young people in the city. Coming out of the pandemic, the pressures of affordability and the increase in the inflationary increase in the cost of living and the pressures around rents, et cetera. How, it's gratifying to hear about the work that you're doing with all over the city. How do you feel, or how do you see arts-based programming and artistic expression and supporting artists as a means to help particularly young people in the city experience and metabolize what they've been through, and ensure that they're coming out of this or through this in a healthy way, and not in a more destructive way? Just a small question.
Blanche, do you want to speak to that? Yeah.
No, I can. I think it's profound, the impact of the arts on well-being and mental health. And we see that and we hear that from feedback from the grant recipients and the young grant recipients that we support, how their artistic practice and what they're able to share in their communities is of benefit to their well-being and to their communities. And we see that in particular through the Art Reach Toronto program, which directly reaches out to young people across the city to engage them through the arts. But there's more we can do. There's more supports that we can provide. And one of the things that we've been doing is tracking the application accessibility needs of applicants and also providing accessibility supports for applicants. And that's not just for people with physical disabilities. That's for people with that are living with mental illness and might need additional supports through the application process and to do their project. And the impact on those individuals is quite significant as well.
I'll just add to that in saying that through our work with the Toronto Arts Foundation, we partner quite often on mentorship supports, on career development, networking and pathways for artists, and often those are younger artists and emerging artists. And I think that really gives them a sense of support, of being kind of accompanied on their journey, with a real understanding from our staff who are so very close to the ground, and many of them artists themselves, about what their needs and their realities actually are.
Thank you. I see no other questions. Speakers? Councillor Malik?
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief because your presentation and your report is very thorough. And just to thank the Toronto Arts Council for your leadership in supporting artists and culture makers in the city through innovative efforts in making sure that equity and inclusion and being able to see artists and culture makers as the city builders that they are, but also as the people that they are in the city is really critical. And especially as we come through the last several years that were challenging for everyone, but particularly the sector. This is really an important track for us to be on as a city. We talk about it a lot, about what makes our city a place where you want to be and imagine a future. And it is arts and culture. It's the innovation, the connection, and the pride that it brings to our neighborhoods, to us as a city, and also to us as individuals who are trying to create a life here, right? And it's not disconnected from our urgent priorities around housing, around public services, and around our collective well-being. And the information that you shared is also an encouragement for us to be able to make a commitment as individual councilors and as a council to be supporting arts and culture, because it isn't something separate from us. It is about the fabric of our city, our collective well-being, our economic development, and about our ambitions, about what Toronto can be, and the future that we want to build here. And I just want to really thank you, each and every one of you, and the partners that you work with for setting an incredible example of that, and for us to be able to support you in having an even more excellent set of, measures, but also experiences in your next report in the coming year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. And to Councillor Malik's thanks, I'd like to add mine. And I also wanted to say that for a long time, the arts sector talked about what it added to the gross domestic product and what it was contributing. And I think that was, I hope that time is done, because in fact, the economic output benefits everyone, but it really makes it abstract that we all have the right to have culture and arts in our life, and that it plays, in my view, having been there for the birth of the Neighborhood Arts Network and very supportive of that strategy and making sure that there's a pathway out of every neighborhood into artistic expression and to participate in that it actually is the way that we meet, the way that we form a collective identity, that we reflect on our individual identity. It's peacemaking, it's community safety, it's joy. And I think that instead of thinking about what the arts contributes to GDP, we should be thinking about the transfer of wealth from artists and cultural producers to the general economy, and how problematic that is when artists are actually subsidizing that what we all enjoy because of the relatively low pay, precarious work conditions, and lack of affordable spaces to live and to produce and to make art. So thanks very much, and look forward to the next phase and to the work that will be done to connect the city's efforts and the Toronto Arts Council.
Thank you so much.
Speakers, Mark Williams, Toronto Symphony Orchestra. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here today. Chair Bravo, City Councilors, as you know, I'm Mark Williams. I'm the Beck family CEO of the Toronto Symphony Orchestra. And we are grateful recipients of core operating funding from the Toronto Arts Council via their large organizations, large institution stream. The Toronto Symphony Orchestra is a 101-year-old nonprofit organization with $31 million in annual expenses and revenues. We have a payroll of 150 people, including 90 unionized musicians. Last year, government funding accounted for 19% of the TSO's revenues, and the $1.2 million we receive from the Toronto Arts Council accounted for 3.9% of our total revenue. We're expecting in this next year some forecasting overall revenue growth where that grant will account for 3.6% in this next year. The TSO has audiences in every ward in this city. Last year, we sold nearly 200,000 tickets. For context, that's 10 times the total capacity of the Scotiabank Arena. And we reached 40,000 students with our education programs. I'm proud to say that this makes us, by ticket volume, the largest orchestra in Canada. At the TSO, we often say that a great city deserves a great orchestra, and therefore we feel that the City of Toronto and the Toronto Symphony Orchestra are well matched indeed. But we don't measure our greatness by the number of concerts we present every year, or by the number of starry soloists that we bring to Toronto, but rather we measure our greatness by the connection that we have with this city. We know that if the Toronto Symphony Orchestra is to matter in the 21st century, we have to matter to the people of Toronto. And through the ongoing investment of the city and all levels of government, we're entering our next century with ambitious plans to grow and serve this city even better. We begin each season with our annual free concert and open house, which draws nearly 4,000 Torontonians from every corner of the city to our home in Ward 10. Each year, the TSO's relaxed performances offer community and connection for members of the neurodiverse community and disabled communities and their caregivers. Through our school concerts and our tuition-free Toronto Symphony Youth Orchestra, we interact with 13% of Toronto's total student population, enriching their lives and their educations through music. The Art of Healing program, a partnership with the TSO and CAMH's Shikabe Makwa Center for Indigenous Healing, shares the therapeutic power of music with Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis people living in Toronto. And our Sound Connections program, featuring one-on-one performances by our musicians for patients with dementia and their caregivers, has had over 350 concerts to date, making an impact in the lives of Toronto's most vulnerable and isolated citizens. We strive to be Toronto's symphony orchestra and to serve the city that has sustained us for over 100 years. A recent report from NANOS and the Ontario Arts Council found that 79% of Ontarians believe that arts are important to their mental health. 96% believe that children's engagement in arts is important to their overall development. And 78% of voters believe in the importance of sustained, ongoing government investment in the arts. They know, as we do, that investing in the arts and culture pays big dividends, not only in economic impact, which is well documented, that $17 is raised for every $1 spent by the city, but in the fabric of our communities, in a sense of belonging, and in a connection across this growing, diverse city. And so I say thank you to each of you. Thank you for this investment. Every dollar the city invests through the Toronto Arts Council makes a difference in your neighborhood, in your ward, and in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here. The next, oh, sorry, you do have a question, Councillor Malik.
Well, it's a question, but it's also a bit of just a comment. Thank you so much for being here, and I do want to thank you for the leadership of the Toronto Symphony Orchestra, and particularly just wanted to lift up the Art of Healing program. I believe it was a year this month that I was able to join the kickoff, and it was such an amazing demonstration of everything that you have mentioned about the importance of the arts to mental health, of the TSO's leadership in innovative and creative programming, and in being able to step up with that action around how those connections do actually enrich our city and address some of our most urgent priorities, especially around mental health. As Councillor Bravo had mentioned just yesterday, we approved the city's new strategy on mental health, substance use, harm reduction, and treatment. And we talk about those community connections and the different pathways to that, and also lay out the responsibility from levels of government to community organizations to individual Torontonians. And this is such an important example to uplift about how that actually works. And just want to thank you for that leadership, and also to be able to hear a little bit more about a year on from that incredible event that did bring us together, that did also, I think, really honor the sparkling talent that TSO is able to access and make sure that it is something that can be more equitably accessed. I will mention at that amazing event, there was Yo-Yo Ma and Jeremy Dutcher at CAMH experiencing the space and that sense of community with folks from across the center and the neighborhood as well, which is really, really just so spectacular. So I'd just love to hear a little bit more about how the progress has been made on that particular initiative that definitely has stood out to me and just been one example of the incredible leadership of the TSO.
Thank you, Councillor. Indeed, the Art of Healing program launched just a year ago with Yo-Yo Ma and Jeremy Dutcher, and it was really a moment to bring together artists who, as we do, are really thinking about and concerned about the impact of arts on mental health. So after that launch, our musicians, Métis composer Ian Cusson, and members of the Shikabe Makwa Indigenous Healing Institute were meeting weekly to talk about trauma, to talk about healing, and to talk about the ways in which music can help us tell our stories. The outgrowth of that has been a piece by Ian Cusson called To Live. And that piece had its premiere at Roy Thompson Hall a few weeks ago. And it's now being orchestrated and will be premiered by the full orchestra in June. And what's happening is, of course, that this is a cyclical process. So now we'll be working with a new composer, Andrew Balfour, overseen by Ian Cusson, to again bring that program back to CAMH and to expand it in the years to come. So I think this is a wonderful launching pad in just one of many ways, along with our Sound Connection program, for example, that I mentioned, that the Toronto Symphony Orchestra is working to break isolation and to support mental health in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Our next debutant is Paulina O'Keefe Anthony. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, esteemed members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Paulina O'Keefe Anthony. I am an artist, a curator, a cultural producer working in the City of Toronto, and as a current board member of the Toronto Arts Council, where I have the privilege of chairing the Black Arts program, and as the executive director of Sketchworking Arts, I have witnessed the transformative power of the arts and cultural investment firsthand. My journey in the arts started almost 20 years ago and was catalyzed and significantly shaped by the grants I've received from the Toronto Arts Council. In fact, my very first grant was through Artreach, which is a strategic initiative of the Arts Council, at the ripe age of 19. And it is these grants that have not only impacted my individual artistic career, but have also made a profound difference in the organizations that I have worked for, and there have been many. The City of Toronto has long been recognized as a cultural hub, a city where creativity thrives and artistic expression flourishes. However, to be able to continue to sustain and build this cultural hub, significant investment needs to continue to be made. Today, I am imploring the council to not only ensure that continued funding of the Toronto Arts Council, but to consider the possibility of increasing that support where possible. The past couple of years has been extraordinarily challenging for our city and its residents due to the global pandemic, rising living costs, and ongoing world conflicts. During these trying times, when the arts were among the hardest hit sectors, it is the artists who continue to step forward to keep our spirits alive. They entertain us, distract us, and most importantly, they provide hope and space to reflect the feelings of all of us in society, providing a much needed outlet. And as Councillor Bravo mentioned, they do so by subsidizing that through making very little in comparison to what they're bringing. The importance of the arts in times of crisis and even in times of calm cannot be overstated. It is a beacon of light that guides us through the darkest moments, offering solace and inspiration. Additionally, funding the arts also builds new economic opportunities for artists and arts administrators, which is critical in a time where many are recovering post-pandemic, facing job losses as a number of cultural institutions have closed or are at risk of closing due to increasing community needs, coupled with decreasing funding opportunities and rising operational costs. Arts funding is not just about financial investment, it's an investment in the soul of our city. It is a recognition of the invaluable contribution that artists and arts institutions make to the cultural fabric of Toronto. I have witnessed how arts funding has created vital opportunities for emerging artists, particularly those from our most marginalized communities. It has empowered them to share their unique perspectives, enriching our cultural landscape and fostering a more inclusive and diverse artistic community. Investment from the Toronto Arts Council into the arts and culture sector doesn't just stop at funding their projects, programs, and arts and culture institutions. The TAC also continues to showcase its leadership in advocating for the arts and culture sector in Toronto, as well as develop programs that build the capacity of artists through professional development opportunities such as artist mentorship programs, which I have witnessed firsthand as I am an artist mentor. As we continue to work towards the future, let us not forget the critical role that the arts play in shaping the identity of our city. Toronto's reputation as a cultural destination is at stake, and now more than ever, we need to reinforce our commitment to the arts. So I implore the council to ensure that the TAC continues to receive the funding it needs to sustain and elevate our artistic community. I will say, as an artist who has had to move out of the city due to rising housing costs, I can personally attest to the difference arts funding makes in terms of vibrating the city with arts and culture. As I live in a smaller city that definitely doesn't have the same kind of investment in the arts as Toronto does, and you can see the difference. It's very stark. So I want to also take this moment to thank the council for their ongoing support of the TAC and other arts and culture funding that have come through the city. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here.
Awesome, thank you.
And now while we ask questions of the Toronto Arts Council presenters, are there any questions of city staff? No questions of staff? And Councillor Malik and I already spoke. Any other speakers on this item? All right, I'd motion to adopt the item. Moved by Councillor Malik, all in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. We have a little bit of a juggling to do on the agenda next. Councillor Moise needs to be here for 8.5, Regent Park Swim Pilot and Engagement Efforts Progress Report. And we expect him back at 11. He was required at an event where he is the keynote speaker. Moise doesn't need to be here for 8.5 anymore. I'll just move. Does he have a motion? He doesn't have a motion. Retract that. Councillor Moise no longer needs to be here for this item, so we'll go on to EC 8.5, Regent Park Swim Pilot and Engagement Efforts Progress Report, and we have speakers. This first speaker is Walid Kogali. Is Walid Kogali here? Online? Walid Kogali? Yes. He's online. Okay. Walid is online, and welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Walid Kogali Ali, Honorable Chair and committee members. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Like I said earlier, my name is Walid Kogali Ali, and I'm a member of the Access to Recreation Group in Regent Park, supporter of the Regent Park Social Development Plan, and a representative of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association. Therefore, deeply invested in the well-being and development of Regent Park and other neighborhoods across the city of Toronto. I'm deputing to express my unequivocal support for the Regent Park Swim Pilot and the associated community engagement efforts as detailed in the city staff report and summarized on the council agenda. The Regent Park Aquatic Center symbolizes our community's tenacity and communal spirit. It serves not merely as a facility, but as a vital hub for social engagement, physical health, and youth development. The Swim Pilot program champions the ideals of inclusivity and health promotion by offering complimentary swimming access to all, with a focus on children and marginalized communities. The report articulately presents the triumphs of the initial pilot phase, showcasing increased participation and enthusiastic feedback from participants who have cherished moments of recreation, learning, and lifeguard training. This accomplishment is particularly poignant in Regent Park, a diverse community where equal access to such amenities is highly valued. The city's engagement initiatives are praiseworthy, with community meetings, with groups like Access to Rec, partnerships with local bodies like our schools, Nelson Mandela Public School and Lord Dufferin, and also through surveys demonstrating a genuine commitment to listening and actively addressing the needs of the residents of Regent Park. As you contemplate the future of this initiative, I invite you to reflect on the lasting benefits that such sustained and expanded investments in our community can offer. Consider the legacy of empowerment and life enrichment that the Regent Park Aquatic Center imparts to our youth and the wider community. Moreover, let's recognize the diligent staff whose dedication has been pivotal to the pilot's success. Their efforts affirm the community-led programs, when supported aptly, can surpass our aspirations. In closing, I advocate not just for the continuance of the Regent Park Swim pilot, but its enhancement and expansion as well across the city of Toronto. May this pilot serve as an exemplar for how Toronto can cultivate accessible, equitable recreation venues, a testament that our pools are not merely vessels of water, but bastions of communal vitality. I thank you sincerely for your time and for considering the positive long-term implications of supporting the Regent Park Swim pilot and the engagement efforts before you. Thank you so much for listening to my deputation, and I hope you support this report and its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here. The next speaker is Miguel Avila Velarde. Miguel, are you here? Okay, I believe Miguel is in the building, and we'll come back to Miguel. Joel Klassen. Hi, Joel, welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks for this opportunity to speak to the committee. I'm Joel Klassen. I'm a community development specialist with Yonge Street Mission, and I'm a support for the Access to Recreation group. So I'll just say a little bit about our experience with the pilot, and then I especially want to bring some messages from members of the community who weren't able to be here today. Our group is receiving funding from the Maytree Foundation, and we also earlier received funding from the SDFA through the Resourcing Regent Park Social Development Plan. And so for both of those sources of funding, they've really helped us to move the work along. I think this pilot comes out of an idea that came from the community. And so I think maybe the high level thing is that this ability to work together with the community in consultation and collaboration when innovative ideas come up is really, there's so much that can come out of that. People in the community have had a hard time enrolling their kids in swim lessons for quite a while at the Pam McConnell Aquatic Center, and this pilot created the ability for families to get their kids into the pool at a local level. And even during school hours, which is a great thing for the kids. And it's been really good to work with PFNR staff to be able to flesh it out. And so we very much support this, making this part of the base part of the PFNR budget, and we would like to see in addition to that, explore ways that we can even help it to reach to more children. So some of the there's lots of background research that shows the importance of this kind of program in a community. Life Saving Society of Canada has shown that, this is from back in 2011, but 60% of parents, of new Canadian parents with children between ages 5 and 15, said that their kids had participated in swimming lessons, 60%, so 40% hadn't. And 11 to 14-year-olds, this is from 2016, 11 to 14-year-old new Canadians are 5 times less likely to know how to swim than those born in Canada. That's a bit of the broader picture, and it's borne out by some of the messages that I'm going to share in just a moment. So this program has, there's a lot of people in the community who have really benefited from it and who really speak highly of it. There's the swim side of it. It's also in the report, you'll see stuff in relation to employment for youth. I just wanted to note that that is also something that's being very well received by youth in the community. So I want to share with about a story about one mom who wanted to be here this morning but wasn't able to be. She was scared to swim and almost drowned at one point in her life. And because of this, she was scared to bring her kids to the pool. Her kids are in grade 5. They go to Lord Dufferin School, and they have made great strides in learning to swim. So she's very grateful for the program. Another mother, Lisa Gao, she sent, you'll see that she has a written deputation that she sent in. Expresses not only her interest in being able to have her kids access the program, but she gives a list of 15 more people who would love to be able to access it. And her kids don't go to one of those 2 schools. And so this is the piece that while we support this proposal very strongly, we're very interested in seeing if it can be built out so that more families have access to it. And so we look forward to continuing to work with PFNR in this regard and with City Council. And I just want to close again saying we're very supportive of the direction that this is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here. We're going to call Miguel Avila Velarde again. Welcome, Miguel. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councilor Bravo. Still working? Okay, there you go. All right, on the overhead, there is a job posting that was put forward by the SDP. Some of the benefits we're using is to create employment opportunities. So I'm here to speak in support of the pilot project, which has been successful in the first year implementation. I am a member of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association and regular speaker at City Hall. And it's my pleasure to say that this swimming program is beneficial for our youth, to keep them out of trouble, to give them opportunities, to increase their love for sports. I want to share with you a particular example. My current friend lives in Richmond Hill, but she works in Regent Park. So in Regent Park, she benefits of this program because she needs as a relief for mental health. A lot of our members, suffer from mental health, and it's important that, activities that, help to improve our well-being is continue. As you know, Regent Park will be increasing in terms of population in the coming years. So we look forward for ongoing support, financial support for the SDP, which will continue giving opportunities for employment for residents of that community, to give them an opportunity to leave the poverty cycle, in other words. So I want to thank the staff for giving us an opportunity to try this out in the community. I want to thank the city for the funds. Please continue supporting good initiatives as the recreation programs in Regent Park, but also across the city. So hopefully this will be implemented in other parts of the city. And yeah, thank you. Please continue doing the good work.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The next deputant is Marianne Scott. Marianne Scott. And I believe with Abyssinia Scott, Jesse Gucci, and Chloe Gucci. You're most welcome to the committee. And you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, community members and city staff. My name is Marianne Scott, and I'm speaking on behalf of Chloe and Jesse's mom. My name is Tammy Gichi, and my son, who is a student at Nelson Mandela, is a recipient of a spot of the swimming program. I am indeed very grateful for this program in the community of Regent Park, as it has served to prioritize swim spots for the children of the community, allowing them to learn this invaluable life skill. In short, I have tried to enroll my children into swimming classes through Parks and Recs, and we have only managed to get one onto the waiting list. Having lost out on swimming lessons due to COVID, I can safely say that my son is on track again to learn how to swim. On behalf of our community, we are appreciative of this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here and also for the youngsters who joined us. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here today. Are there any questions of staff? Oh, sorry, please. You're all welcome to speak.
Hi, my name is Chloe. I'm 12 years old. Hi, my name is Abby, and I'm also 12 years old. We are here to talk about the swim program and how it's important to us. The swim program is important to us so the children in the community get a chance to learn how to swim. A lot of children don't have the opportunity to learn how to swim, and that's why we are thankful for the pilot swim program. The reason we learn how to swim is because our mothers waited in line all night to make sure we were the first in line to get us the spot in the programs. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.
Welcome to the committee.
My name is Jesse, and I am 9 years old. I attend Nelson Mandela Park Public School. I go to swimming on Wednesday after school with some of my friends. I enjoy learning how to swim. Recently, I learned how to jump in the deep end and do the backstroke. I am very thankful for this program in my community that teaches us how to swim because swimming is very important.
Yay! Thank you so much to all of you and for the awesome civic example. We're really grateful that you came to speak. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Ainsley.
Sure. The first one was to Mom. I just want to ask Mom if you had did you have any trouble registering your children, or is there anything you would do differently or would like to see done differently?
Please come to the microphone so people can hear online. Thank you.
Thanks. I've always had trouble registering for programs at Pam McConnell, only because it's one of the more newer facilities, and it's up to date, and it's something that people want to use, and unfortunately, because of how the city policies work with recreation programs, anyone can actually register for swimming lessons anywhere. So unfortunately, people in Regent Park don't necessarily have the resources to be able to, meaning high-speed internet and multiple devices, to be able to register for programs in Regent Park. So most of those programs, most of the swimming spots that are available in Regent Park are actually taken up by people outside the community. So I'm actually part of Access Recreation too. So this pilot swim program, has allowed, children from Nelson Mandela and Lord Dufferin to partake in swimming lessons, but it doesn't fulfill the needs of the whole community. So in other words, children who go to school at Queen A and Spruce Court in Winchester don't have the opportunity to swim, and they also live in the community. And because it's so hard, for parents to be able to get those 6 spots in a swimming class, most of our children don't get to use the pool.
Really?
There's children right now who were born in Regent Park and who are 15, 16, and they've never ever accessed lessons in the pool. And they've been there, prior to this, prior to revitalization. They've been in the community, and to this day have never been able to learn how to swim. And it's really difficult when you have children at 15 and 16 and 17. They may not necessarily want to learn how to swim by then. So this pilot program that we have going, and thank you to the city for Parks and Recs for initiating this program, allows children at a young age to learn how to swim. And hopefully through the work we do through Access to Recreation, what our end goal is to get prioritized registration, where people in Regent Park can register first for lessons, and whatever spots are left over, people outside the community can get. So that's the end goal that we're looking for, is to make sure that every child in Regent Park has an opportunity to learn how to swim, because as Tammy said, and as these young folks said, it's an important life skill.
Okay. And then I also understand it's a problem because children, if you're in public school, for example, there's programs, trips that if they can't swim, they can't participate in those trips when they're older.
Exactly. Well, I mean, unfortunately, that was a lesson learned a few years ago when a young man died by not knowing how to swim, and not the staff at the school not recognizing that this young man couldn't swim. So there's obviously a policy in place now where if children don't know how to swim, they're not allowed to go on these field trips, and they lose out on an opportunity. So that's why it's so important to get, children learning how to swim at a young age.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions of staff? Speakers? Oh, you have questions of
Yeah.
staff? Go ahead, Councillor.
I don't know if Howie, or if you could just comment on the concern. If you can comment on the concerns around registration, because my own ward in Eastern Scarborough, I have the same problem where people are registering, the program's full, they can't get into the program, and then they have trouble figuring out opportunities where they can go somewhere else, or they don't have the ability to go somewhere else. So I'm just trying to understand within our registration program, and I know there's a new registration process or database being done, how that gets addressed.
Through the chair, and thanks for the question. So we recognize we have a supply-demand challenge, particularly with Learn to Swim programs that's been exacerbated by the pandemic, where we still aren't fully staffed up as we couldn't certify staff for a couple of years. So we are working as quickly as we can to reinstate our service capacity and Learn to Swim and alleviate some of the pressure that the public is feeling when trying to register. So that's the first, order of operations, is staffing up and getting as many swim classes as we can fit into every pool across the city. The second issue with respect to, where people register, I mean, that is currently all City of Toronto residents have the ability to register for any program anywhere. Our data shows that the majority of registrations do happen within a 3-ish kilometer radius from a community center, simply because it takes too long to travel across the city to take a 45-minute class. So there's some, logic around that. However, we recognize very local residents sometimes don't benefit from the programs in their local community when people are traveling. So we work to create this kind of an approach, which is an alternate model that we've learned from, and the idea is to see where it's scalable in other communities. The third question with respect to the system itself, we know it's a pain point. We are working as quickly as can to implement ActiveNet. We expect that to happen within the next year or so. But we've made a lot of changes to the system to try and improve it, including leisure counseling on site, Wi-Fi in community centers. All of these things are trying to help residents, particularly in neighborhood improvement areas, connect easier to the technology where it exists while we work to improve it, which I expect will make it a much better experience for the public when trying to access information and programs.
Okay. Is there any opportunity to look at, so when people are registering for recreation programs, that you can have a certain percentage of spots available for people that live in neighborhood improvement areas, and then, people get put on a waiting list, other people that get put on a waiting list, and if the neighborhood improvement area spots don't fill up, then you take them off the waiting list.
So that would be a departure from our current sort of process of all programs are available for all residents anywhere. That is certainly something that we can look at, but is not currently the practice.
Okay, and I only ask that because, as the deputy said, if there's problems around Wi-Fi, like I'm very fortunate if I want to register my kids in a park and rec program, I can do it from home because we have Wi-Fi. But if you don't have Wi-Fi or internet in your apartment or access to it, and you're waiting for a public library to open, for example, or a rec center, that's 2 hours later into the registration process. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
So just looking at first of all, the history of the Pam McConnell Center, it was built as part of the Regent Park revitalization. There had been is that right? I think that's correct.
So I'm having difficulty hearing the question. The Pam McConnell Aquatic Center was part of the revitalization of Regent Park, yes, that was the question.
Yes, and a project that the former Deputy Mayor McConnell was very involved in making happen and making sure everybody could get to swim and learn to swim there with one of her goals, which is, I gather, why we've named that after Pam. But originally when it opened up as a welcome center. It opened up as a regular spot, not a what we call free swimming. Tell us a little bit of the history.
I apologize, I'm just having difficulty hearing the question.
I'm sorry, Chair. I thought I'm speaking quite loud.
Do you mind just repeating the question one more time?
Thank
I'll
you.
listen closely.
The question, I can hear all the papers rattling at your end. The question, when it was opened not as a free program, but as a welcome center that had welcome policy swimmers and other users, correct? Looking for some of the history here.
Yeah, sorry, yes, I understand the question now. So when it opened as a paid location, and then it was designated as a free center where all the programs are now available to the public at no cost.
And why did Councillor McConnell insist it be a free center?
Well, it predates my time. My understanding is that the councillor wanted to ensure greater access without financial barriers for local residents to aquatic programming in Regent Park.
That's correct. So she was very concerned that it was opened as a paid center because that was never the goal. But now we have a different problem because it's such a beautiful center that many people want to attend for free. So this is a pilot program. Is there any way to even be more creative to make sure that the goals of our very beloved counselor who realized the revitalization of Regent Park along with the community, those goals can be met, that it's free, but you can actually get to goal. Wrap the program up. Because I know that's what she'd want. She's sending me messages right now.
I can hear her voice as well. And yes, that is what we've certainly learned, the success of the pilot. We've certainly learned the success of the pilot when working in partnership with the community to understand what the barriers are, what the highest needs are, and then how we can creatively address them. And that is what this program did. And we're going to continue to deliver it and look for ways to expand it into other high demand areas in both Regent Park, but also scalable in other areas of the city facing similar experiences.
Where else do you have a similar experience with a brand new center and it's a free center?
Sorry, are you asking where else are we having this experience?
Where else do you have this experience where you have a free center and it's brand new?
Well, I'd say that the supply-demand issues are across the city in terms of the availability of programs and the demand for those programs. But the free centers tend to fill first on registration events and drive, higher wait lists. What I'd say is unique in Regent Park is just the level of activation we've had with the Access to Recreation Working Group to help unpack what some of the barriers have been so that we could, really co-design this program to respond to those particular concerns.
And are you aware that in 2012, Councillor McConnell led a charge against all centers being paid centers and instead looked at all centers being free centers?
That predates my time, Councillor. I do know that when the Recreation Service Plan was approved, there was an expansion of the number of free centers to approximately 39, but I'm not sure at the time what sort of council's deliberations were.
And have you looked at the cost? Anyway, there's costings there. I'm just wondering if if you're willing to go further, particularly at Regent Park, because it being a brand new and free, I know people come from everywhere, and the local community ended up getting excluded, although they have free access for swimming and drop-in and everything else. Whether or not there's kind of a Regent only time that could be considered for swim programs.
Certainly, that's something we can look at, Councillor, and as I, responded to Councillor Ainsley, would be a departure from our current process, so we just have to take a look at how that could be implemented.
Well, I think Councillor McConnell always departed from the current process, so on behalf of her, looking to find a way that there's a Regent Day, some way that everybody knows that their kids, if they want, they can get them swimming, with all the other barriers excluded, like internet, all the rest of it. That would be great.
Thank you, Councillor. I added a little time because of the challenges with audio. Are there any other questions of staff? No? Okay, speakers? Councillor Moyse?
Thank you, Chair Bravo. Again, I'm sorry that I was not here to hear deputants. I was in another meeting, but I heard that you spoke very well. I just want to speak, I know this is for receipt, but I just want to say that this program has been life-changing for many people in Regent Park. As we know, swimming saves lives, and the majority of people from the Regent Park community actually didn't know how to swim. I know for me, I actually learned how to swim when I was in my late teens, believe it or not. And so I'm not a great swimmer, but I could float. So I'm really happy to see that this pilot program is going well. I know that, talking to the community on a regular basis about the swim program, and I know there's been some hiccups along the way as to accessibility in regards to making sure people from Regent Park have access to the space, not just people citywide. And we have worked through that and continue to work through that. So I'm very optimistic about it, and knowing that kids from age 6 to 12 are learning to swim is really important to me as a local counselor. So it's great to see. I know that I had a meeting with the ED of Parks and Recs just yesterday talking about this actual program. And he was telling me about the successes that he's been having, and having an open mind about, having more people perhaps over time get into the program. So I'm happy to see it here, happy to support it, and thank you to the committee for coming in this morning to depute on this important file. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Should have gone first to visiting speakers. I didn't see your hand there, Councillor Ainsley. Go ahead.
Not a problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the deputants for coming in this morning, and the kids, I guess, took a day off school to come in for something that was very important and near and dear to them. I want to thank staff for doing this project. I was actually the chair of the Park and Recreation Committee when this center was open, and I know Pam McConnell was very excited about it. The residents were very excited about it. And, it was a goal of hers to have as many of the residents as possible using the programming. I've experienced similar concerns in my ward in Eastern Scarborough, where people living in neighborhood improvement areas trying to register at 7 o'clock in the morning, as I mentioned, and they don't have computer access, trying to get into a program, having to go to the library or recreation center to get that Wi-Fi, and ending up on a waiting list can be very frustrating. I know staff are trying to deal with it. We have a new recreation registration process that's coming online, and I hope it will deal with a lot of these hurdles and obstacles. I know I also sit on the board of directors of the Toronto Public Library. We're trying to make computer and Wi-Fi access as available as much as possible. We've been loan hotspots out to residents, but I know that doesn't help everybody, and looking forward to seeing some of these hurdles dealt with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Would you like to move it? Yes. Councillor Moyse, moved by Councillor Moyse. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. I want to ask the members of the committee for indulgence in reordering the agenda to accommodate Councillor Nunziata, who has a quick item, and she's been patiently waiting and has to attend to other things today. We did have a speaker on the item. I understand from the speaker that a written communication has been submitted. This is 811 Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plan update. I will, however, since the public list does indicate that on this item, Marcia Stone wanted to speak, I'll call out Marcia Stone's name. Thank you, Marcia. We received the written communications, and with that, I would like to go to questions of staff, seeing none, and then to speak, go to visiting Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you very much for accommodating, and actually I'm pleased I was able to hear the first two items, and the swim. Very important, very important. I wish they had that when I was growing up, because I can't swim. So I do have a motion that I'm asking the chair to move, and it's on item EC 8.11. And this motion was passed by staff as well, and the staff is in support of it, that the Economic and Community Development Committee refer the item back to the Deputy City Manager Development and Growth Services and request the Deputy City Manager Development to meet with the local city councillor and the Learning Enrichment Foundation to consider revising the original report to reflect city council requests in 2022 EY 33.11 and includes specific recommendations to activate Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plan in partnership with the community report to the Economic Community Development Committee in the first quarter 2024. The reason I'm moving that is because the report that you have before you is a receipt motion only. And the motion that we moved in 2022 was to have an action plan and provide detailed set of actions and deliverables. And so speaking to staff, they're in support of it, that we revert back to come back with another report, working with the Learning Enrichment Foundation and as well as the local council in the community to bring forward that report that was requested in 2022. And Learning Enrichment Foundation, they just got approval for development on Weston and Eglinton for affordable housing. Partnered with a number of nonprofit agencies, and that was just approved a couple of weeks ago in Etobicoke. And the community has been working very hard on this project. We have been having community engagement for the past 2 or 3 years. So I'm asking the committee to support this motion and then report back in the first quarter of 2024. And thank you, Chair, for moving this on my behalf.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Any other speakers? Nope. So on behalf of Councillor Nunziata, I would like to move that the Economic and Community Development Committee refer this to Deputy City Manager Development and Growth Services, meet with the named parties, and report to this committee in the first quarter of 2024. You see the motion on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And now we're going to go back to our agenda to EC 8.8, Toronto Fire Services 2022 Annual Report. And for this, we have a speaker, Sheila White, Friends of Farquharson. Is online. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Sheila White. Sheila White, will you please unmute yourself?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm representing CD Farquharson Community, which is located in Scarborough Ward 23. I'm here to talk about 2 incendiary devices that are particularly difficult community problems to control in the City of Toronto: fireworks and cigarette butts. From 2018 to 2022, today's annual report from Toronto Fire Service says fires were at their highest level in 2022. After the fires of this year across Canada, we should all be more fire sensitive now. I think it's important for this committee to know that delegates at the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs annual general meeting last year on September 13th passed Resolution 2022.3, which is to espouse as a common approach a complete ban on the sale and use of consumer fireworks in Canada, in favor of the professional fireworks industry, and to lobby the Government of Canada for the immediate implementation of such. And I understand that effort is in progress. The resolution notes that consumer fireworks are, quote, readily available across the nation for purchase and use by citizens, in many cases without any safety training, conditions, permits, or restrictions required, unquote. Regrettably, Toronto has an enforcement problem and a quality of life problem flowing from its permissiveness regarding the detonation of fireworks. I didn't see fireworks statistics or commentary in the annual report, and I'll have more to say about fireworks as a speaker to the next agenda item. I'd like to turn your attention to page 28 of the annual report, point number 2, to the heading Top 3 Ignition Sources of Residential Property. It says 21% of residential fires result from careless smoking and the improper disposal of cigarette butts. Years ago, Toronto Fire told me that littering of cigarette butts from balconies is the #1 cause of apartment fires. There was a campaign launched to raise awareness. I reported on it at the time for my litterpreventionprogram.com website and newsletter because I delved deeply into litter research and reporting for 10 years, produced 450 weekly newsletters from 2012 to 2022. Toronto needs ongoing campaigns and creative thinking regarding cigarette butt litter. I think the Fire Service annual report is an ideal place to cite wording of the litter law, reminding smokers of the dangers and the fines that do exist. Improper cigarette butt disposal should be referred to as littering. Cigarette butts are the most prolific source of litter in our city and, in fact, throughout the globe. Specific to cigarette butts littered from balconies, are high-rise residents informed of the unlawful nature of this littering via condo associations, tenant groups, and landlord associations, community associations, etc.? Who talks to smokers and provides the education, I wonder? Littering crosses many city divisions, not just fire. Is it solid waste, health, transportation, human resources regarding the butt-flicking staffers? There's a need for hard-hitting communications that will show that the city takes the issue seriously and wants to nudge behavioral change among littering smokers. Now, anecdotally, I'm licensed to perform marriages in Ontario, and recently, one groom who's from his native England recounted how there he received an automatic fine of £100 for littering his cigarette butt, because there they have fixed penalty notices. Very hard to undo those, and they find that fines are a deterrent. Back to the report on page 47, that concerns the importance of engaging stakeholders and the media, noting how vital Toronto Fire Service's relationship is with the media for relaying important fire prevention and fire safety messaging to residents. I believe the key message around fireworks regulations and the cigarette littering law needs to be among the priorities that are fed to the media routinely. I'd hate to see these issues sent to the back burner with no further review. Both are community problems that require ongoing attention. And I see I have a little time left on the clock, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give you a little sampling of some illegal fireworks from my porch on July 2nd, the day after the real fireworks day.
You have 5 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? All right. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Ainsley?
I do have a question.
Oh, yeah, Councillor Ainsley first, and then we'll go to Councillor Fletcher.
Yep, sorry, I guess I just wanted to ask the chief or Toronto Fire Services around the deputant did mention the number of fires that take place from people flicking their cigarette butts off of apartment balconies. I was just wondering if they're still seeing that as a cause of apartment fires.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. We absolutely are, Councillor. While I would say that the public education campaign that we developed and launched in years prior that dealt specifically with the discarding of cigarette butts, affectionately referred to as the Flicking Idiots campaign, was successful. We did see a decline in those types of fires, but absolutely we still deal with a number of fires that are caused by the careless and inappropriate discarding of smokers' items from one balcony that are starting fires on other balconies and in other buildings.
And I have a high number of apartment buildings in my ward, Chief, that are along the main roads. There was a fire recently at 4175 Lawrence Avenue East. So that program or advertising program, it was halted?
Madam Chair, we have a fixed amount of funding in our budget every year for public education. So in 2021, we developed and launched the campaign aimed at discarding of cigarettes. In 2022, the priority item that emerged was the lack of working smoke alarms. So we used our public education funding to develop the smoke alarm campaign that year. So we do our best to prioritize those items based on the risk profile we're seeing in the city. In 2022, that was the lack of working smoke alarms. So that's where we targeted our available funds.
Okay, and from your perspective, Chief, if there's anything we can do in terms of a bylaw or mandate to, you know, apartment building owners that to take on the onus of, you know, engaging their residents or apartment owners to not be tossing cigarette butts off their balconies?
Madam Speaker, obviously and certainly any assistance that we can get from residents and communities and homeowner associations and condos is always appreciated. I wouldn't say that that the issues that we're facing are a lack of regulation. This is literally just a human behavior issue. So it's something that demands vigilance on the part of residents, and I would say an appreciation or an increased appreciation for the fire risk that is associated with that behavior.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions, staff?
Let's see if you can hear now. Is that working?
That sounds good.
Great. Just looking at the fire education, because I've so many times seen officers in that division at Canadian Tire and other places about making sure your smoke alarms are working. That's one of the ways that that's done. Or at sometimes, you know, there's a lot of fire trucks that go to local schools when they have their festivities or they're having their summer galas. There's always a lot of fire trucks there. So I'm just really looking at you mapping out how you're doing your education campaign for us here quickly, number one. Number two, I want to know who the vendor is that designs these campaigns on your behalf. And number three, I'd like to know why, when you're at the public locations in particular, that the message around fire alarms, making sure the batteries are working, don't put your cigarettes out into the balcony, that those aren't main messages. I've not ever seen that. Could you tell me about those, please? Or are those not? Yes, thank you. Let's start there.
Sure, thank you, Councillor. Madam Chair, first off, the allocation of resources, we have a team of approximately 25 professional public educators that form part of the Toronto Fire Services complement. Their daily role is the delivery of a comprehensive suite of public education efforts, and Councillor, you aptly explained that includes numerous initiatives and activities. They are active in our schools. They're able to see, we're able to interact with a considerable number of our school-aged residents and children on an annual basis. We engage across a number of different sectors and rely on collaboration with our operations crews. And you said it, Councillor, you'll see our fire trucks all over the city on a regular basis, sharing that information and sharing those types of initiatives. So it is really a multi-pronged approach. We have a small division of folks that are dedicated to that work, and then we leverage the capacity we have in both fire prevention and the rest of our community risk reduction division, as well as operations, to spread that messaging as far as we can. With respect to the campaign that you asked about,
I'm not clear from your answer if when the fire truck goes to the school-based event, or that the part of the role is to actually be part of that public education campaign, or is that left to the 25 individuals?
Madam Speaker, it is absolutely part of that public education campaign. So we have public educators that are involved, and absolutely on a daily basis, Councillor, our operations firefighters in the fire trucks are part of that public education initiative.
Thank you. Yep.
Madam Speaker, question 2 relating to the messaging and the development of that messaging. There are a number of sources.
And the vendor.
Yes. So I'll start. I'll try and do this quickly, Councillor. So number 1, we leverage messaging that is developed by the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association. That's 1. Number 2, we often do our own in-house messaging development, and that is based on information fed or gained directly through our fire investigations program, where we're understanding the specific cause of fires in our city and translating that into messaging. And then the large citywide initiatives, like we talked about the cigarette butt issue, and most recently the smoke alarm issue, is developed through a partnership, most recently with an organization or a company named Publicis.
Publicist, and that's through a vendor approval through the city?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. Publicis is a city vendor. We were able to partner with the city's strategic communications division to make those skills available.
And can you just tell us how many fires there were from balconies in the last year?
Year to date, Councillor, 28, and that's year to date in 2023. And I'm going by memory, but approximately 50 or so in the previous year.
So, and the property damage from that is quite extreme, as you and I will remember 200 Wellesley, which was shut down for years, and other locations where it's not just that particular apartment, but it's all the surrounding cloverleaf of apartments that are now impacted by that. I'm just wondering how that can be a more permanent campaign, particularly in the areas where you're seeing the most problems.
Thank you, Councillor. Last question.
Madam Speaker, the councillor is absolutely correct. The consequence and significance of the fires that we see as a result of carelessly discarded smokers' items can be very extreme. We've seen circumstances where the fires, thankfully, are fairly minor. We've seen examples, as Councillor Fletcher cited, where they are massive blazes that result in significant numbers of displacement and significant damage and oftentimes injury. So with respect to how we can do this, we are looking now, Councillor, as always, looking forward to our 2024 plans. We'll evaluate our available funding against what that funding capacity is against the principal need, and happy to be in conversation with you about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, questions of staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to change the channel a little bit here. So looking at the report, it says you have 3,206 dedicated team members, and it says here you recruited 227 new team members recently. I know that the Toronto Fire Service promotes Pride every year. I see you put decals in your trucks. But one of my question is that I was watching the CBC News this past week, and there was a feature of one of your former members who said that he experienced homophobia in the fire service and had to leave as a result of that. I know you can't speak to that specific individual, but can you talk about perhaps retention in the fire service and perhaps break down the diversity of people in the fire service, be it people with 2S LGBTQ+, Black and Indigenous people in the fire service? What steps are you taking to diversify your workforce?
Sure, happy to, Madam Chair. We have undertaken a comprehensive focus and set of initiatives aimed at enhancing the diversity, inclusion, and equity across Toronto Fire Services, and have achieved results that I'm very proud of. Some examples of that: we have taken an end-to-end review and looked specifically at every stage of our recruitment process through the lens of identifying anything that represents a systemic barrier or any element of that process that results in a disproportionately high number of diverse applicants being unsuccessful. We've made a number of corrections to that. Councillor, in response to your question, I have data for the last 4 classes in front of me. The January 2022 recruit class represents, and all of this, I should note, is self-reported. So it is this is data as reported by the applicants. We follow the city's guidelines in collecting that data. Self-reported diversity rate in the January 2022 class of 46%, 48% in the July 2022 class, 34% in the January 2023 class, and 45% in the July 2023 class, which are the 51 recruits that we just graduated on Friday.
So that's great, thank you. But one of the issues I find in the city is that we are quick to check off, boxes. But what about retention? Are people staying, or are they leaving to other services because they don't feel safe and welcome in their workspaces?
Madam Chair, it is very uncommon for us to have tenured members of the organization leave for another career opportunity or to pursue a career somewhere else. We, generally speaking, our attrition is as a result of people reaching their normal retirement age and they're retiring. The only time, Councillor, that we see any type of significant numbers of employees that are leaving is generally within the very early part, the first few weeks of their employment as they start recruit school. That is a fairly new phenomenon for us and one that we are paying particular attention to. And quite frankly, the fire service industry on a national basis are going through a period of time where there are a lot of opportunities. So what we are experiencing is we hire people and then they subsequently resign that position and are accepting another position as a recruit firefighter in a municipality in another location. So not large numbers. We've seen, I'm going to say, single-digit numbers happen in recruit classes, but certainly that is a challenge for us at this point for sure.
And my final question is, do you have ongoing training for homophobia and anti-Black racism and so forth?
Madam Chair,
how often does that happen?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we absolutely do. We fully embrace and fully support all of the city equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives that are being launched. That includes some of the former programming as well as the most recent programming. All of that training is embedded into all of our recruit programming, so it's part of the indoctrination as people come into the service, and that continues all the way through up to and including myself and the members of our command team as priorities, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just to follow up on Councillor Moise's question, I'm not sure if I heard properly that retention is going to be an indicator going forward. Just the question of how retention numbers or in terms of underrepresented demographics are such an important indicator of culture change and or a test on culture and can you comment on that?
Madam Chair, the only retention issue that I have identified and that we are paying attention to is on the part of newly hired recruits, predominantly who are accepting a position with the Toronto Fire Service and are subsequently resigning that position to accept another position oftentimes closer to where they reside. Okay. So it's more about geography and local opportunities that are being presented to them that they are seeking. We're not talking about large numbers, but something that we are paying particular attention to. I should note that in collaboration with People in Equity and our recruitment partners, in response to that, in our ongoing recruitment efforts now, we are placing there is a higher priority paid, or a higher priority given to our residents from the City of Toronto than has been in the past, and that is a special program that we are operating directly to combat that challenge, because of course everyone we hire and subsequently leaves, there's a cost attached to that. So I would say that is also proving to be successful.
Thank you. And I've been in touch with regarding fires at encampments and that growing concern around how people are attempting to keep themselves warm at night. Can you comment on what the fire service is seeing in relation to fires within encampments and the conditions that people are facing?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We work in direct collaboration with Mr. Tanner and our colleagues from Shelter Support and Housing and all of our city divisions. I'm very proud of the fact that I can report to you that Toronto Fire Services operates a focused and risk-specific team that is aimed at specifically addressing the fire safety concerns faced by our residents that live in encampments and live outdoors. We actually allocate 20% of our total staffing complement within our public education section is dedicated to that team. We are seeing very significant return on that investment. In 2022, that team made contact. We were able to physically meet and speak with 1,543 residents who are living outdoors, and that is across 815 different occurrences. I can tell you that year to date, we've met with 1,699 residents. So that team will go, they will form relationships, we will hand out and provide fire safety information, and they are always predominantly watching for the existence of any situation that would represent an immediate threat to life by fire. We are able to collect, and I'm just looking for the numbers. In 2023 year to date, we have removed 207 hazardous items in the course of that work. And a hazardous item is things that include gasoline, diesel fuel, other fuel sources, as well as propane and other compressed gases. In 2022, the team removed an additional 121 hazardous items from those areas. So those are direct life-saving initiatives to make sure that we are doing all that we can do to control and prevent the public fire safety issues that exist predominantly in those areas.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? And now I'll go to speakers. Councillor Moise.
Thank you. 3 minutes, Chair. I do have a motion. Thank you. So the motion really is to come to the 2S LGBTQ plus advisory committee and perhaps speak to us about some of the initiatives that you're taking around addressing homophobia and transphobia within the service. Again, I alluded to the CBC report that I saw last week, which was quite upsetting to me, quite frankly. And so, and I know that the service itself has done some things because I've seen the tangible things you've done by your decals on your fire trucks and so forth. But clearly, I feel that there may be a gap there, and perhaps if we put our heads together, we can figure it out together. And though I did state here you should come to the 2S LGBTQ plus advisory committee, I do hope you'll come to the Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee as well. I think it's important to have those conversations. And it's not only about recruiting, but also retention is important as well. And not only that, but also people need to see themselves reflected in leadership roles, be it, I don't know, deputy fire chief, I guess, those sort of things, not just the workers on the ground, because I feel that this is a very diverse city, and we need to have people reflected in management as well. And that is something I have said not only here, but in other spaces that I occupy in my role as councillor. So diversity in leadership is important. So I'm not going to labor this point, but it's important. It's here. I hope my colleagues can support it, and I hope the fire chief comes with information to provide to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thanks, Chair. I support your motion, Councillor Moise. I thank the chief for being here, our service for being here. I'm glad this is going to council so we can flesh a few other things out. Having understood previously from one of these meetings that there had been a criteria when you were applying to be a firefighter in Toronto. If you had been a volunteer firefighter, you got extra marks. So as we know, there's no role for volunteer firefighters here in the city of Toronto. We have a very highly unionized well-structured service, long-standing service of professionals. So that meant that anybody applying from a small town in the 905 or 705 who was on the volunteer firefighting team had extra points over local residents. And I'm going to be asking very clearly about that at council. So I'm flagging that now. I'll hold this and find out exactly how that's been removed, exactly how you're recruiting locally. Because, of course, what Councillor Moyes has talked about is local recruitment. And you've mentioned yourself, Mr. Fire Chief, that if you're living locally, you're far more probable to stay in the service. Whereas once you become a full-fledged firefighter in the city of Toronto, I think it's easier to transfer out to another service in Peel or Brampton, somewhere else that has the comparable fire service as we do, that you become more attractive because you've already been trained. There has been a lot of money invested in you. And then I'm going to be very interested to look at, I'm just flagging this for you and for our Chief People Officer once we get to council, to look at the kind of recruitment efforts. And if you're working with groups like Toronto Community Housing, Toronto Community Benefits Network, how you're doing that recruiting, what that outreach looks like, how we're assisting people that aren't at a higher income bracket in order to be able to afford the training. And perhaps it would be helpful to understand all of the training that's necessary in order to achieve what is a really incredibly important job in our city and a well-paid job in our city, and one that we want to see reflect all of the residents. So thank you, Madam Chair. I think everybody knows what I'm going to be looking for when we get to December Council. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I do have a motion, and I'll ask that it be shared. And it's that a fire chief and general manager of Toronto Fire Services, in consultation with the general manager of Shelter Support and Housing Administration and any other appropriate divisions, report back to this committee in the next quarter. As part of the scheduled report back to City Council on the updated interdepartmental service protocol for homeless people camping in public spaces, on the actions that have been implemented around fire safety, and in addition to and/or options to further increase fire safety for people living outdoors, in consideration of the recommendations contained in the 2018 Grant Faulkner inquest. Grant Faulkner died of smoke inhalation. He was homeless and had made an encampment in 2015. The inquest, when it reported in 2018, many of the recommendations were for the province, but some were for the city. And specifically, the interest here is around heat sources and the options for the kind of responses that we need to put forth, and the kind of supports that are needed when people are unhoused and living in outside. I think that over the weekend, there was a fire at Bellevue Square, and we've all heard about fires all over the city. I think it's also really important to note some of the data that's coming out of emergency rooms. I understand, for example, that a recent media story shares that from 2018 to 2023, hospital data shows that visits to emergency rooms from people experiencing homelessness who are there just to get out of the cold increased by 68%. And it just is an example of the need for people to get indoors and have options to get warm. And this would be really helpful as we move ahead with our guidelines and our protocols in relation to encampments. I also want to take the opportunity to really thank the fire service this year for a response in my first year as a councillor to several fires, but particularly a five-alarm fire at Dover Court, Dover Square buildings, Dover Court and Bloor. There was no loss of life, no injury, and I need to give a shout out to Deputy Chief Jim Jessup for the robust and consistent communication with our office and with myself, helping us to collaborate, being on site together, and making sure that we were pulling from all the different divisions to help people who were displaced. And I just really want to show my gratitude for that. And I'll also be supporting Councillor Moise's motion to ensure that this important profession is available with every means possible to the diversity of the people that live in the City of Toronto. Thank you. Okay, we're just going to hold down this item because one of the motions requires updating. Meantime, we'll go on to the next item, which is 8.9, outstanding directives on the public use and retail sale of consumer fireworks update. And we have speakers for this. The first speaker is Aleem Kanji, Canadian National Fireworks Association. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair and members of council. My name is Aleem Kanji, and I'm here today as the Chief Advocacy Officer of the Canadian National Fireworks Association, where I represent our 3,000 members, including 140 individual vendors in Toronto, where we advocate to governments across the country and work with our public sector partners as the leading voice on behalf of the federally and provincially regulated and legally permissible fireworks industry, the industry of which has received 0 complaints this year to date and a mere 10 over a 4-year period, as detailed in the report before you. Now, the industry takes great pride in the safety of fireworks, which should never be compromised, over 4,000 of which are tested strenuously by the Explosives Regulatory Division in the Government of Canada before being sold, with fireworks legislated provincially within the Ontario Fire Code. The report before you speaks to the sale of fireworks year-round, and the industry is extremely pleased that this will continue. Beyond the obvious economic benefits to hundreds of companies, their employees, who will continue to have jobs and feed their families, the decision protects community safety across this city. With Toronto seeing increasing density and growth, the safest place for fireworks are in strictly regulated stores that are licensed and that abide by fire codes and are regularly inspected, as opposed to consumers being forced to purchase only on a few dates, which would lead to stockpiling fireworks in basements, garages, or even in high-rises, and expose our residences to dangerous environments and unsafe communities. The report also states that adding Diwali and Lunar New Year as permissible days to use fireworks is premature at this point. Toronto prides itself as the world's most pluralistic and inclusive city, right in our motto, diversity our strength. And these 2 holidays are the largest holidays in the world, celebrated by 2.5 billion people, including over 750,000 in our city. They both celebrate light over evil and have included fireworks for centuries across this planet. In Toronto's first ever fireworks summit held in March 2022 that we hosted, we heard from Councillor Nick Mantis, who said, and I quote, "As a multiracial city, various cultural practices for our ethnic groups should remain in place in our city, including fireworks, as they are symbolic and cultural holidays such as Lunar New Year and Diwali." And he said that staff can handle this across the city. In public research polling conducted at the same time by Abacus Data, we saw overwhelming support for including Diwali and Lunar New Year as days that fireworks should be used to celebrate these traditional holidays. Now, while the report back says that determining the feasibility of adding these days is determinant on provincial framework of fireworks that has gone unanswered to date, the message from this industry is very clear. Please lean into us for the changes that you're waiting on for the province. We are in full alignment on enhancing public safety, as evidenced by our consumer-facing vendor certification and employee training program, which is being used and embedded into fireworks regulations across the country. Using fireworks responsibly and safely is something that the CNFA and its members firmly believe in. In fact, we are very proud to have launched our Be a Good Neighbor program in many Canadian cities. It reminds people of the essential fireworks safety regulations, and it is born out of federal regulations. Prepare ahead of time, inform your neighbors, respect those around you, be safe, celebrate responsibly, and clean up. And it is a guide that is required to be included with the sale of consumer fireworks. The content has been featured in billboards, newspapers, and in the media here in this city. Now, given the fiscal reality that Toronto is continuing to tackle, and that this city is obviously representative of the 6th largest government budget in our country, we certainly recognize the financial constraints Toronto is facing. On that note, let me be clear, the cost of working with the association and with the industry to the capital or operating or other budgets in this city will be $0. Moreover, you have a very willing partner that will support your advocacy with other orders of government, in particular, as the fire chief and his team are reaching out. We look forward to working with city officials, underpinned by safety and compliance for everyone in Toronto. I want to give a shout out to Carlton and his team as well for preparing a very inclusive report reflective of industry's concerns. I've provided copies of our research papers, Fireworks and the Environment, the banning of fireworks and silent fireworks, which are also available at nationalfireworks.ca. And on that note, I would be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair.
The next deputant is Tom Jacobs, Rocket Fireworks, Inc. Tom Jacobs? Nope. We'll go to the next deputant on the list then, Sheila White, Friends of Farquharson. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I know that 311 and councillor offices light up on designated fireworks days. The Fire Chiefs of Canada are calling for a ban on consumer fireworks, which I call backyard fireworks. That gives as of right for every single family home, duplex, multiplex, laneway home, and garden suite to set off fireworks on 2 designated days. Like the Chiefs, I make a very clear distinction between city or community-run fireworks events and the backyard variety. The city's own consultation in March 2022, entitled Feasibility of Fireworks Restrictions, found that 40% of Toronto residents support increased restrictions on how the public can use and buy fireworks. Only 10% supported reducing restrictions. 53% agreed or somewhat agreed that members of the public should always be required to obtain a permit to buy and use fireworks in Toronto. The majority of residents do not have a detailed understanding of Toronto's fireworks rules, the consultation found. Many focus group participants felt that the public should be made aware of fireworks rules and regulations through ongoing public education. Some felt that proper enforcement of firework regulations was critical to public safety. The majority of responses received by email expressed support for further restricting the use of fireworks. That staff report to this committee last year said Brampton had recently expanded designated dates to include cultural holidays such as Diwali. And we now know that Brampton has since banned fireworks altogether. Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver don't allow backyard fireworks. Could staff investigate the outcome of their experiences? Environment Canada reports that air quality grossly suffers from all the fireworks set off on these special days. Even India has banned Diwali fireworks. The chief says modification to the existing designated dates is premature at this point. I'd like to suggest that expansion should be taken off the table and that Toronto move in the direction of Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, and Brampton. They're too loud, they're too many, too late, too many infractions, too polluting, generating litter, fire risks, pet and wildlife disturbance. And there are difficulties to enforcement because you must know the exact address, the lateness of the hour, the sporadic nature, and an enforcement spread across 3 divisions, licensing, transportation, and fire, lack of human resources, lack of a remedy, that equals discouragement. And members of the public are put in a situation of having to deal with this on their own and be put in conflict with neighbors. Fireworks aren't even covered by the noise bylaw. The chief's report says Toronto has requested a centralized province-wide user education training program to increase safe and compliant use of consumer fireworks. Beyond waiting for the province, is there nothing the city can do to increase compliance and curtail unlawful use, enforce the provisions of the Toronto Municipal Code? We're told in the report that the city continues to work with licensed vendors to enhance public education, supporting safe and compliant use of consumer fireworks. Unquote. City staff needs to demand more of the National Fireworks Association and retailers whose efforts fall short. I've had discussions with them. I've analyzed them. The industry communications focus on fun and celebration, and the city is somewhat guilty of that as well. The city's fireworks flyer could look more serious and less festive, so it looks like a warning, not a party invitation. So I'm here to ask the committee to do more than receive for information and take no action, but to initiate a further look at the future of consumer fireworks in Toronto. Can there not be a hybrid working group to explore further restrictions, to truly address the complaints that arise, issues of communications, infractions, noise, air quality, incident reporting, involving community, industry, and staff? This would be in keeping with Toronto's reputation as environmentally forward, progressively green, and committed to transform TO. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we'll go to Lori Ward, Fireworks Superstore, Inc. Lori's online. Lori Ward.
Hello?
Hi, welcome. You have 5 minutes. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lori Ward, owner-operator of Fireworks Superstore located in Etobicoke. I would like to start off by thanking city councilors and staff for allowing year-round sales to continue. I believe that fireworks vendor licenses should only be issued to permanent fireworks vendors. Over the past 15 years, my team and I have worked diligently to be part of the solution of educating safety and bylaw rules that have been set forth. We have zero tolerance. We are very discerning about sales. For example, Fireworks Superstore has stopped selling Roman candles due to their misuse and declined purchases based on minimum age requirements. We have the opportunity to have direct dialogue with our customers. We promote Be a Good Neighbor, as advocated by CNFA. We communicate safety, setup, the rules and regulations of each jurisdiction they are firing in, including posted fire bans, specifics such as product fallout zones, time of legal firing, and proximity to the audience. With every order purchased, we hand out fireworks safety sheet provided by the Toronto Fire Services. Pop-up stores and big box stores are geared towards quick sales. At some of them, consumers can purchase fireworks up to 11 p.m. I ask who is there to answer firework questions or monitor sales at 10:45. Our company has a vested interest in ensuring the public is educated about the legal and safe use of their purchases. In closing, I love fireworks. I love my job. I love to engage and give back to the community. Our customers are thankful and provide positive feedback. I am disheartened that inconsiderate individuals are ruining a tradition that has been in this country since before I was born. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here. The next deputant is Bill Renault, Mystical Distribution Company Limited. Thank you. Bill is online. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished committee members and guardians of Toronto's spirit. It is with immense gratitude and unwavering sense of enthusiasm that I stand before you today to express our heartfelt appreciation for your steadfast support in allowing year-round sales of consumer fireworks within our city. Your acute understanding of the significance of this tradition not only brings boundless joy to our citizens, but also stands as a beacon fostering safety, education, and the growth of our thriving Toronto community. I must emphasize the outstanding safety record of fireworks in Canada. Unlike our neighbors to the south, Canadian fireworks are subjected to stringent regulations, resulting in impeccable safety track record. Over the past 25 years, there have been 0 deaths related to consumer fireworks in Canada. This flawless safety record is a testament to the steadfast adherence to regulations and the responsible use of these products in our nation. Furthermore, when delving into injury statistics, it becomes abundantly clear that the associated risks with consumer fireworks are notably low. According to the Canadian Hospitals Injury Reporting and Prevention Program database, there were only 210 reported cases of injuries related to fireworks in the past 12 years. In contrast, consider everyday items like candles, accounting for nearly 800 candle fires annually, resulting in an average of 8 fire deaths, 115 fire injuries, and over $26 million in property damage. Your insightful grasp of these safety statistics is commendable. The allowance of year-round fireworks sales actively contributes to a safer environment. Retailers, serving as indispensable educators, play a pivotal role in enlightening Torontonians about the responsible and safe utilization of fireworks. Through their safety information, demonstration, and guidance, they ensure a comprehensive understanding of proper handling and usage, significantly reducing potential accidents or misuses. I extend my deepest gratitude to this esteemed council for acknowledging the invaluable role of year-round fireworks sales in promoting safety. Permitting these sales contribute significantly to a safer environment. Retailers, as indispensable educators, enlighten Torontonians about the responsible and safe use of fireworks, ensuring a community well-versed in fireworks safety and mitigating potential accidents or misuses. Moreover, I wish to highlight the extraordinary efforts of Toronto retailers actively engaging in the CNFA's Be a Good Neighbor program. Their unwavering commitment to advocating safety, courtesy, and responsibility within our neighborhoods is truly commendable. These retailers not only sell fireworks, but passionately advocate for their safe and considerate use, ensuring our communities remain safe, harmonious, and united. Permitting year-round sales of consumer fireworks significantly bolsters Toronto's night economy. Fireworks serve as a source of entertainment and delight for individuals of all ages. By fostering an environment where these products are available year-round, we infuse vigor into the vibrancy of our nightlife. The increased accessibility of fireworks supports local businesses, drawing both residents and visitors, thereby enhancing the economic prosperity of Toronto's nocturnal landscape. Furthermore, this decision resonates harmoniously with the city's aspirations to elevate the fun economy. By allowing citizens to celebrate diverse occasions with fireworks throughout the year, we champion diversity and inclusivity while creating avenues for communal enjoyment and celebration. I'd like to also point out earlier the one of the previous speakers spoke about India banning Diwali, and that's actually not true at all. And also I'd like to point out that Brampton, though they banned fireworks, they did actually allow sparklers for the ceremonial use, as it's a common item. In closing, I extend my deepest appreciation to this council for recognizing the manifold benefits of year-round fireworks sales. Your unwavering support not only enhances safety through comprehensive education and responsible use, but also significantly contributes to the economic vitality and enjoyment of our city's nightlife. By perpetuating this tradition, we affirm Toronto as a vibrant, responsible, and forward-thinking community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here. We'll go on to the next deputant, Sean Orrit, Great Canadian Fireworks. Welcome to the committee. You'll have 5 minutes.
Art, and I'm an owner of one of the fireworks permanent vendors, the 8 of us that are in the city of Toronto, and I wanted to give a perspective of selling fireworks. It was not a business that I was ever going to get into. We used to have retail stores at Harbourfront and perfume stores, 15 stores over 27 years. I've been in business with that side. And I came across it because it was a family business that joined in family exercise from fireworks with my dad when I was a kid. So along came the fireworks business that's permanent to this date, and we'll be 15 years running, and we service a lot of families. Majority of our customers are family-based, and our staff have been with us for 15 years. I wanted to just touch base on the fireworks directive update and the importance of permanent fireworks vendors and the importance of our expertise, our knowledge of fireworks, and what Lori had mentioned from her store and her perspective of not having pop-up stores which do not have any regulations or sell to anybody. It's a money grab. And with permanent fireworks locations, we have a tendency to be more concerned about safety concerns. We implemented more during post-COVID safety measures to not sell Roman candles anymore, to try to educate families on when and where they can light their fireworks. I'm also a resident in the Humber Bay Shores area. I also own a building in the Etobicoke area for 20 years, pay commercial taxes and property taxes. I've also seen over the course of educating consumers since the post-COVID spikes and incidents where there is less action and less incidents down at Humber Bay Shores, which was one of the problem areas during 2021. I also wanted to address the part of being a permanent vendor, that having all year round access to selling fireworks gets us to be able to set up for insurance. Insurance has to be paid for all year round. It's expensive now, and we would need an all year round permit to amortize the cost of insurance. In relating to addressing safety concerns, we understand Sheila's comments about the safety concerns of fireworks, and we've worked as a community, as the 8 vendors, to try to address the safety concerns. One of the programs is Be a Good Neighbor. There's other programs involved trying to teach customers. I've even noticed over the course of this last year of fireworks, the sales and customers come in with a lot more questions of where they can light fireworks, whereas years before they didn't. So families are becoming more aware. I think there should be more education on to the general consumer on where and when they can light fireworks. There's more improvement we could do with that. Basically, we also wanted to look at part of being a permanent vendor. We have the ability to have safety and secure areas to store fireworks leading up to the designated dates for lighting fireworks on Victoria Day and Canada Day, rather than what a colleague had mentioned about consumers buying fireworks online and then storing them in apartments in unsafe fire areas, and could be a risk for fire. So we prefer to have permanent vendors secure it. And also leading up to Canada Day and Victoria Day, there's a lot of consumers that come in a month before, ask about experience how to light fireworks. It's not, if you cram it into 7 days, you're not giving the right experience and knowledge to the consumer about how to properly light off fireworks. The other part is we would like to look at is the control of illegal use of fireworks. The problem with the legal use of fireworks is sometimes in the area of temporary pop-up stores, they sell to anybody and everyone, and they have no consideration about selling to underage. And I fully believe the permanent stores are the way to go, and pop-up stores should have more regulations put on them. Maybe increased
Thank you,
insurance
that's time.
requirements.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here. The next speaker, oh, sorry, any questions of the deputant? Oh, thank you for being here. The next deputant is Sean Orritt, Great Canadian Fireworks. That was you. Sarah Rosenberg, Rocket Fireworks, Inc. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today. I stand before you as a representative of Rocket Fireworks, a company deeply rooted in the heart of the Etobicoke South community for 16 years. I am here to address the recent report and recommendations regarding consumer fireworks and to advocate passionately for continued year-round sales by responsible vendors like ourselves. Firstly, let me express our appreciation for the city's ongoing support of our industry. Rocket Fireworks, as a 100% Canadian-owned and operated business, has become a cornerstone of economic stability, providing employment for 12 dedicated individuals year-round and over 30 seasonal employees, a number that has grown year after year. Beyond being a retail entity, we take pride in our commitment to economic and community development as well. Our commitment to community engagement is exemplified by taking in business co-op students and providing them with hands-on training in the intricacies of running a small business, as well as our funding of local charities and children's sports teams. We are a driving force behind the support for these community initiatives, and in the midst of economic uncertainty, it is crucial that we continue creating economic opportunities for individuals within our constituency. And Rocket Fireworks has become a reliable employer for many Torontonians who rely on us for their livelihoods. By remaining a year-round retail sales company, we contribute significantly to the economic well-being of the community, and we support individuals and families. In response to the city's considerations regarding consumer fireworks, we fully understand the importance of safety and compliance. We have worked diligently with the Explosives Regulatory Division to produce only the highest quality products, which also adhere to the strictest fireworks standards globally. We have also supported the city's initiatives for a centralized user education training program, advocating for increased safe and compliant use of consumer fireworks. This year, the Toronto Fire Department provided us with a fantastic bylaw and safety information pamphlet, which we have provided to every customer who has purchased from us since, along with our own detailed safety information page. And I've brought that with me if anyone wants to take a look at that. The recent staff report mentions the city's exploration of restricting the year-round sale of consumer fireworks. However, I must emphasize that such a restriction would have far-reaching economic and safety consequences. Our year-round retail presence is not just about commerce, it's about community engagement, education, and responsible business practices. As year-round vendors and long-term stakeholders in the industry, we are best equipped and best incentivized to provide training to our customers and promote safe and responsible usage of family fireworks. Banning year-round sales could inadvertently lead to loss of employment opportunities for many Torontonians who depend on us. Moreover, restricting sales may result in unregulated vendors who have no vested interest in the future of the fireworks industry and thus no interest in ensuring the community is educated on the safe use of fireworks. We don't want vendors that pop up sporadically and may pose potential safety risks to the public. Not only this, but intermittent selling can encourage customer stockpiling, whereas year-round vendors can eliminate this need, and we have the facilities and expertise to store fireworks safely. In short, year-round vendors like us are the key to knowledge, responsibility, and safe practices. In our unwavering commitment to safety, we prioritize the well-being of our community. At Rocket Fireworks, we engage in rigorous self-policing measures, promptly addressing any safety concerns related to our products. Should there be even a hint of risk, we take immediate action, removing items from sale if necessary. As long-term stakeholders, we are dedicated to working closely with the city to develop and implement robust safety procedures, as well as Toronto Fire. And our goal is to ensure that this 100% Canadian-operated industry remains a steadfast source for Canadians to safely celebrate the holidays that hold significance in their lives. Safety, responsibility, and long-term sustainability are the cornerstones of our commitment to our community and to our country. In closing, I implore the City of Toronto to recognize the broader implications of any limitation on year-round sales. Rocket Fireworks is more than a business. We are integral to the community's economic, social, and educational tapestry. The vote for continued year-round operations signals the city's support for local small businesses and citizens' safe enjoyment of their diverse celebrations. We eagerly anticipate ongoing collaboration with the city to enhance fireworks safety, to provide expert guidance, and to allow citizens to celebrate the many cultural and religious events for which fireworks are an important tradition. Thank you for your consideration and commitment to a vibrant and secure community, and we look forward to working with the city on education and safety protocols to ensure public safety is our #1 priority. And we would also love the idea of extending fireworks holidays to be inclusive to the various cultural celebrations that make the city great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here, and our last deputant is Greg Kasparian, Kaboom Fireworks. Welcome, Greg, to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Greg Kasparian. You've been unmuted, Greg Kasparian. You have 5 minutes. Welcome to the committee. No. Okay, Greg Kasparian is no longer with us. So that is the last deputant on our list. Are there any questions of staff? Are there any speakers on this item? I'd like to move the item. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. We're going to go back just briefly to 8.8 and just vote on the motions. To look at Councillor Moise's motion first. Thank you. Councillor Moise already spoke to this motion. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. My motion, there's a small tweak on this motion I worked with staff on, just the removal of Q1 in 2024. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. And then we'll go on to the next item. That is 8.10, growth and expansion in Toronto's licensed childcare sector update. And we have deputations on this item. The first speaker is Carolyn Ferns, Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare. Carolyn Ferns. Okay, we'll go on to the next speaker, Jessica Thomas, AECEO. Nope. Donna Spreitzer, Toronto Community for Better Childcare. Well, we're going to go down the list until we find someone who's in the room. Angelica Alexander Felix, QP Local 2484.
We just missed Joy.
Joy Adiola, QP Local 2484. So we need deputants in the room so that we can't. Okay, Carolyn Ferns, Jessica Thomas, Donna Spreitzer. Is anybody available? Joy Adiola, Angelica Alexander Felix, Susan Colley, Jessie Mintz.
There's Angelica online that we could get to and see if she's.
Angelica? Is Angelica Alexander Felix from QP? Okay, we're not going to be able to get to this item because we're running out of time.
This is Caroline.
Yeah. Caroline? Yeah, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. You'll be our last, our first deputant before we break.
Sure.
I'm going, in order to hear from this deputant, I'm going to have to ask that we go past, a couple of minutes past 12:30. Like to move that we extend. All in favor, adopted, because we're going to go over to 12:35. Okay. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, councilors, Chair Bravo. My name is Carolyn Ferns. I'm the Public Policy Coordinator at the Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare, and I'm happy to come and speak to this item today. I'd like to start with a thank you to Toronto Children's Services staff for the massive undertaking of rolling out the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare program. It has been a huge feat, that is not an understatement, and it is changing our community for the better. In my role at the Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare, I spent a lot of time talking with early childhood educators, childcare workers, and with families and operators about their experiences. And I know how hard they have all been working to make the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan work too. Alongside Children's Services staff, the sector took a massive leap of faith signing on to this new program. And they did this because they knew how life-changing affordable childcare would be to the families that they serve. And it has been life-changing. I've spoken with families who are now saving thousands of dollars on childcare fees. This has meant that mothers have been able to go back to work and to school. It's meant that families that didn't think that they could afford to start a family at all are having their first child. And it means that families don't have to choose between paying the rent or paying their childcare fees or buying food. Affordable childcare is doing all of that. But I also hear from families that are still on wait lists for an affordable childcare space. And trying to get one of those fee-reduced spaces is getting harder and harder. And I've started to hear news stories. I'm hearing stories from families that are calling childcare centers only to find that the wait list isn't just long, the wait list is now closed. Families that are being asked to keep their child home a day a week because the childcare program cannot adequately staff. So for families like that, the rollout of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan is leaving them behind. And for childcare operators, it is leaving them behind as they're trying to balance their budgets. For early childhood educators who go into this sector with so much hope, and we're going to hear from some of them this afternoon, hope to do the work that they're passionate about, the work that they're trained to do, the skilled work of helping families. They're finding the pay in licensed childcare is too low for them to be able to make a living and make a life. So in the implementation of a program as large and complex and ambitious as the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan, with the potential that it has to transform the sector and to transform our communities, it's important to take the time and to correct course when things are going wrong, and to make sure that both the province and the federal government, who signed the agreement on the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan, are hearing about the challenges on the ground. And that's what we're bringing today, other deputants are going to bring today, and that's also what this report from Children's Services brings. It explains why this is a good time to take reflection and think about where we need to make changes in this plan. So I'm going to focus on just three things. One is around the workforce, which this report really puts front and center, the workforce crisis here in the City of Toronto in childcare. We have a position paper that I authored on calling for a publicly funded salary scale. It calls to have a salary scale that starts at $30 to $40 for registered early childhood educators, and at least $25 an hour for non-RECE staff. The province has made wage announcements, but they're far short of that. And as this report makes clear, what we really need to be aiming for is something comparable or at parity with public sector workers. I just want to talk quickly about the profit issue, because that comes up in this report. And I want to make it clear that the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan says that the spirit of it is that we have a predominantly public and nonprofit system. And the agreement says that in Ontario, at the end of this agreement, we should have,
You have 5 seconds.
sure, we should have the same or better ratio of public and nonprofit programs in favor of more public and nonprofit. So there's nothing stopping the City of Toronto from expanding childcare only in the public and nonprofit sectors if it so chooses. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So we're going to break now, unless there are questions of the deputant. No? So we'll break and come back at 1:33. Thanks. going to resume. We are continuing with EC 8.10, Growth and Expansion in Toronto's Licensed Childcare Sector Update. And I'm going to call the next deputant, Jessica Tomas, AECEO. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Jess Tomas, and I am a registered early childhood educator as well as a community organizer for the Association of Early Childhood Educators of Ontario. I'm here to speak to all of you about the importance of building a childcare system that is sustainable and how early years professionals are the backbone of that system. And I recognize that my colleagues will be talking to you about many of the points that I want to emphasize, but I want to invite you to dig a little bit deeper with me. We all know that ECEs and childcare workers have been historically underpaid. We know that they don't have access to stable working hours, paid programming time, sick days, benefits, pensions. But we can also hopefully all agree in this room that we do deserve it. We should all be afforded the chance to make a living and to make a life. But as an ECE, I've been met with more hardships than any other job I've had. I've started working at 15 years old with no work experience and no credentials. And many years later, a university degree later, a college diploma later, specialized training and overseas experience later, I continue to teeter on the edges of poverty. Whether it's groceries this week or being scared about how I'm going to provide for myself as a senior citizen, life is entirely uncertain. And I know I'm not alone. I'm sure that there are many other workers, because they're my colleagues, who've had to make the decision to buy that programming material and then walk home to save the TTC fare. We're doing our programming at home outside of hours because we can't complete it while still taking care of the children. And instead of tending to our own families, we're off finishing what we should have done during our working day. I have to say that I don't know exactly when it happened, but I don't have agency in my life anymore, specifically due to my choice to be an early childhood educator. My financial instability is entirely due to my choice to prioritize the well-being and safety of children. And when our compensation is so low, it sends a clear message to ECEs and childcare workers in Toronto, but an even louder message to the children of Toronto about what their worth is and the folks who take care of them. I understand that the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement has been entirely complicated, and we find ourselves often without any future assurances. But this is why I'm here today, because I know that together we can do better. And I'm not just here to talk about hardship, this is also about hope. There's a glimmer of hope that childcare workers like myself haven't allowed to be extinguished. And there are thousands of more ECEs and childcare workers out there who have left the field that want to return. They are doing work that they aren't passionate about, and they want to come back, qualified, trained, and experienced, but they need the compensation to be able to return. I need you to share that hope and fight alongside us. Last month, I was privileged to hear from an operator in Sudbury who worked with their municipality to raise wages for the childcare workers at their centers to the living wage in Sudbury, plus $3. It might not sound like that much, but for childcare workers across Ontario, and especially in Toronto, that's the difference between making a living and making a life. It wasn't until after that ECE was able to get their paycheck that they were brave enough to go to their director and say, thank you, because you fought for me, I'm no longer living in my car. That is the reality of what childcare workers and ECEs are going through right now. And it is only with real compensation changes that we're going to be able to make that life that we deserve. We need you in this room to pressure the Ontario government to provide the funding necessary for decent compensation that is on par with what you've already decided was fair and just for the City of Toronto early childhood educators and childcare workers. We need to have a strong, united voice And I'm prepared to work alongside you in order for that to happen so that the province of Ontario and the federal government finally compensate educators for what they're worth in a real way so that we can get what we deserve, but also ensure the futures of many, many generations in Toronto and Ontario. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Deputy, Councillor Moyes?
Thank you. Can you please remind the committee what's the average wage for an ECE or a childcare worker?
It's around $20, I believe, right? Yeah.
That's the average age?
That's the average. And I have to make that a bit of a condition because ECEs and childcare workers do not work normal, typical working hours. Many of us are working before and after school. So we are given work at the beginning of the day and the aftercare. So you're only really getting about 4 to 5 hours if you're lucky, sometimes only 3 if you're only hired for the post or aftercare.
And you also mentioned too that is the province and the federal government that sets the wage, or is that?
The province has set a wage floor for ECEs only, but I know I don't work in a center alone with ECEs. We have many other qualified folks like assistants, cooks, and none of them have been included in any kind of wage compensation. So they are still at minimum wage.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of the deputant? Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'll call the next deputant. That's Donna Spreitzer, Toronto Community for Better Childcare. I think that's Committee for Better Childcare. Welcome, Donna. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Donna Spreitzer, and I'm a contract faculty at George Brown College School for Early Childhood, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Toronto Community for Better Childcare. For nearly 2 decades prior to that, I was a supervisor at Jackman Community Daycare, a large nonprofit school-based childcare center. I'd like to start by saying that I support the recommendations outlined in the report and thank Children's Services for bringing these issues to the committee's attention. The QUELC agreement is an opportunity to grow the system and reduce childcare costs for parents. Childcare operators are counting on the City of Toronto to continue to stand up for childcare workers and call on the province to adjust the funding formula so that it reflects the true costs of childcare. TCBCC members are nonprofit childcare centers, and most are reporting year-end deficits. Nonprofit childcare centers are independent corporations, yet under QUELC, they no longer have any control of their revenue as fees have been frozen. I recently spoke with an accountant who is an independent auditor of over 100 standalone not-for-profit childcare centers. In their 20 years performing audits, they said that for childcare centers that have opted into QUELC and to primarily serve QUELC-eligible children, which are the younger ones, the current financial landscape is as dire as they have seen. They specifically referenced that the combination of frozen fees for QUELC-eligible children combined with soaring costs, primarily for staffing, results in a business plan that is not viable. Frozen fees in this case means that QUELC forbids childcare centers from charging fees at a rate higher than the rate charged in March 2022. We need government to fill this gap. The auditor added that current additional QUELC funding is no remedy for bridging this gap and is immaterial to the fundamentals of a viable business plan. They added, for the first time in their memory, Toronto Children's Services is accepting deficit budgets for 2024 without having adequate knowledge of the childcare center's current financial health. This is not a good business practice. They all also reminded me that at its core, QUELC is a funding model for parents, not for childcare centers. QUELC does not propose to address the actual cost of running a childcare center, but is rather a vehicle for reducing the fee that a parent pays for QUELC-eligible child. I think we can all agree that this is great for families. The auditor finished by saying that in this specific situation described, it is only a matter of time that childcare centers become insolvent and fail. While QUELC appears to have provided great financial relief to a significant number of parents, it has also presented a significant existential threat to the very childcare centers that service them. I am not exaggerating. this crisis is real. While growing the system is key to addressing the city's growth strategy, the city must simultaneously ensure that every single licensed child care space is full. The Globe and Mail recently reported that none of the Y centers are operating at full capacity. They went on to say that the Y would need 3,000 more staff. This means that children on wait lists causes extreme strain on families. So what can be done to fix this? I've put on the screen some stats. The province announced on November 16th that they are raising the ECE wage floor from $20 an hour. So this year it's been at $20 an hour. Come 2024, the wage floor for early childhood educators will be $23.86. This 19.3% increase may be welcome in Timmins and for-profit centers. However, it will do nothing to alleviate the pressures on non-profit centers in Toronto, which by and large have already been paying their staff above this floor. The cities and TDSB's wage grids, which are on the screen, indicate that ECEs are worth $31 to $40 an hour. Childcare centers should therefore be allowed to submit a budget for their full costs in 2024, including increasing wages to city rates. The city already pays these wages. The TDSB already pays these wages. All childcare centers in the city should be able to pay staff these wages. If government does not fill the revenue gap and address the wage irregularities, this crisis will destabilize the sector. It's not right, it's not fair, and it's not working. In conclusion, we're calling on Toronto to help the childcare community address the shortfalls of the provincial QUELC rollout. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Moyse.
So thank you, through Madam Chair. Just for clarification, based on your grid that was just on there, the TDSB and the City of Toronto is already paying childcare workers, ECs, $31+ an hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And your ask is that we advocate for the nonprofit sector to perhaps match.
For everyone, because there are some ECEs in the city paid a fair wage, but as Jess Tomas pointed out, most other organizations that are standalone centers have not been able to raise their fees because in the past, for example, nonprofit boards of directors were controlling parent fees, and of course, to increase fees in the past, parents would have to tax themselves. And so the nonprofit, and I would argue the for-profit sectors, have never raised early childhood education or assistant fees commensurate with what unions and the city and the province is already paying ECEs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We'll go to the next deputant, Joy Adeola, QP Local 2484. Welcome, Joy.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, good day, everyone. I'm Joy Adeola. I'm a registered early childhood educator, a board member of ECEO and QP Local 2484. QP Local 2484, Toronto Child Care Workers, is a union that represents early childhood educators, child care assistants, cooks, housekeepers working in child care setting, as well as those who advocate for universal, not-for-profit, affordable and accessible child care. We work with operators across the city of Toronto with about 600 members. QP 2484 has a long history of advocating for childcare for our communities. I am here to share my experiences as a frontline ECE today. When I first came to Canada, I needed to make an income and join Canadian society. I started as an early childhood assistant and had a very supportive teacher. When I entered the classroom, I realized that even though children are very small, they have minds of their own, and if given the environment to thrive, they will excel. To see their milestones was fascinating. Developing in language and learning through play was beautiful. I joined the full ECE diploma program very quickly to continue my learning. I was an accountant before I became an ECE. The pay for ECE is so low compared to other jobs. I can see how early childhood educators are not appreciated enough compared to how much learning and skills are needed to do the work. So much is expected of us educators, from legislation to employers, but positive reinforcement isn't common. You put so much in and get so little back. I've seen people burn out and cry. It's hard to come every day when the salary is so low and the expectations are so high. We do so much and deserve more. There is a workforce crisis in childcare in Toronto. We know our colleagues are leaving the profession because there is lack of understanding and respect for the important work that we do to ensure our communities can function. We need to build respect and stability into a system that has lacked these things in the past. To do this, we need funding. We are pleased that Toronto and the City Council have recognized the need to do this. We need to work together to ensure we take this opportunity to ensure that Province of Ontario does as well. Early childhood educators and all the childcare staff deserve to have the same working condition as those who work directly for the City of Toronto. This means the same wages, comparable benefits, pensions, and coverage such as workplace compensation benefits that we don't have. Many of you may be surprised to know that many child care centers do not have WSIB coverage. The province has raised the wage floor and ceiling, but we know that $23.86 an hour is not enough in Toronto. We need to be able to pay our bills, know that we can afford food for our families. We hear every day about the struggles employers are having to get staff to work in their programs. This results in shortages of permanent staff, and very often some employers would hire people from staffing agencies. It doesn't feel like a real job to some casual workers because they do not have benefits and job securities. Most times we work up to 11 hours to keep the children safe and to cover ratio. We are recommending that Toronto continue to strongly call on the province of Ontario and the government of Canada to provide adequate funding to cover the actual cost of wages, benefits, rent, occupancy, food, and other programs to allow those who have built the system and work in it to provide the best care possible for children. Those of us working on the floor know that we need support in all of these areas. That way, we can focus on developing and implementing the best learning environment for the children. The development of a workforce strategy is crucial. It must include funding to ensure wage parity with positions in the public sector in Toronto, as well as comparable benefits. We ask that City Council continue to support this position. We also believe that those that work on the floor who have lived
5 seconds, please.
should be part of the building CWELCC moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Vice Chair Carroll?
Just a quick question. You work in a city-run center?
No.
Oh, you don't? You work
I work for a not-for-profit center.
Okay. So it's a challenge. We can advocate for it, but it's a real challenge to ask for parity with the city-run wage, where we can do it, but we know what the answer might be. So I wonder how you feel about what we heard from Ms. Tomas earlier, was talking about we could at least go after something that is happening elsewhere in the province. At the very least, I would think. Sudbury is living wage plus $3. Last time I looked, I don't know if it's been calculated for 2023, but the last time I looked, living wage in Toronto had been calculated at $25.05. So if we were to get, I'm seeing a nod, that may still be the most recent calculation. So that plus $3 would be parity with other municipalities trying to achieve that. Is that on the grapevine, do ECEs know that that is happening in other municipalities? And that is also a goal we could try for, to at least have parity with other municipalities going for living wage +3?
I think personally, I feel like we should get what people that are working for the city are getting, because we live in the same environment. The cost of living is the same, and we do the same job. So
I
think that
agree.
is what we
It's
we
the
should-
province we're asking for it.
Yeah, I think as much as possible would like you to fight for this for us, because it's very important to us, because we're doing the same job and we live in the same environment and the same cost of living. So with the inflation and everything that is going on, we need all the support that we can get.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
much.
much. Yes.
Thank you. The next deputant is Angelica Alexander Felix, QB Local 2484. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Angelica Alexander Felix. I am pleased to be here on behalf of QP Local 2484 to address the report about growth and expansion in Toronto's licensed childcare sector. I will be doing so from the perspective of someone who works in a center on the floor in program. I work in a licensed childcare center in downtown Toronto. I am fortunate to be working in a permanent position as an early childhood assistant, often referred to as an ECA, but it has been a journey for me to get there. When I first came to Canada, I needed to have a strategy to support my family. I was a teacher in St. Lucia. However, when I came to Canada, I faced some obstacles in getting my credentials as a teacher recognized. As I needed an income, I started doing private childcare. As time went on, I would bring the children in my care to a parenting center at my based school. I became familiar with the families in the neighborhood and also with the childcare center there. Eventually, I saw opportunities for me to use the skills that I had developed. This started a period of 4 years where I worked from about 7:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the daycare, then would work from about 11:20 to 1:20 for the TDSB, and then would go back to work from 3 to 6 for the daycare. I was thankful to be able to use my skills and work with children, but this resulted in me being away from my family before they were up in the morning and getting home late at night. A 10.5-hour day, but only 7.5 or 8 hours pay. My children were still teenagers during this period. I am only one of many members of QP 2484 who has had to work more than one. I am only one of the many members of QP 2484 who has had to work more than one job to make ends meet. Low wages and part-time work has contributed to this. It took 10 years, but I was fortunate to get a permanent job. This has made a difference in my life, as at least I have benefits and a pension. However, we all know that not many of us do. Like most centers, my center is unable to find people to replace staff when they are off. This results in reshuffling of staff between programs and rescheduling with short notice. This is problematic in any environment, but when you factor in the impact it has on young children, the disruption takes on a different meaning. The resulting lack of consistency and stability is not good for the children, neither for the staff. We have also heard that programs have been forced to close because of staff shortages. We as ECEs, ECAs, cooks, and everyone else who work in childcare are doing our best to save the programs that so many have worked tirelessly to build over the years. We can only continue to build the programs if they are funded. We are happy that the City of Toronto has continually reaffirmed its commitment to building a system of early learning and childcare services that are of a high quality for both public and not-for-profit organizations that are affordable and accessible. We believe that we have an opportunity during the implementation of CWELLC to ensure that we can continue to work together. We need the province of Ontario and the federal government to also reaffirm their commitments to these principles. I will finish by sharing what QP 2484 recommends to build the system we need. First, the City Council, that's number one, the City Council continue to strongly communicate to the province of Ontario that we need a workforce strategy for the early years and childcare sector that includes investments to increase wages and benefits to be the same as the public sector employees at the City of Toronto. That such benefits should include investment for pensions and for protection under the Workplace Safety and Insurance Board. That two, that there be investment in operating budgets that allow early childhood and childcare workers to ensure that they have the tools to develop and implement age-appropriate programs and learning. And lastly, that there be an opportunity for frontline childcare educators, union parents, and others to participate in information sharing and have meaningful input into the support of a successful implementation of the CWELLC program in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Moise?
Thank you for coming in today. I'm going to ask you something controversial. So you're part of QP 2484, and listening to some of your colleagues, you know, and their some of the challenges and inequities that they face, wouldn't it be prudent of you to perhaps try to mobilize the entire EC childcare industry and come under one umbrella to unionize rather than this piecemeal approach you're taking, and asking council to advocate rather than, you know?
You know what? I don't work on my own. We are working as a group, and I have all my colleagues at the back here who presented what it is they had to present, so I don't think I'm working alone or...
Yeah, but I come from the school board side, you know, when teachers come together to ask for wage increase and benefits, right? Elementary teachers, secondary teachers, they all come together under one umbrella as a union. But you come as QP 2484. When I'm saying that perhaps all childcare workers and EC workers could have come under one umbrella and actually advocate on your behalf as a collective, and there's strength in numbers. It's a loaded question, but I don't expect you to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This one.
Hi, I'm Gina Janakin. I work with QP 2484. So I think that we agree with you wholeheartedly. We have been advocating to try to coordinate it with our bargaining units in the not-for-profit sector. QP 2484 has about 30 bargaining units. But as we know, not all, we have separate employers across the city, and not all of the employers and the employees have been unionized for various reasons over the years. But we have been trying to work together and to coordinate, and what we've been doing with the employers that we're working with is coming up with a coordinated bargaining strategy to do kind of what you're talking about, where we're trying to ensure that there are at least minimum benefits in our collective agreements in this local that go hand in hand with the recommendations from the Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare and Association for Early Childhood Educators of Ontario around the 6-point working conditions that are needed, which are paid planning time, paid sick time, paid professional development time, and to deal with some of the inequities around the part-time and full-timers, and to discuss the importance of communities of practice in the sector. So yes, so we have been really and trying to do that in the childcare sector in Ontario, and we understand, we hear what you're saying, I would say.
Thank you. And thank you to the chair for accommodating. I know that we don't normally do that.
Thank you.
Jen, we'll just need you to register your name with the clerk to have a record of you speaking. Thank you.
I will do that, thanks.
Susan Colley, Building Blocks for Childcare. Online. Welcome to the committee, Susan. You have 5 minutes. Not there? Hi, Susan. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm afraid I'm one of these people that got COVID in the last week, so I can't be with you, I'm afraid, but I am definitely with you in spirit. And I want to address my remarks to access because, you know, we've known for a long time that there are real benefits to childcare, high quality childcare in particular. But if we don't have access, the benefits disappear. And we're in the situation now in Toronto in particular, where we know, or you've heard all afternoon, the fees have been frozen. So there's no guarantee of a means to cover the costs. The centres are still not getting enough in wages and benefits. Programs are having to cut hours and rooms. Equitable access to affordable childcare isn't possible without capital funding. And this is a big, big issue in terms of expansion. And parents are still joining wait lists and not being able to get any resolution to their needs to have their child put into childcare. So I'm here to really impress upon you the importance of access to non-profit childcare. And I want to point out that even in Toronto, which I'm so sad about this because we have been such a model for so long. And I think the councillors and the city staff have all worked so hard to build a high quality system in Toronto. I've even brought people from around the world to see our childcare, right? And what I discovered is recently, for a few number crunchers, that since 2021, there are 13 more centres in Toronto than there were. There are now 13 more centres in Toronto. 21 of them are commercial centres and 8 fewer not-for-profit and public centres. Now, let me reinforce that. Since 2021, there are 1,058 more spaces in Toronto. 1,782 of them are in commercial centres and 724 less in non-profit. So we're headed in a direction that the province is embracing because they're not doing anything to support the development of non-profit childcare. No capital, not enough workforce money to get staff, no clear operating money so that staff know where they can turn for the next dollar next year. And so we've got this real problem of being really stymied in terms of the development of non-profit in Ontario. And I absolutely agree with everything that's been said about wages and benefits for the sector. There cannot be, there cannot be space in centres. We cannot expand without having a really good qualified workforce. And right now, I should say that in PEI, they're having no problems. They have no problems attracting people into the workforce. They have the second highest wage grid in the country. It starts at $29 an hour for a starting ECE, and they're turning away grade 3, which is quite a high level, ECEs, because they have plenty of them. They don't need them anymore. And we have been arguing for so long that it is definitely the wages that makes the difference. But, it just feels like the province isn't listening. And it feels even more like the province is rewarding its friends, i.e. the commercial centres, because they're getting the bulk of the money to subsidise wages. So that we all know that commercial centres pay lower wages, which is why we get lower quality. And they're the ones that are getting $7.51 an hour per ECE as a subsidy directly from government. And if you're a unionized employee, like we've heard from here today in Toronto, you don't get a penny. So the non-profits are not getting the money for the subsidization that is going on. And that's not, by the way, I don't resent ECEs earning more money. Obviously they deserve it, even if they work for commercial centres. But it's not fair that the system is geared towards supporting the non-profit and not the commercial. I just want to say the timing is absolutely critical, and I really want to impress on you the need for a capital strategy, because we only have
5
2 years
seconds.
before there's a federal election. Yep. We only have 2 years before there's maximum before there's a federal election, and without an increase to capital for non-profit in childcare, the system will fail. And we don't want that. So please, we hope you'll pass the motions and ramp up the pressure on the provincial government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you so much for your deputation. We're going to move on to Jesse Mintz. Welcome, Jesse, to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank you for the time to speak today. I have 2 young children, a son in SK and a daughter in daycare, and I am incredibly proud to serve as the chair of the board of directors of my daughter's nonprofit daycare at St. Clair and Christie. This is a volunteer position that I dedicate many hours every week to. My hope today is to help you understand the value of childcare workers. I know that sounds silly. Their contribution is so obvious to the safety, growth, well-being of Toronto's children, but to understand what a society values, I argue we need to look at what it funds. And based on that and our history of underfunding this sector, I think we have failed to properly understand the impact of early childhood educators, assistants, cooks, cleaners, and frankly, everyone who works in childcare centers. Now, I have to admit something that before my son started daycare, I also failed to appreciate these workers. I had the misguided notion that real learning started in school, that everything that happened before school was somehow less than, that it wasn't as meaningful, as substantive, that it was mostly, frankly, about allowing parents with young children to return to work. Then my son started a daycare and I saw him transform before my eyes. I saw him discover a love of learning. I saw him grow emotionally and his ability to relate to others. I saw him discover new parts of himself. And I saw all of this happen as a direct result of the depth of care and the quality of learning opportunities created by his ECEs and his assistant ECEs. When my daughter entered the program last year, I was more than happy to take on the position of chair of the board. And this position has only deepened my gratitude and respect for these workers. I get to spend a few hours every other week in the program with them, observing and helping, and their creativity never ceases to inspire and amaze. But this position also gives me a perspective on the day-to-day challenges and the financial precarity facing nonprofit operators in this city. It absolutely breaks my heart that we cannot afford to pay the same wages that the city offers its own employees. It angers me to no end that I cannot give these people benefits and pensions that would offer them some sense of long-term security. And it fills me with dread that I cannot properly forecast and plan with confidence the long-term health and viability of our center. In my remarks today, I'm not just talking about the value of ECEs and assistants, I'm talking about every single staff member who contributes to childcare centers. The cook at my daughter's daycare, to name one person, is involved in her experiences every single day. She brings a smile to my daughter every single day. The cleaners make the centers run. I know how much these workers are worth, and it's far more than they earn. I think it's incredibly important that the city take a principled stance and make clear the value of these workers. It's not as childcare providers or cleaners or cooks. It's not as babysitters. It's as trained, skilled, dedicated educators who set children up for a lifetime of learning, growth, and healthy relationships. These workers have done so much for my family. It's time that all Toronto families have the same opportunity to benefit from them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you so much for being here with us today. The next deputant is Kevin Morrison, Toronto Catholic District School Board. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Bravo, and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Kevin Morrison. I am Toronto Catholic District School Board trustee for Ward 9, which is the area of downtown Toronto. It's absolutely massive. I have lots of schools, every possible form of diversity, socioeconomic, racial, all of it I have within my ward. And I would just like to say, as a trustee, I am a trustee, and I am also a parent with 14 years of parent engagement work, and I know a lot about what it's like to find childcare spots and what it's like to find quality childcare. And just listening to some of the ECE workers that are here today, or the people who represent that, I'd like to say thank you to them. In my opinion, they're heroes in their own right. They were always heroes in my life while I was trying to bring up 2 children in this city, often on a very short and limited budget. I'm here to speak today about the challenges that school boards in general are facing. While I cannot legally speak about the things that our school board are facing, I can, however, sort of bring to the committee some of the challenges that we are finding when it comes to building childcare centres. A number of years ago, $80 million was committed to our board to build 20 centres, the vast majority of them in high priority neighbourhoods. Those centres didn't get built for a number of reasons, COVID also being one of them. The other major factor is that costs for building centres have spiraled out of control. They are just, it's no longer 10 million, it's 20 million. It's just twice the price. So what that means is that we can't actually build those 20 centres because we just don't have the money. The province has indicated that they do not want to give us the money, and when we wrote to them and say, well, we can't build them without more money, they give us they sent us a letter saying, well, we'll give you 25% more, which is still not enough. So you go from $80 million to $105 million, and you need 160, and the funding model in and of itself is broken, because when you look at the simple math of that, you go, well, you have $105 million, surely you can build 10 centres. You can't, because the way they are funded is that they are funded on each individual centre. So we're not actually allowed to just build 10 and get on with it. There's just no allowance for that. So that's sort of the status. I know from having spoken with some of my colleagues in the other board, the TDSB, and colleagues within my own board, and receiving a briefing on this, that we can't move forward. And that's really just the simple truth. There's just no method. The legislation that's in place does not allow us to move forward. The rules that are in place do not allow us to move forward. For us, it's over 1,000 spots that we can't build. And we've been waiting years to build these spots. And again, high priority neighborhoods. People that really need this stuff. I know as a parent, when I was looking for childcare, this is actually how my path with Janet Davis crossed many, many years ago. Yeah, we were a lot younger. You couldn't find a proper licensed childcare spot. You often had to just find a way. And it's, you know, the best comparison, it's sort of like all parents are in the same boat. And it's sort of like the Hunger Games of finding a childcare spot. Like, it's just 20 years ago, and it really hasn't changed. It's the same problem 20 years later, coming up in 20 years. I'm not that old. So that's where we're at. We have $105 million that has been promised to us. We can't actually use it to build any centres. The public board is in a similar sort of, or TDSB is in a similar situation, that they're trying to secure funding for 1,600 spots over, I think it's somewhere 21 or 28 centres. I'm not allowed to speak for them either. And we're trying to find money for 20 centres that would provide 1,000 spots. So total 2,600 spots just sitting on the table, improperly funded, not quite there yet. And I guess that's just really the issue, but it's not, because we're being told that there is no money, and there's plenty of money, because if you look at budget surplus predictions from the FAO, the Financial Accountability Office, they predicted that there's $500 million for the fiscal year ending in 2023, which I think was the end of March this year, and an additional $7.4 billion. I mean, I know these are very much sunny sky pictures and predictions, but $7.4 billion in the fiscal year 2024 to 25, and possibly $16.4 billion leading into 2027. So I don't know if you notice the sort of concurrence there, that all leads up to an election. There'll be a big surplus. Right. That wins votes. So the money is there. It just needs to be spent.
Thank you. Question, Vice Chair Carroll.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask Ms. McNamee to walk me through this as well when we get to questions of staff. But I'm wondering if you could just underscore this for us. So that money sitting on the table, so you can't proceed to build a smaller number of centers? Is it because they won't let you convert the capital dollars to operating dollars, so you can't just do smaller centers and then use the
Well, to the best of my understanding, each center is funded. We submit a proposal saying we want to build this center, this center, this center, like sequentially, right? They fund us per center. So you are left with a situation where if it, say, originally it was $10 million to build a center, I'm using simple math here, that cost has spiraled twice, like it's gone up by 100%, so it's now $20 million. So you have your initial 10. They've indicated they do not want to fund it beyond that. When we sort of said, well, we need more money, they offered us 25% more, but it's only 25% more on that one center. So it gives you $12.5 million. Again, simple math. Don't quote me on the number. So it's $12.5 million to build that one center. You can't just like roll it over and build 10 instead of 20. It's not the funding model. And that is my
But you could build the one.
Again, how do you build a $20 million center with $12.5 million, right?
Yeah.
We're not allowed to do it. It's just, you know, there's plenty of former trustees around the table here, right? We all understand the silly Freakonomic type formulas that we have to stick to when it comes to how we build schools, how we build centers, how we declare them surplus, how we sell them off, how the shell game that we sort of, you know, have where we sell schools to other boards and things like that. It's complicated, right? It's just a mess.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of the deputant? Thank you so much for being here today. The next deputant is Adam Rogers.
Thank you very much.
Adam is online. Adam, welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Hi, Adam. Are you Adam Rogers? We'll try to come back to Adam. I've got Sultana Jahangir, South Asian Women's Rights Organization. Sultana here? Okay, hi Sultana, welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Just unmute yourself, please, Sultana. Sultana, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. So can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk, and I'm sorry I have to join virtually. So I just want to express some of our community's concern in here, and also some of the recommendations that communities women giving us. And on behalf of South Asian Women's Rights Organization, I feel so privileged to present these things in here. I just want to start with the way that in the $10 childcare plan, city will be a key player in deciding the implementation of this new deal by overseeing the operation and management of licensing, subsidized and childcare spaces. We have been seeing that the needs for low-income and precariously employed immigrant women, who are the backbone of the economy, are being pushed aside. While the new plan is celebrating for being affordable, community discussion revealed the way we fall through the crack again. Parents working in low wage and precarious jobs will struggle to make upfront payments. Communities women need childcare subsidy, but unfortunately, we are not seeing efforts by the city to advocate for childcare subsidy. We are also concerned about the delay in the implementation of the long overdue plan. We also want to remind everyone that in addition to affordability, we demand quality and accessible childcare. Existing city plan for childcare center continue to leave our community behind. Where there is a lack of space in our community, parents have to travel far away to access childcare spaces or rely on informal childcare support that do not provide the same quality of childcare for our children. Lastly, we are concerned about the employment and workplace practice in the sector. The low wage and rise in temporary help agencies to start childcare center, which all the Uberization of childcare is a huge problem that affects the quality of employment and childcare services. Toronto needs to ensure that our rights to affordable, quality, and accessible childcare are met in the implementation of this plan. We need 100% publicly funded subsidized childcare for low-income and no-income parents, increase investment in neighborhood-based childcare center to meet local needs to ensure equitable access to quality care instead of increasing home-based childcare. A comprehensive workforce strategy for the childcare sector and support childcare budget that provide decent and comprehensive wages, benefit, and work condition for ECE and other childcare workers. Ensure that the hiring of childcare worker and other worker is limited to direct hire and not through the temporary help agency to ensure adequate quality of service and pay. And we also want to say that the increasing investing in childcare is always profitable. It's not in kind. Childcare is the right for the people, and childcare is a right for children. Childcare is a right for the women. So investing in this sector will going to be come back, because when women get the childcare, they will go outside improving themselves, and they will going to be contribute again. And we have a issue in here. We find it out: no income and low income people are not able to pay this $10 a day childcare cost, because to get this $10, they have to dig up their husband pocket. So which is totally cannot possible for them. So they will be excluded again. So we are requesting, when you are going to be rolling this $10 a day childcare, still keep the subsidy part. So then those no and low income people, they can get the childcare subsidy and then continue get their childcare support and improving themselves. And also, like I agree that Toronto's current living wage is $25. So the ECA, ECE should have to go above the living wage, because it is right now very hard to survive with this living wage. And now the minimum wage is only $16. A lot of women, those who are working in the community in Uber systems through the staffing agency, their income is totally depends on like the hour they are provided. So like it's very informal, on call, unstable, which is not good for them, not good for our children, not good for anyone. The childcare sector is a women-driven job. It should has to be decent and very quality for everyone. And when we talk about the gender equity and also talking about the gender advancement, must protect this women-driven job and all caring job from the hand of staffing agency, those who grinding these things and create a slave labor market and create Uber nanny systems. That is not going to be acceptable in modern society. So I'm requesting everyone, please, let us work together to raise these things and bonding and regulating this staffing agency, not to be make our childcare job more exploit for than everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here with us. We're going back to Adam Rogers, whose mic wasn't working. Adam, welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, you can hear me now, right?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect, thank you. So I'll keep this short. First, I want to thank all the ECEs who are here advocating on their own behalf. They all do wonderful jobs. My daughter is in daycare and absolutely loves it. It's as the other father spoke, it makes such a difference in our kids. It's almost night and day, the difference before and after. But as there's so much great so many talented folks already spoke to this, I'll keep on that element. I'm going to just address one element that I don't believe is brought up in this report, but I think it's very important for all counselors, because I'm sure all counselors are aware of this exact same problem. We have a very dire need for development. We all know that, and we're pushing very hard to do this. This includes the recent changes by the Ontario government, for better or for worse, which focuses on intensification near transit hubs. I live in Ward 3, Etobicoke Lakeshore, and I'm near one of the major investment hubs of the 6 Points hub, which is going to have some really great development because of the strong work to fix our Spaghetti Junction and free up all that land. Unfortunately, I've attended a lot of these community planning events, and I think one of the blind spots we have in our development process is early childhood education. I think it's almost always an afterthought in these developments about what's the nature of spaces in the local area. We address the TDSB and Catholic school boards access in developers, and those schools are very clear. We'll go to them and they will report back if there's not enough spacing, if busing is required. But what about early childhood spaces? Currently, I know in the report it shows already what the current state of access to childhood care spaces are. But unfortunately, I don't think that necessarily reflects what we're going to see in the next 5 years. With this acceleration of growth, we're going to have a lot of folks coming in with childhood care needs, and we want all folks moving into the neighborhood to have the same opportunities that people who already live there have. We need to, I don't know how, I'll leave it up to the council and the very strong city staff to try to figure out a way to incorporate this. But I think ultimately city planning needs to firmly entrench early education or access to early education, affordable. I will also add on that, but let's just say access to early education into the development process. No, we shouldn't prevent someone from building because there's not adequate access. But on the flip side, if we don't fully plan this, we're going to get a situation where we have our development, we want to, we make all these great improvements, and then there's no spaces. And folks, I know there are already folks who will drive a long distance to get their kids into a current spot, and that is definitely not equitable at all. For the folks here, we want community-based solution. And I know, I'll just say this last piece is, I'm sure when we do finally move the Etobicoke Civic Center to this new land, we will have, hopefully, in that conversation, a space for early childhood. But that's not going to be enough. And I think every councillor in every ward is probably feeling the same pinch. Anyway, that's all I wanted to add. Thanks for this time, and I do again support the push for better funding for our ECEs. They do a wonderful job, and they don't get enough kudos for how well they work. My daughter absolutely, it's just been a game changer. All right, thank you. Unless anyone has a question for me, I'll just mute myself.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Oh, thank you very much for being here. The final speaker is Janet Davis. You have 5 minutes. Welcome to the committee.
Sorry. I just wanted to say, first of all, I'm very pleased to be here. Once again, to speak on childcare and to commend the city and to the city staff for a very strong report on childcare. We also want to say the entire childcare community is coming together to launch a campaign. As you know, this is a complex policy area and funding area, and we require government funding from the Ontario government and the federal government, and we have come together to launch a campaign. That campaign is calling for the 3 things you've heard about today very strongly. Operating costs that reflect the actual cost of delivering high-quality nonprofit childcare. Secondly, and that includes wages that achieve parity, regional wages, and that means the City of Toronto wage scale. The second thing is to ensure that the new provincial funding formula that has been put on hold, but is being developed, will reflect the true cost of childcare in Toronto. Lastly, it is that there does absolutely need to be a capital funding program with funding from the province and the federal government to expand the number of childcare spaces. The city has a target of 18,000 spaces it is supposed to achieve. In the pipeline, in your report, it says 71% of the applications to expand are from the for-profit sector. Sue Colley spoke about the growth that's already occurring in the for-profit sector. And we have seen what has happened in long-term care. We have the opportunity to build a new national childcare system, the first new national social program in decades. And we want it done right, and that means building high-quality, not-for-profit childcare. Lastly, I'll just point out one thing that didn't get mentioned this morning, and that is the cost of rent in school-based childcare. As you know, the master agreement between the Toronto District School Board and the City of Toronto was cancelled. The city had been paying directly for all of the childcare space in schools. That is no longer in effect, and all of the childcare centres now have to pay directly in individual leases to the Toronto District School Board. The rate has gone up from $6.40 to $10.58 a square foot. If that is not resolved with the provincial government, it is going to cause even greater deficits than people were talking about this morning. We're all hopeful that that will be resolved and that the operating funding that we get from the provincial government for 2024 is going to reflect decent wages and benefits, actual operating costs, and that there will be capital funding to grow the nonprofit sector and achieve the targets that are in the city's growth strategy, which is a leading document that has given the City of Toronto, that reflects the leadership that the City of Toronto has always had in childcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, Chair. One of the things I haven't heard a lot of from the deputants and from you is the $10 a day childcare funding from the federal government via the provincial government. How is that streamed downwards to the individual childcare providers?
Well, the federal provincial agreement sets out how the money is transferred to the provinces. The provinces transfer, the province of Ontario has what are called SMSs, System Service Managers, and Toronto is a System Service Manager, and they're the ones, the City of Toronto is managing and administering those funds. Our children's services are managing and administering funds.
Okay, so I understand that based on some of the deputants that were before us, the City of Toronto's pays their childcare workers $31+ an hour, which is a living wage compared to the private sector. So that $10 a day childcare flowing from what you just mentioned, how does that relate to the private sector? How is that money flowing to them that perhaps
because the provincial government is now allowing that money to go to the for-profit sector.
So my question is...
And they're allowing growth in the for-profit sector.
Okay, so the money's not flowing to the individual worker then?
It is through the federal money to the federal government, to the provincial government, to the municipal government, to the childcare centers who pay those wages.
Mm-hmm. But sorry, maybe I'm making myself clear. But again, there is a discrepancy in the salary of the private versus the public.
Okay, maybe I can get at what although I'm sure staff will answer it, but there is this floor and a ceiling that is governing, that is an eligibility criteria for being able to receive the wages. And as you saw from that chart right here, I don't know how to turn that on, I should know how, there is a cap of $26. So there are people who are paid more than that, and certainly our city workers are paid more than that, and the nonprofit sector wants to be paid the same as the city workers. So the funding has got to come from the provincial government for the difference.
Okay. And since I have a few minutes left, back to my original question to one of the deputants around mobilizing the one union so that you can have the outcomes that you're looking for currently.
Well, one of the public sector unions, QP and others, are organizing in that sector. The trouble with the nonprofit sector, of course, is there are a number of small independent organizations who don't have access to any other funding than what government gives them. So, it's a challenging area to organize, but they are organizing. As you heard from 2484, they're working collaboratively now to ensure some consistency in collective agreements, and they are growing. QB 4400 at the school board is organizing childcare centers as well. But what we need is consistent funding and reliable ongoing funding that reflects the actual costs in Toronto. As you recall, the education funding formula When it was they are modeling the new childcare funding formula on the education funding formula, and it is wrong. It takes provincial averages and kind of says that's the maximum you're going to get. Well, in Toronto, it didn't work for the education sector, and it's not going to work for the childcare sector either. We need to be so clear that wages are need to be paid at rates above their current ceiling, and that all workers, both ECEs and non-ECEs, should be eligible to receive it. Or we will not solve the problem of expansion. But I just would close, if I could, to say thank you to the chair, Councillor Bravo, and her staff, who have been working with the childcare community on this report. There's a series, I believe, of amendments that are going to be tabled, and the childcare community is fully in support of the motions that are going to come before you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant? No, thank you. We'll go now to questions of staff. I believe Councillor Carroll wanted to ask some questions. Anyone else wish to ask questions of staff? Okay. I will go then. To the General Manager of Children's Services, how many spaces would be required to ensure that there is equitable access to $10 a day spaces for all families? Do we know how many children and families are on the city wait list, and particularly the nonprofit wait list?
Yeah, to the chair, thank you. So we estimate, based on our growth strategy, the city would need another 25,000 childcare spaces to meet the demand of 50% of families using childcare. And currently on the fee subsidy waiting list, there's just over 14,000 families.
The report states that Toronto will need to ensure that the proportion of not-for-profit spaces approved for CWELCC funding stays at or above 79% going forward. The city has had a non-profit only position in purchase of services since 2004. What tools are available? What could be considered in relation to the sector expansion? We did hear from Deputant Adam Rogers about, for example, in making some requirements when it comes to planning. Any other tools on hand, or is that an area that we need to explore?
To clarify, the expansion in the Canada-wide program under the provincial legislation included both commercial and not-for-profit sector, not-for-profit, which is different from the city's position.
Yeah.
As applications come in for growth and expansion, we are prioritizing the not-for-profit expansions first, including fee subsidy agreements with those programs who don't have that. And then we are required to maintain at least that ratio or above. And so that will be the gate. We'll need a certain number of nonprofit in order to even go to the next level, which would be commercial.
Thanks. In 2023, the increase in do you call it QUELC? The federal funding to childcare programs only included a 2.75% cost escalation during a year of record high inflation, and many programs' costs have understandably, sorry, are you having trouble hearing me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll lean in. 2023, the increase in the CWELCC funding to childcare programs only included a 2.75% cost escalation, and that was during a year of record high inflation. Many programs' costs have understandably exceeded this, creating deficits. 2024 will be the worst that this sector has faced without adequate funding. Has the city made requests to the province for a cost escalation in 2024, and if so, how much?
Through the chair, there was a 2.75% cost escalation increase in 2023. The province has already confirmed that there will be a cost escalation increase for 2024. What we don't have from them yet is the amount or the allocation. That will come through our allocation from the province. Certainly, you know, we continue to advocate for them that we need to make sure that operators can cover their full operating costs, and their rent and salaries, et cetera. So we continue to advocate for that. We've been working closely with them around the new funding formula to really talk to them about the regional differences. So a benchmark in Sudbury is not the same as in Toronto, and the funding formula will need to reflect that. So we do anticipate an increase this year, and we actually expect to get our allocation within the next 2 weeks.
How receptive have they been to the notion of regional costs being differential, particularly when it comes to a city like Toronto, which is so expensive?
Well, I think we can see from the 2023 experience, not very receptive. Most of what they've done is a province-wide average and province-wide benchmarks, which is challenging.
Which is very much as the way that we heard is the way the education allocation, the funding formula worked. Well, are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Moyes?
Yes, I have a question.
Oh, and
I
then.
have one too, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Moyes and then Councillor Fletcher, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My question is more about attachment number 1, page 9 of 9. There's a comparison map for 2017 versus 2022, and it shows that there's some inequities, I guess, as to childcare spaces across the city. It seems like more in the downtown core, there's more childcare spaces versus Etobicoke, Scarborough, and the far north of the city. Are there improvements, and what can we do to right-size this, perhaps? My question.
Through the chair, the two maps actually indicate the improvements that we've seen since 2017. So you'll see in the first one, there's a lot of red and pink wards. And in the second map, with the spaces that have been added since 2017, we're starting to see improvements in some wards. In terms of the outliers that still require spaces, through our growth and expansion plan, those are the wards with the highest priority. So as new childcare opens or build or people apply for childcare, we look at where there's a need in terms of spaces, low-income families, and a number of socio-demographic data. But those red areas would be our highest priority. However, our message to the province is every ward in the City of Toronto is a priority. Every ward needs childcare, but some definitely need it more.
Okay, because I know for me as a local councillor, when it comes to community benefits charges, I always say to developers, perhaps a daycare can go into one of the spaces of the building using community benefits charges. I'm not quite sure if anybody else is doing that, but I'm doing that. How is staff working with local councillors to perhaps make that a priority?
Through the chair, historically, growth in childcare, we have many partners. So we work with school boards, we have a 10-year capital plan, but we do work closely with planning and developers, and a number of the spaces that have been open since 2017 are a direct result of those community benefits and Section 37 agreements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff?
Yes, I have a few.
Oh, right. Sorry, Councillor Fletcher, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm quite sick, but I'm listening attentively. Just to be clear, that there is no more Section 37, which used to be able to cite childcare centers. That the Ford government did away with that. So I think one of the deputants was talking about the amount of development, and I think it's important to establish that that's not something that can be easily done anymore. Everybody's fighting for these paltry, newly called community benefits. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor.
So no more. There were a lot of centers that were built with Section 37 that's no longer available through the Planning Act. It was done away with by the Ford government. So anybody who has the city had nothing to do with that. So that is a provincial matter. I am really interested and concerned about the impact and how you're forecasting the impact of the end of the leasing at the Toronto District School Board. And I'm wondering if it is the same for the Toronto Catholic Board and also Viamond and the French Catholic School Board.
Through the chair, there has been no change to the agreement for the Catholic District School Board or for the various French school boards. The Toronto District School Board terminated the agreement. We've been working closely with them and the province since last January on a mitigation plan. So when that agreement ends and the operators will need to pay that full cost, that is recognized in the province's funding formula. They have confirmed that those occupancy costs will be recognized and the funding will come through our allocation, and that commitment we'll get before January 1st, 2024. And at that time, those costs will be in the operators' budgets as they are for every other childcare operator in the city, and they'll be recognized through the provincial funding will fund them as they do for all other childcare centers.
They'll be funding them at the cost.
Yeah,
because that would be the funding formula amount, which was less for the leases for Toronto District School Board.
They'll be funding them at the full cost.
They'll be funding them at, well, you know the funding formula for schools, so there's a certain amount per square foot. So that would be funded at the funding formula amount. Is that what you're telling me, and they're guaranteeing that?
That's correct. And in fact, the school board and the ministry worked together recently to arrive at the amount that both would deem reasonable.
Thank you very much. And can you clarify are there subsidy agreements with any for-profit childcare centers?
Through the chair. In 2004, council made a decision that all expansion would happen in public and not-for-profit. At that time, there were commercial operators who were in the system, and those operators were grandparented, so they are in the system, but there has been no expansion in commercial in fee subsidy agreements since that time.
Okay, thank you very much.
There she is.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
And awkwardly, I may be asking questions that have already been asked. I apologize. Having a little HR issue out there. There isn't anybody here speaking on behalf of a commercial center today. But they too they're frustrated by the uncertainty of the funding. I've had that conversation on behalf of one of my centers. They're having a hard time adjusting to we don't know when the funding will come, but submit your budget with a deficit in it, which we hope to be able to fill with the funding. That's a challenge for them as well, is it not?
Through the chair, you're right. You know, we're really moving from a market-driven system where independent operators ran their own business. For many, they had no experience working with government or government funding. So it is a big challenge for everybody moving to a system that's more than 50% now funded by the provincial government, which comes with many rules and guidelines. And so, yes, they are also finding it challenging.
And so for them and for the commercial and for the for-profit, the other thing we have here, they're actually kind of in a similar boat to a school board now. It's kind of hard for them. There is going to be this uncertainty every spring, but when they're funded just to actuals, basically, if we're lucky, just barely to actuals, there's no reserve if the timing goes wonky. Do we end up stop gapping if the province is a month or two late or some political transition happens? Or is there at least some final guarantee that funds will arrive by a certain time in the year?
Through the chair, we've asked the province several times for a multi-year funding formula so that we could have a commitment for the first year and then for at least 2 years have at least a projection so that people can plan and build a budget. We haven't been successful, but we'll continue to advocate for that. It would be virtually impossible for the city to fill that stopgap. You're talking over 1,046 childcare centers. But what we have done since COVID and as we transform is We have said numerous times in writing at town halls, if there's any operators that are experiencing severe financial difficulties, instability, come to us and we will look at their cash flow, we'll look at their audits, and we'll work with them to provide that stability, to bridge that. And on a case-by-case basis, we've had a few of those come forward, and we will continue to support those individuals as a bridging strategy.
Okay. And I want to ask a question about the past, really, because I think you probably need a chance to get this out onto the table. We're being told to ask for certain things, that the best thing would be wage parity based on local public wages. We've asked you to ask for that before, and I think the answer then was, I already have, and I'll ask again. You have been asking for that all along. You've been telling them that because of the wages we pay in a city-run daycare, we have an easier time finding staff than the others. You've already made that case.
We have. We've made ourselves, the sector, through OMSA, through AMO, continue to advocate for higher wages, particularly in the region of Toronto. It's very expensive to live. So yes, we'll continue to push that. I think for those who don't know, last week there was a workforce strategy announced by the province, which there was quite a bit of excitement and anticipation. I'll say there was some disappointment when the strategy did not even come close, again, was a wage floor as opposed to a ceiling. So there was some disappointment there, and certainly the province has heard that feedback.
Okay. And then two other things that are kind of past-based. Yes, under the school contract, it was $6 a square foot. They're now flagging for operators when they start paying directly, it'd be $10. To be fair to the school board, if we had a situation where it was after these many years, it's time for us to renegotiate our contract, it probably would have been at an increased rate.
Yeah.
So
to be fair,
it's not just we're gouging because we can. They're updating what the cost is.
They are updating, and their lease amounts are, actually quite lower than some that we see in community space.
Okay, and one last one, if there's time for. I got 5 seconds. The last one is this issue of having commercial centers at all. Just to recap, when we were having our initial conversations with the province about Quelk, I think they were still in the middle of negotiating it. We did make the case that Toronto could coordinate a great system if you just let us coordinate it. Ours wouldn't have included commercial centers. But that's probably partly why they went the way they have gone. They want a ratio of commercial centers, no matter how much we assure them we could run better centers in a for-profit way.
Through the chair, yes. The province, I think Ontario was one of only 2 provinces that invited commercial operators to be part of the Canada-wide program. And we did make the case that, in Ontario, we could build a system with not-for-profit, but that was the decision that they made.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? All right, and now we are at speakers. Any speakers? Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank everyone who came today, shared your stories, your experience, your advocacy, your work in the sector. It is really appreciated. Thank you. Again, I want to echo the thanks to Councillor Bravo, a chair, and her team about the collaborative work and bringing this report forward. And I'm very happy to hear that there's amendments that have been worked on and supported by the sector, because that is really critical. We know, it's been mentioned multiple times today, but we've been hearing it for a long time, that adequate childcare spaces that are affordable and accessible are critical to ensuring that families have a safe path forward in our city and in our communities. And I say this all the time, but that we make sure that as our cities and our neighborhoods grow, that we have the community infrastructure to grow alongside it, right? So that we can imagine a future there, all of us. Everyone who works in the city should be able to live in our city, not just survive, but be able to thrive. And that is the message that we heard loud and clear from you today. Back in June, as part of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement, staff reported that, and I quote, "There is concern vulnerable families will experience reduced access to childcare in Toronto." And that is a serious concern for every single one of us. And we have to address this concern to ensure that all families are protected and that workers in the sector are supported well. And at the city level, as we've seen and heard, we must maximize opportunities to support the creation of new, high-quality, affordable childcare spaces driven by dedicated, educated, and fairly paid staff who can focus on caring for children and doing their job because they have decent work and they can build a future for themselves in the sector and in our city. That is the work that we have to do collectively together. It can't be done alone. You've mentioned it repeatedly, and we're with you in that as a committee and a council. We need the support of our federal and our provincial partners because we know, and as you've said in your campaign, that saving childcare, funding childcare, and building childcare is about building cities and communities that thrive and that we can be truly proud of. In my ward of Spadina, Fort York, we recently worked together with provincial partners and development partners to open the Aquabella Child Care Centre, one of 5 new child cares that are going to be opened on the East Waterfront, providing 62 childcare spaces along the downtown waterfront. And we want to make sure that they are set up for success with a thriving workforce. And we're with you in that effort as we push forward. I want to continue this collaborative approach. You have my support, and I'm looking forward to the support of all of my colleagues. I'm excited to continue this work together and to support the staff's recommendations and your amendments on this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Moyes.
Again, thank you to the deputants for coming in and for staff on this great work that they've done here today. You know, in danger of sounding like a one-horse pony, because I always feel like I'm repeating myself in these spaces, but, you know, I must. Again, people who are childcare workers or immigrant workers, people, you know, coming to Canada, a lot of these people who are childcare workers, EC workers, are Black people. And there is inequity in the system. There's a wage gap, there's a living wage gap. And we've heard that time and time again through those who came and deputed and those who try to live it, come here to have a better life. And it's disheartening to see the struggles still today in 2023 that we go through each and every day. So again, I am happy for the work that staff has done. I'm happy to the deputants for coming here today to, you know, state the testimonials. And hopefully, you know, we'll get the justice or the equity, I'm going to say, that you so dearly deserve. And so thank you to Councilor Bravo for working with you to bring these amendments forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak?
Yes, I'll just have a moment, Chair. Thank you very much, because the issue of childcare is such an important one, and it happens to be at the Economic and Community Development Committee. I don't know how many times we've said how important it is to the economy to have childcare. Childcare, the whole movement, the daycare movement, the childcare movement really started. Well, first of all, it was all free during the Second World War because men went to war and women went to work, and there had to need to be childcare. I think we all know that. And then it was all taken away from women workers who weren't supposed to work. And as women moved back into the workforce, really strong advocates, and that includes you, Councillor Davis, and Sue Colley, and many others that appeared here today, came on board to say we need childcare. They set up nonprofits. They have in churches. That's why we have so many childcare centers sitting in churches and other places. At the Toronto Board of Education, they put childcare into the school, and it was often run through a nonprofit parent board, as there are still many of them. There's not that many directly operated Toronto District School Board childcare centers. they were set in as nonprofit centers. And as women's work is always undervalued throughout this entire society, pay equity, everything else, so is women's work in childcare. Women's work in caring for children is undervalued. And the sector is something that is undervalued as far as pay is concerned. So I'm very glad we're talking about that, because there's nothing more important than children. There's nothing more important than looking after children well. And I think we all remember, maybe not everybody, but when our mayor was a Metro councillor, she had every year she produced findings about status of children in the city of Toronto, and advocated in a very strong way for childcare centers, including there's a childcare center at Metro Hall, there's a childcare center at City Hall, quite possibly there already is a childcare center at the other city halls. But it was the Toronto Board of Education and parents that really led the way for in-school childcare. And it's one of the reasons why, Councillor Moyes, there aren't as many childcares in the other areas in the city, because the movement wasn't there. But that doesn't mean that we can't catch up. And I think your remarks are very important. Your remarks are important that in the sector, it's an underpaid, undervalued sector. And I've heard everything that people have had to say. Very important what you've said today. The city cannot fix everything, but we certainly can advocate with you to the provincial government, who has those dollars coming from the National Child Care Program, which was the apple of the eye of the childcare community for decades, 5, 6 decades. And finally it was realized, and then hasn't come to its full fruition for parents to just pay $10 a day, and for staff to be well paid, as they are in Quebec, where that was first developed. So the other thing I just want to mention is I'm very happy to hear from Children's Services that the situation around the leases in schools has been sorted out for the Toronto District School Board, because when I first heard, and I heard the leases are all canceled, I thought that is going to mean the exodus of so many childcare centers, because there's no way that they could double the square foot rent and actually remain to deliver services in those schools. So kudos to you and your team, Shanley, for working so hard with the province to get to a point where they're paying the rent actually for these centers. And I'm sure we'll see whatever the funding formula is for the other boards, they'll be following suit very soon. So thank you very much, Councillor Bravo, for taking the lead on this. And I know you have some motions which I'll be supporting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yes, I appreciate what Councillor Moyes said, but not everybody who was willing to work underpaid was a newcomer. I did childcare for a number of years, and it was at a time when we didn't have the same goals that the federal government and the provincial government professed to have, and we profess to have. It was just let's have enough childcare. But we want quality childcare. We want someone to choose to be a childcare worker and choose to go and get the ECE training. And we're not doing a very good job of attracting them to it. When I elected to walk out of the bank and stay home and provide childcare, it was a personal life choice. It was to stay home with a special needs daughter. And a lot of people do it as a personal life thing. Okay, I want to stay in this neighborhood. My husband travels all over the GTA for his job. Somebody's got to be here at the end of the day for the kids. That'll be me. But we now are creating systems that we think need to be flexible, need to go after school, need to be long days. And so you can't even meet those personal needs, which means you're going to have to meet the wage needs. Because we're not giving people that kind of flexibility that they can make this fit around their personal life. We want a high quality of professional care in a place over a long stretch of day for the school age, and educational components for the 0 to 4. That's setting yourself a lofty goal, but we're not providing the loft to make it happen. And that's what we're hearing today. If you want that redefined childcare, you're going to have to fund it. And so that to me I'm glad that while we're really focused on capital in a lot of ways right now, because we're waiting for that to come, we heard about the whole Quelk dilemma today, and we do have to keep coming back to them with there are pieces needing to be solved throughout. But as to capital, the one thing that I didn't hear today and that I think is a looming crisis, we talk about the childcare, actually Councillor Malik has stepped out, but we talk about the childcare centres that are potential where she is. One that's about to open up in my ward in Edenonawassa. These are all centres created with Section 37 dollars, which no longer exist. So in terms of expanding, we've even lost that now. There's some funding coming, but we were matching it with deals that we'd made with developers. We heard one dad talk about being more coordinated about that. Well, that ship has sailed, because that would mean coordinating Section 37 dollars, which don't exist anymore. And so as much as the whole whack of Quelk is happening, we really do need to focus on the very urgent fact that the capital plan has to acknowledge that the city isn't going to be able to bring negotiated development spaces to the table anymore. We're just not going to come and say, hey, look, we got this center. You just have to help us finish it to make it turnkey ready to go. And so capital really has to be solved right now. We need to carry on with the wage discussion, but I think if other municipalities are looking at creative ways of getting there, could you acknowledge living wage plus something? That's perhaps the step program that might get us to city run. I think we've got to be very cognizant of what's going on around the province, because if anyone's got a creative solution to this capital problem, everyone lost Section 37. If someone's coming up with a solution there, we've got to replicate it around the province so that the province is hearing the same thing from all of us, and the same thing on wages. If the target is the career wage of a city-run childcare centre in Toronto, how do we step up the rest of the municipalities to get there so that someone now happily chooses this as their career? Those are my rants, but I will be supporting your motions.
Thank you. So yes, I have a motion, and while we put it up, I just want to say that I want to thank the advocates that came here today, workers, people with decades of experience and champions of childcare. And it's been delightful to work with you and to work with our staff in Children's Services collaboratively, and to have convened ahead of this meeting to put us on the same page, because we have the same objectives. The motion reaffirms our city's commitment to high-quality childcare services that are public and not-for-profit, affordable and accessible. It calls on, it asks the City Council to request of federal and provincial governments to consult with the city to provide capital and operating funding that reflects actual costs and that provides capital expansion so that we can meet our targets in not-for-profit and public sector, and that provides the operating funding to meet those needs. It also lifts up the need with the province of Ontario to have a workforce strategy for early years in childcare that increases wages and benefits so that we can incrementally achieve parity with the public sector in Toronto, and to support Bill 49, Early Years and Childcare Worker Advisory Commission Act, which is a private member's bill currently in the before the legislature, requesting of the General Manager of Children's Services to work with the chair of ECDC to convene a roundtable so that we can continue to have the information sharing and collaboration with advocates, with experts, with workers, and that way we can support community advocacy and therefore do city advocacy in partnership, and that we call on the province of Ontario and the federal government to include the City of Toronto and other large municipalities in any discussions underway regarding the Canada-Ontario action plans. And finally, that we forward the items forward this item to the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, with the request that the item be shared with the childcare service systems managers. Thank you again for coming out here today, for reminding everyone that this is crucial infrastructure. Childcare is foundational. When I was at the Intercity Advisory Committee at the Toronto District School Board for about 10 years, as a parent and as a volunteer, every single study that we saw around how children were entering the school system, the thing that really made a difference in getting children ready, regardless of income, language, situations at home, was actually participation in childcare and high quality public or nonprofit childcare. It is the most significant equalizer and the foundation for good participation in education and supporting positive outcomes, the best investment we can make in our future. So thanks everyone, and I hope you'll support the motions. And I think everyone said that they would. So why don't we just vote on the motion before us? All in favor? Opposed? Item as amended? Oh, no, we don't need to. Fantastic. That's it. Thanks, everybody, for coming out, and we're going to move on. EC 8.12, Choice-Based Housing Access System Update. We have a speaker on this, Melissa Goldstein. She's online. Welcome to the committee, Melissa. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the technology working. Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Goldstein, and I'm an affordable housing and homelessness policy researcher and a member of the City of Toronto's Tenant Advisory Committee. Research on the accessibility of the internet in Canada and in Toronto shows that the people who are currently facing barriers to accessing the internet and to accessing the devices necessary to access the internet are the same cohorts of people who are most likely to be in need of RGI housing. People who are low income, people with disabilities, seniors, and racialized people. This research only looks at the experience of people with housing. However, people without housing in Toronto are also disproportionately people who are low income, with disabilities, and racialized people. And I don't think we need to research to recognize that people without housing will face even greater barriers to accessing the internet than people with housing. This means that the city moving to a 100% online system for accessing RGI housing and housing benefits was always going to create accessibility barriers at a fundamental or structural level for the very people that My Access to Housing TO is mandated to serve, and would privilege those with the resources and ability needed to access and use the system. Under the Ontario Human Rights Code, individuals have a right to equal treatment with respect to the provision of public services and facilities, and this right to equality can be breached by a failure to address the needs of disadvantaged groups. The Ontario Human Rights Commission advises that new barriers should never be created when designing new structures or revising old ones, and specifies that these barriers could be a technological barrier, a policy, or a practice. The Human Rights Commission notes that organizations that knowingly create new barriers for people with disabilities or take steps that perpetuate existing barriers may violate the code. Under Canadian and Ontario human rights law, the city has a duty to accommodate people with disabilities. The Human Rights Commission states that organizations, including government, should use the principles of inclusive design when they are developing and building policies, programs, procedures, standards, requirements, and facilities, and that effective inclusive design will minimize the need for people to ask for individualized accommodation. The city clearly states that My Access to Housing TO is premised on applicants self-managing their applications. This means that to secure RGI housing or housing benefits, people who face barriers to accessing and using the internet are by design expected to access and use the internet to apply for housing or a housing benefit, keep their application updated, and upload the required documents to maintain their eligibility, and ideally, engage in the choice-based housing process to secure an RGI unit. The deputants we heard from at the last ECDC meeting provided evidence that many applicants are unable to do this and are relying on others for help. This not only indicates that the city did not effectively implement the principles of inclusive design when it developed My Access to Housing TO, but that the city is not adequately fulfilling its duty to accommodate under the AODA. Rather than working to reduce barriers for people, the city recently doubled them. Although the province only requires applicants to renew their eligibility every 2 years, the city has chosen to require non-priority applicants to update their applications and upload a new notice of assessment every year. This not only doubles the burden on applicants, but also on the people who end up helping them with their applications. People who are often already overburdened frontline workers without good access to technology themselves, who end up doing this work on top of their existing responsibilities and tie up resources like personal cell phones and computers needed for other things. In response to concerns raised about the inequity and accessibility of the system, city staff were directed at the last meeting to ensure that the system basically is compliant with the Ontario Human Rights Code, the human rights approach to housing described in the Housing Charter, and the City of Toronto's digital infrastructure framework. The only way to ensure that the program complies with these policies is to regularly evaluate the program to ensure that that code-protected groups, including people with disabilities and people who are homeless, are not experiencing barriers to accessing the program or to securing benefits through it due to how it is designed and delivered. However, instead of evaluating the program to ensure it complies with these policies, staff have provided tables of actions that align with the policies. Actions that had already been taken prior to the meeting, where deputants presented evidence that people are continuing to struggle to manage the demands of the system, which is an indication that these actions weren't enough to make the city compliant with human rights legislation and the right to housing. It is clear from the staff report that staff do not intend to evaluate the program in the future to ensure compliance. Instead, staff indicate they will be researching applicant and community partner user experience, which is not the same thing. For one, that scope of analysis means they will not be speaking to people who have not been able to access the waitlist.
Melissa, please wrap up.
Okay. I have submitted recommendations, which I would like staff to consider changing the requirement for applicants to update their information every 24 months. Okay, I will end there. Sorry, thanks.
I'll ask a question.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Melissa, could you tell us the recommendations that you'd like to?
Thank you so much, Councillor Fletcher. So the first one is direct staff to consider changing the requirement for applicants to update their information every 24 months, as is required by the province, rather than annually. The second is to direct staff to engage the City of Toronto's Digital Infrastructure Public Advisory Body, which is described as a consultation forum embedded into the decision-making process, whereby project staff can seek advice from appointed residents and other industry experts regarding their projects, and to engage human rights and housing experts to evaluate the program and ensure that the system meets the City of Toronto digital infrastructure, meets all of the aforementioned policies. Direct staff to include in their user experience research and analysis of experience of people in the shelter system and in encampments, both people who are on the new waitlist and people who are not on the new waitlist, as a way to better understand what barriers exist to accessing the waitlist and what methods are effective in overcoming them. Direct staff to report back regularly on efforts to get people who are homeless onto the new waitlist, including the number of homeless people who have been transitioned from the old waitlist to the new waitlist, the number of homeless people added to the new waitlist who weren't on the old list, and the number of homeless people housed through the choice-based housing offer process. And finally, to develop and implement a plan to provide the accommodations needed for people who experience barriers to accessing using the online system so that they can have equal access to the RGI housing and benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. You said you're on the city's tenant advisory committee. And I'm wondering if that advisory committee has ever had a session or been asked for their advice on the choice-based housing and some of the issues that we're now discovering around lack of digital access.
Not that I can remember. We've been engaged recently. My memory might just be bad and I might be forgetting, but what I do remember is that we've been engaged on the expansion of the online system to include all affordable housing through the city, which I think is it's a completely different group of people that would be eligible. And I think that while some of those barriers do exist, they wouldn't be as severe. We haven't been engaged around issues of accessibility at all with these.
So remember that this committee was actually set up out of the subcommittee for the protection of affordable rental housing that I chaired in the last term to stop rent evictions. So it's very much got to do with precariousness of tenancy. So you've been asked to look at certain things, but not around the access issue. Would that committee have people on there that would be familiar with the digital divide and the issues that tenants might have? I know there's folks on there from legal clinics and everything else. Who is on that?
It's basically, we've had a turnover in the past month or two. And so I'm not, I can't give you the names of everyone, but
So
I do
it's a
think
new
there's
committee,
a lot of,
but yeah, in your
yeah, there's a
opinion,
lot
do you
of,
think they would have some of that
I
expertise?
do think the expertise is there to be able to provide input for sure.
To provide input on that. All right. And so this is, what's your expectation after today? You know, I asked to have this update, and then there's supposed to be a final later. What's your expectation after today? Do you think we're ready to go? I
think that the first thing would be addressing that the annual eligibility requirement. I think that's it's on city staff, then it might not be low hanging fruit, but I think that would be the first barrier to that would make a meaningful difference to people. I think a more comprehensive review is necessary. I think the only thing really that's going to help overcome barriers, quite frankly, is increasing staffing. And that's not just, providing training to the people that end up providing supports, but actually paying for more workers to provide housing supports in areas across the city.
Thank you. Have you seen the RFP that was developed, Melissa, by any chance?
No, I haven't.
I know you love research, so you may have looked at that already.
No, I didn't know that there was one. So
in order to establish the system, I believe. So I'll ask staff about that. Okay.
Great,
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming and speaking about this today.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Any other questions of the deputant? Thank you. Questions of staff?
I have some questions, Chair. By the way, and I don't have this, I have to send this motion in, but if you wouldn't mind doing that, I'd like to forward this report to the next meeting, please, of this committee, because I'm not sure we're done. If you wouldn't mind asking the clerk, if I was there, I'd ask the clerk exactly what that motion would look like. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, my
Okay.
So I will ask my questions now of staff after asking you to do that. The Ms. Goldstein, she's on the Tenant Advisory Committee, and I'm wondering, it's a committee that's made up of a wide range of tenants that was set up, basically tenant activists who understand very well what happens out there in the tenancy world. And I'm wondering if you had a plan, or at what point you were planning on getting advice from the Tenant Advisory Committee of the City of Toronto.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, it's our intention to do that before the next report back, so that we can make sure that when committee and council see our kind of more fulsome report back in February, we've had the opportunity to speak with that committee.
When you say fulsome report back, are you expecting that you'll pretty well have that tied down at that point, Ms. Bond?
I'm sorry, Councillor, it's hard to hear you. Can you repeat the question?
I'm so sorry. It's hard to talk even. I'm just wondering if when you say your more fulsome report back, are you expecting that to be the final product?
Through the chair, it won't be the final product because we're in a process of continual learning and improving on this approach. So there will be a more fulsome report back in February, but we will continue to iterate and improve the way that we're providing access to people and the approaches that we're taking. So there won't be a final report back. It will be a more fulsome one, and it will be our next one in February. And we're happy to take the advice and input from that committee.
Yeah, I guess between now and then, and the other thing, I would like to get a copy of the RFP that hired the Yardy group that developed the system for you, if that's possible, please. Could I get that, or the chair, however you'd like to do that?
Through the chair, yes, we can provide that.
Thank you. And thank you for the briefing. I understood I'd just like to go through the numbers really clearly, cascading from the number that were on the original wait list to, I understand, the 80,000 that you'd called it to what we're going to say the 50,000 who are now on the choice-based, our new system. And then we have 30,000 people that are still unaccounted for. Some of them may have been reached and be double counted in the 50. You're not clear about that, but it is a pretty big delta. It's almost 50%. So you know well that I'm quite concerned about that. So what and how are you going to be reporting out on those numbers? Because I think they're the most important thing, number one. And number two, if the tenants in the advisory committee consider it onerous if they don't have a computer to be part of this system. Those are my two really big issues, and I think you know that already.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, as the staff team, we also share your concern about the number of unregistered households right now, which is why we're going through a process to really try and expand access. We've had a number of activities that we've been undertaking in recent months, including, robocalls and bus shelter ads, and really trying to support the nonprofit and kind of community sector to engage with people. And we're having some success, but we're also having a look at the data to see what we're learning about those people who are unregistered. It may be that some of those people have made a new application, and we have some reconciliation to do there.
So this is just an update. This isn't the report, if you know what I mean.
Through the chair, this
doesn't have a status. This is not your final report. It's not your kind of conclusion. It's just here's where we are in the process. And I'm very interested about next time. I don't even know if we have a meeting between now and February, but I am relentless on people that don't have access.
Through the chair,
as our committee will be.
Through the chair, we can confirm this is an update as requested by the committee to kind of come back and tell you what progress we're making, what actions we had taken, and a more fulsome plan. It's our intention to bring that back in February. We're happy to consult with the committee and then continue to learn from the advice and the feedback we receive from residents. And continue to provide updates to committee and council on how many people are registered and how the new approach is going.
So just to be confirmed that prior to today, you hadn't met with the Tenant Advisory Committee of the City of Toronto?
Through the chair, not yet on this report back, no. It's our intention to do that before.
Or on the original development of it, that was not one of the stakeholders or I'm just like to be clear on that because Ms. Goldstein asked that question.
Through the chair, I'm not 100% sure exactly what engagement was done. Certainly the Tenant Advisory Committee may have, this work may have predated that, but we would have to go back and look to see whether we did engage with them at any point. But they're an important part of our work, and making sure that they're engaged and that we hear their advice on issues like this is important to us.
So just, Chair, I know I'm way over, but perhaps we don't need this to come back, but if you would agree, Ms. Bond, to continue working with me until February, making sure that the data sets that you're developing are ones that are going to be, I guess, not controversial, or you've cleared things really well, then I could probably just leave that off. But we did have a very good conversation, and it might be a better way to do it if I did that with the chair as we did last week.
Through the chair, we're happy to take your advice and the committee's advice, and we're happy to continue to work on improving the approach and ultimately bringing down that number of unregistered applicants.
Sorry, it's not just the unregistered, it's people that simply don't have that access anytime. Now, yesterday, tomorrow, they don't have digital. So I think we need to add that in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, we can continue to work together and do this offline. Counselor Carroll, questions of staff.
Yes, I note so far as the model's taking shape, there'll be the back end reliance for people who, at the end, lots of people want a digital solution, but for those that don't, we talk about the housing hubs. Is that the housing helps offices? Is that an example of a housing hub?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor.
Okay. So I'm wondering if in the initial stages, you have a good sense of what's going on in the various housing hubs in suburban locales, because some of them became pretty quiet during COVID, and then some of the feedback that I've received from the community is doesn't feel like they're back up and running. Everything's still very phone based, and you can't. Some people really just want to go in and sit down. And I'm wondering if you have had a chance in the initial stages here to look at the state of health of those types of organizations.
Through the chair, Councillor, that's a very important part of the work. We're engaging with those new housing hubs and the housing help centres and getting feedback from them. They're doing a high volume of work right now, and it's important that we hear how it's going. From the staff team, I'm hearing that we're meeting with them every 2 weeks to get feedback and engaging with them. And they are, as you said, providing that important service of in-person meetings, in-person support to residents in the community.
So do you think they'll have the capacity then, if we get to the point where we have a very digital solution here, they can be not only I would rather do this in a human-based service, but they could also be the problem solver for someone who a sort of online-based, choice-based service where that fails them. The hub could be where you go to solve that digital file.
Through the chair, they are a critical part of the service that is provided by the City of Toronto. They're really important partners because, as you say, some people just want to do it in person, and we need to continue to support people that do that. We do that through grants, so we offer grants to the housing hubs.
Right.
And also hearing from them directly, we've done training for staff. We'll continue to do that. So we feel that this is going to be a growth area, I think, as we want more people want to get access to affordable housing. They're going to be such critical partners for us.
Yeah, but the specific thing I'm asking if they will be able to do is not just those who want to go the human-based service in the first place, but where there's a breakdown in someone's file at the digital portal, could the housing hub become the problem solver, or will they have to find their way through our network of employees centrally?
Through the chair, they will be able to be problem solvers. And one of the other things that we're looking at is this idea of applicants can nominate proxies, people to act on their behalf. As well as we're currently looking and exploring that to see how that might also be another route for people to access the system.
That would be huge. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff and any speakers? Councillor Carroll.
Well, that last point, that's 9/10 of my casework is where someone has an advocate. They want someone to help, but they're, depending on how they entered the system and tried to see why they're still waiting for housing, all that, you get into whether or not that person can be your proxy and just sort of manage your notifications, your file being updated, and you get into power of attorney conversations and things they don't want to get into. They just want someone who's nice enough to help them stay up to date on their file because they don't have the capacity to respond to the notifications themselves. So I know that we're going down this road, and many people want us to do this because they think it will be more reliable, that you have something that has a digital ecosystem that feels more real to them than a waiting list that they can't really tell if it's being managed. And yet I think we're still going to find it's the housing helps offices that are going to help those that are the hardest to help. And we're going to have to make sure that they really are up to being the backup and the problem solver when a digital thing goes wrong. Because I think some people enter our system looking for housing, and when they have to wait so long because of the shortage, their capacity changes over time. And so they may start into the system looking for access and able to do well, and then their own personal capacity changes over time, and we sometimes don't recognize it. It's a comfort to hear that you're talking to the Housing Helps and Housing Hubs offices every 2 weeks while you develop this, because I think they are a crucial part of the backup to making this work. So thank you for those assurances. I can't wait till February.
To speak?
No, I'm speaking.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers?
Thank you. I don't know. I can't see. I'm not there.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to receive the item.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying you weren't going to speak.
No, I'm telling you I am speaking.
Oh, okay. It didn't come across that way, sorry.
I'm sorry.
We're not
It's hard to
listening
hear.
properly
I know.
in here. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Did you say there's an echo in there?
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Okay, I'm sorry, these are not circumstances that are the best, but I want to thank the staff for giving me the update that they did, but it also made me more interested, because when Councillor Carroll says, I can't wait till February, well, I know for this, there has to be a system and a product that we know is not going to disenfranchise anybody. Remember, we brought somebody on called the Housing Rights Commissioner. Well, here for low-income people and very poor people, this is their housing right to be on the list. And we also know, as Melissa pointed out, and I hear all the time at my Toronto Community Housing and my Toronto Seniors gig for the city, that these tenants who are already in housing, they just don't have a lot of access to digital. And if you're in an encampment, you don't. You're in a respite, you don't. It is an issue. I was in East York, across from the Civic Center. We were looking at moving a bus stop for Vision Zero, and a woman in the bus stop said to me, oh, you're Paula Fletcher. Well, look what the city's doing. Everything has to be online. I have to have a password. I have to have a computer, or if I don't, I'll go to the bottom of the list. And I said, will you come and speak? I'm very shy. So Kathy, these questions are really for Kathy, because that's somebody out of the blue that knows that this is difficult for them, and she's helping somebody. She's like, I can't do that all the time. So we've changed the system. I'm a little concerned to hear that we didn't change it in consultation with the tenants, who happen to know how people live, how people think, what they have their access to. And I'm sorry, I don't want to sound too critical, but I do think we need to have our base case perfect. And we did go through this, remember, with our choice-based for a non-RGI, and made a change that you didn't, every time you didn't get to, we created a wait list, actually. You didn't get to go in and you were never chosen and somebody's been waiting for 5 years, and then boop, you get to the top of the list. So I think people and our tenants in Toronto, low income and those who are just in market list, understand that we have a waiting list that you get in. And I appreciate the fact that we've culled the list from about 120 to 80,000, but we still have a 30,000 delta, 30,000 person delta, whether they've moved, whether they just have never connected again, or whether they haven't been in touch, been able to be contacted because they are not digital, is another issue. There's all kinds of reasons when you don't have money, and we heard that today, when you're a low income person, that you're living precariously, you don't have the funds, you may have changed your address, you may have changed this, you may have a number, you might not know about it. And I know you are going to, and our staff are going to extraordinary lengths to ensure that everybody is aware that there is a new system. here's how you do it. It should be simple. Here's help if you need to get onto the new system. That's one aspect of it. The next aspect of it is, how do you stay engaged with that system? Is it every 2 weeks? What if you're very sick like I am right now and you can't get out and get on? So I just want to make sure that when we finalize, that we're finalizing something that doesn't have any leaks, and that I can say to Kathy at the bus stop, you're looked after now. Don't worry. Here's the things you have to do. You can go to the East York Civic Center, or you can do this, or you can phone it in on a touch tone. That could also happen. I haven't heard that yet. So there are still people out there that still have landlines in my ward. They have landlines. They don't have a phone, their cell phone. They don't have access to the internet. They have a landline only. And so I know I'm a pebble in the shoe on this one, but get ready, because I'm going to stay in the shoe until we make sure that that person with that landline named Kathy has access to the seniors that she is helping as well, that they have access to this new system, and that we've dotted every I and crossed every T. And that no way do I mean that any staff has ever started off thinking this might happen, but there's often unintended consequences. That's our job now, to make sure that there aren't unintended consequences from what should be a really great system going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I'd like to move the recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we are now at item 813, recommended amendments to Chapter 545, licensing for bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues as part of the night economy review. And we agreed that we would consider this jointly with EC 814, supporting the growth of the night economy. We're going to start with the presentation on the second item, supporting the growth on the night economy, and then we'll be inviting speakers, and I'll be reminding speakers that they're going to be speaking to one or both of these at the same time. Welcome.
Should I just go? Start? Oh, there she is. Let's go. Good to go.
You're welcome.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for having us. I'm pleased to be able to present about our modernization of the regulatory framework for bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues and supporting the night economy. We have 3 divisions today who will each be introducing themselves as they share their content. My name is Ginny Adey, and I'm the Director of Policy and Strategic Support for Municipal Licensing and Standards. And I'll start off our first slide. Here we go. To speak about Toronto's thriving night economy. It includes a variety of venues and services and businesses that together employ over 300,000 people here in this city. One of the major components of the sector includes over 13,000 licensed bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues. And the work today coming through 3 related reports from the different divisions really are designed to support this sector. You can see the reports listed there. 2 of them are here today for consideration, the licensing updates from MLS and supporting the growth of the night economy from economic development and culture. And then on Thursday afternoon, we'll see Planning and Housing, City Planning's report on the proposed zoning updates will be heard. The framework that is presented in the 3 reports describe regulatory mechanisms to move from today's current state towards a more modern future state regulations for these businesses. This will include opportunities such as aligning the licensing and zoning regulations to reflect changing business models and make our regulations clearer, more enforceable, and to better reflect today's nightlife. The proposals address today's confusing rules that can cause challenges for businesses and community nuisance issues by introducing more flexibility and supports for businesses with an appropriate level of regulatory oversight as well. We're also proposing a change from today's more restrictive entertainment uses to a more equitable access to nightlife across the city. The city's been working on this review since 2018. This year has been a particularly comprehensive set of engagements and consultations with the industry and a whole variety of stakeholders. We've heard from over 3,300 people this year, gotten an amazing amount of feedback about a general desire for licensing and zoning that is flexible, that's adaptable, and that works with a hybrid model that we're seeing among nighttime opportunities. We've heard that we've heard from people that nightclubs should also be permitted outside of the downtown core, among many other great pieces of feedback that influence the recommendations in the reports that you'll be hearing today. The next couple of slides will just speak specifically to the licensing updates. The first one speaks to some of the ways in which the proposals will clarify and modernize the rules for licensing. Some of the highlights include updating and revising our licensing categories to better reflect modern uses. So an example of this is a new entertainment places of assembly category, which will be supporting live music venues. We're aligning category definitions with zoning to make compliance easier for restaurants, as an example, with a simplified approach where licensing and zoning rules match up, which makes compliance a lot easier. In some cases, we're proposing to remove license and fee requirements for some lower impact businesses. This will lessen administrative burden, for example, for some categories of retail stores where food and beverage really isn't the primary purpose of their business, and we're able to propose removing those from the framework. Finally, we've taken a really close look at the licensing fees to make sure that they're reflecting cost recovery principles. We're able to increase some of the fees for those higher impact businesses and lower fees for lower impact businesses. This will help us accurately reflect the costs of enforcement and the costs of licensing for these business types and ensure MLS is resourced to do the work in a cost recovery model. This slide speaks to some of the ways in which we're strengthening compliance and enforcement through the proposals. We're implementing an activity-based licensing model, which will enable more effective inspections and enforcement. So in this new model, we will see activities that indicate a higher impact. So for example, a liquor license, these activities would put an establishment in what we're calling an expanded activity class. This results in MLS's ability to request additional items from these businesses. For an example, a noise control plan or a patron management plan. We think this approach will help us better prioritize enforcement resources for higher impact establishments and proactively mitigate nuisance and safety issues among the category. I'm going to turn it over to Kyle to speak about zoning.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm Kyle Kinnick. I'm the Director of Zoning and Committee of Adjustment in the City Planning Division. And as Ginny mentioned, the zoning bylaw is not before you today. It will be considered by the Planning and Housing Committee. But the amendments that we're suggesting are important context for you, because this is a case where the zoning regime and the licensing regime need to be well coordinated and to be working together if we're going to have an effective system that supports the nighttime economy. So a brief summary of the zoning amendments that are proposed is, first of all, there is a regulation that limits the amount of floor area in a restaurant that can be dedicated to entertainment, such as music or dancing or other entertainment. We're proposing to increase that limit to 25%, which is both reflective of a reasonable amount of floor area to accommodate entertainment that I think most Torontonians would find reasonable, and is also a much easier number for enforcement officers and for restaurant operators to ensure that they're in compliance with. We will extend similar rules to industrial zones, or I should say employment zones, along major streets. And that's with a lens that keeps in mind the importance of maintaining our employment areas for employment uses. A second important change to our zoning bylaw is to permit nightclubs citywide in our mixed commercial residential zones and commercial residential employment zones. Right now, nightclubs as a land use are permitted only downtown, and that's created many limitations on where the entertainment industry can locate and provide access to entertainment for Torontonians across the city. There are a number of conditions that would be put in place in nightclubs, recognizing that we are all aware, I think, of cases where nightclubs have created conflicts with nearby residential uses, and we want to be sure that the zoning bylaw can continue to manage those. Another set of changes coming forward will be reduced restrictions on amusement arcades. There's many rules in the zoning bylaw that limit the location and the operations of amusement arcades. They stem many decades ago and are not very reflective of today's standards and expectations. And lastly, we will be updating some of our zoning definitions to make sure that the definitions are well aligned with the licensing regime in a way that leaves operators with real clarity in terms of what their uses are and what types of licenses they need under our regulations. And I'll turn it over to Marguerite.
Thank you, Kyle. On this slide, you'll see key findings from the Night Economy Review and actions that we've been taking in EDC, all within existing council direction to help support the night economy. I think I want to pull out a little bit and give you a little bit of a crane shot here, if I may. When we talk about the night economy, because this presentation so far has spoken about restaurants, bars, entertainment venues, and nightclubs, it's easy to make the connection that that's what the night economy is, but it is a great deal more than that. The night economy is community, and it is culture. It is sports, it is recreation, it is food and beverage, it is live theater, music, and social gathering. We've heard here just today, earlier today, even though it might seem a little longer than that, when the Toronto Arts Council was being heard, that we all have a right to culture in our lives, that 96% of Torontonians believe that culture is essential to the development of children. This is all stuff that is enabled by the night economy. And right now, the reality in Toronto is that there is inequitable access to events at night, to creative space. We found through the Night Economy Review that in the downtown core, as an example, event producers, promoters, cultural groups, et cetera, are likely to use restaurants, bars, and coffee shops for their events, but they're much less likely to do so outside the core. The recommendations that are here for consideration today address some of those inequities, and they promote jobs, access to the jobs of the night economy across the city, like 64,000 jobs in food and beverage, 178,000 jobs in culture. This spreads the impact of our ability to gather socially across the city. It improves access and space for culture at a time when we're losing music venues. That's important for related city strategies. And a vibrant city is a prosperous city. If you look at the tourism industry, which typically contributes $10 billion a year to Toronto's economy, it's 20% down now, still recovering from COVID, as restaurants are, as cultural industries are, and some of these initiatives will help to offset some of those challenges. So in the right-hand side, you'll see some of the actions that EDC is taking now to try to support access to space and the kind of equity I'm talking about. But as we move forward, if the recommendations are adopted, we want to make sure that the night economy, as it will exist, is going to make for a safe and healthy night. And so we're taking additional actions, again, within existing council direction, but we're producing a Good Neighbor Guide for late night businesses. This Good Neighbor Guide supports compliance. It articulates best practices for inside and outside the venue, anti-racism, accessibility, resident relations, and so on. The internal working group is a group within the city that is comprised of planning, EDC, municipal licensing and standards, Toronto Fire, police, public health, paramedics, transportation services, TTC, AGCO, SafeTO, and we'll invite more as we move along. That group will be meeting regularly going forward to ensure that we understand the needs that the businesses will have over the period of the 1-year period of implementation before the recommended changes come into effect. We'll also be producing a town hall, a night economy town hall hosted by the internal working group that will not only inform residents and BIAs and event producers and so on of all of the tools and resources we are offering here at the city, including making them aware of SafeTO and making them aware of Our Health, Our City. But it's also an opportunity for city staff to hear from them what their needs are so that we have our marching orders for the period of implementation ahead to ensure their needs are met and we are supporting compliance and health and safety in every instance. So next steps. All 3 reports will go to council December 13th to 15th. The night economy, to which you are all warmly invited, is on December the 17th. And as mentioned, if the recommendations are approved, they will go into effect on January 1st, 2025, giving staff, the internal working group and the external working group plenty of time to make sure that we have a path towards safe and beneficial implementation of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a number of speakers on this, and then we'll go to questions of staff afterward. The first speaker, and before I invite you up, we have combined, we have chosen to deliberate, consider both of these reports together in order to ensure that we retain quorum because of the length of this meeting. I'm going to ask people to who signed up twice to speak once. If you did sign up twice, we'll give you an extra minute or 2 to be able to address both reports. Everyone otherwise will have 5 minutes to speak, and so that we can get through this item before, because it's been a long day. We've been here since 9:30. So the first speaker is Harris Rosen. Welcome to the committee, and you have 5 minutes.
Thanks for the opportunity. It's been a long day for everybody. So Toronto's the 4th largest city in North America. The advancement of the night economy is significant. This agenda is already in progress in the CR zone. The problem is that thousands of residents are collateral damage and suffer the daily effects of noise. Few understand or feel the frustration and torment. Fewer still understand the stark reality and cost. Powerlessness derives from a lack of decision-making power, the inability to enact choices, and exposure to the disrespectful treatment that results from occupying a marginal status. How big is the problem? 73% of 311 noise complaints, 32,816 from 2020 through August 31st, 2023, were attributed to amplified sound. How bad is the problem? City investigated licensed operators that joined and adjacent to residents and found non-compliant, repeatedly given opportunities to comply with no change. The definition of Toronto's livability mutates from sector to sector. Standards and checks, aka bylaws, to prevent harm are arbitrary. It's about municipal significance. Is the conduct of the business creating the noise congruent with the city's objectives. The conduct times objective determines the amount of enforcement and bureaucracy. For example, Live Nation operates approximately a bunch of venues. The Velvet Underground's close to me, approximately 250 days annually without noise mitigation. 28 prohibited measurements by MLS sound enforcement officers, the most recent on November 12th, 2023. Bar Karma, also close to me with an extensive record of documented non-compliant results and unresolved charges, public health, MLS, ADCO, TPS, and an indoor shooting, received approval for multiple 4 a.m. license extensions going on right now, the most recent charge on November 11th, 2023. The plan's noise, patron mitigation, and enforcement aspects are practical as of January 1st, 2025. So there's health impacts from the Toronto Public Health How Loud is Too Loud report of 2017. Non-auditory health impacts of environmental noise, cardiovascular effects, cognitive impacts, mental health, pulmonary effects, acute and chronic effects of noise on health and well-being with sufficient evidence, annoyance disturbance, chronic, self-reported sleep disturbance, chronic, learning, memory, acute, chronic, stress hormones, acute, chronic, sleep, acute, chronic, reported awakening, acute, reported health, chronic, hypertension, chronic, ischemic, heart disease, chronic. What prevents the solution of the problem? Operators indefinitely defer the high cost of sound mitigation for profit at the expense of nearby residents. TPS does not respond to noise complaints. Sound enforcement officers are limited to measuring and charging operators for prohibited sound and actively working on obtaining compliance. Existing cures are insufficient. The city is increasingly eager to tout the social value of non-compliant nuisances. The compliance agenda of city prosecutions knows no limit. Perpetually, non-compliant operators claim compliance within a non-transparent process mired in bureaucracy, giving multiple opportunities to take appropriate steps and continue harmful practices without checks or accountability. When the City of Toronto approves, the AGCO can only accept or revoke the extension if the city somehow withdraws their support for these events and extended hours. Considering residents' livability, the proposed plan is to considering residents' livability, health, and wellness and proximity is paramount. Stakeholders, sustainable coexistence nearby, considering the different needs of all stakeholders to avoid conflict and complaints from residents. Venues are each eligible for grants on a sliding scale. Independent jury of experts decides the qualifications. Recipients responsible for 20% of the overall grant. Feasibility, funds, I'm not sure about the legality of this, can be provided by alcohol companies. And adopting the plan can significantly reduce the high costs attributed to enforcement, MLS, TPS, public health, and associated costs. What happens when the plan is adopted? Improve residents' socioeconomic well-being, produces the best outcomes for the night economy. What can you do to help? Only provide approval for operators with effective noise mitigation plans. Define problematic establishments. Don't grant extended nighttime licenses to operators with unresolved charges. For 591, immediate revocation of 4 a.m. license extension for operators who contravene noise 581. Give uncompliant operators the requirement of sound level monitoring by city staff paid by the applicant. Assess a monetary fine based on the number of decibels over the limit. It's all determined. Just 2 more points and I'm done. Entertainment, places of assembly, expanded activity definition to include, not exclude, problematic establishments like the Velvet Underground. Provisions that the executive director, at their sole discretion, may require an operator to implement a noise control plan. It should be a committee. That's all, that's it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant?
Yes, I do.
Councillor
Yes,
Fletcher,
thank you.
questions?
Yeah, what do you mean by should be a committee, if you don't mind me?
Can you repeat that, please?
You mean there should be a, pardon?
Can you repeat what you said?
What you, just at the end, you said there should be a committee. What did you mean?
Instead of one person making the decision, because it's people's livelihoods at stake, people's lives, people's sleep, against the compliance and business development agenda.
All right, and can you define a problem establishment for me, please?
Velvet Underground, 28 charges, 28 measurements that are prohibited of prohibited noise 591. I would say that's a problematic establishment. Would you?
well, I'm not here to answer your questions, but as a problematic establishment, would you just then assume with all those charges that if they apply for an extension, there shouldn't be an extension? Is that your point to us?
Well, they were issued a notice to comply on or about November 9th or 10th, 2022, and nothing's been done. It's quite an extension.
So they have been, and I don't want to talk about their case, but in that case, have they had other extensions till 4 or done other things that you think an establishment that's causing an issue for the neighborhood, I think I'm hearing you say, shouldn't automatically be given the ability to continue to cause that problem?
Correct. They should have a noise mitigation plan.
A noise mitigation plan or not? Yes. So we'll have to ask staff how they currently. Now, you mentioned that police no longer attend noise complaints. That's correct. That was changed by the city, wasn't it?
I don't know who changed it, but
Sorry.
I don't know who changed it. I can't say, but I just know it's
It was changed that they no longer had to attend. So it's only MLS that was attending or is to attend. So if someone has a lot of complaints to 311, if somebody has outstanding charges, then your point, I believe, is that now you're in a situation where you shouldn't be given the extensions, or you shouldn't be given extra help because you're not really in compliance even with the current bylaw. Is that what you're telling us today?
Well, it certainly doesn't support good operators by giving bad operators that benefit.
I think that's really important. Thank you. Thank you for coming today. I really appreciate you being here.
Well, thanks for listening.
Any other questions of the deputant? The next deputant is Ingrid Boudet, No More Noise. Welcome, Ingrid. Pardon? This one? Yeah. I believe you've registered for both. Ingrid, do you think you can cover it in 6 or 7 minutes?
I have combined 2 presentations into one, so.
Fantastic, thank you.
That is my goal. I'm just hoping that my HDMI, there we go.
Okay.
So that should work. Okay, I'm just going to go into presentation mode here. Okay. Thank you. So my name is Ingrid Boudet, and I'm here to report on these 2 items, EC 813 and 814. So I am the founder of No More Noise Toronto. I live in Ward 4, and I have a data and IT background. I'm a process-oriented person, and noise was impacting me, so I bought a sound level meter and started measuring noise 2 years ago, and I have created a data-centered approach around managing noise and understanding it. I founded this organization over a year ago when I learned that I'm not the only one who's experiencing significant health issues. So just as a reminder, ECDC's primary focus is, the first bullet point is social cohesion. Noise is known as an antisocial behavior. And the second mandate is strengthening communities. Sometimes when we're forced inside our homes and don't like living there, that is not strengthening our community. I want to be clear, I love a good party and I like live music. I really like to have a good time, but there has to be a balance, as we've said. And so I agree. We need to support diversity. We need to modernize and clarify licensing. We need to support cultural and community events. We need to support live music, absolutely, for all of those benefits that were mentioned earlier on today. And so I would like to work with the city and the operators to find a real balance, because some people feel that they cannot enjoy their homes and they have no choice and they need to move. Because there's one bullet missing from all of those, and that's public health. And noise is a public health issue. So while you're protecting while you want businesses to grow and you want to accommodate them, we also need to accommodate the residences that live in that area. So there's mention of harm reduction and well-being of patrons, but what about the harm reduction to residences and neighbors? In the documentation, I saw that Toronto Public Health is part of the internal working group, but to what extent? Did they speak only to the list of stakeholders to ensure inclusivity, or were they invited to speak on the health impacts of noise at night and repeated noise events? So we're talking about these things, and I'm just coming from the side of public health and safety. I'm not a party pooper. But I saw biases in here. I saw that 2 out of the 3 audiences surveyed were part of the industry. That doesn't feel to me like an equal representation. Residents already feel left out. Equity-based approach regarding demographics, not the people within the community. And it's focused on people who are active at night. And like Manny said, that's a lot of different activities. But some people also sleep at night. I read about Safe TO, and that is in order to shift the city's paradigm from a reliance on reactive emergency response to a culture of proactive prevention. That needs to happen with noise. Once it's happened, it's done. And so I don't think a priority action approach works. Noise first has to happen. Where is the prevention? And right now, measuring from the point of reception is intrusive and ineffective. So I looked at the data, and attachment number 3 talks about complaints, tickets, and court and sentencing data for the noise complaints. And you can see that the lion's share of all of them is eating and drinking establishments and retail. So, and I just want to go back to that, and you can see that entertainment nightclubs actually aren't that large of a percentage. Neither are public halls, amusement centers, or billiards or pool halls. So, and the public echoes this statement because the amplified sound is 73% of noise complaints. So, in the proposal is noise control plans. So, what are they? Right now, there's only 1 required for nightclubs. So they're suggesting 2. Level 1 is a basic one, and level 2 is comprehensive that will apply to nightclubs and venues with significant noise impacts. So I had a look. So on the left-hand side, a level 1 noise control plan is a plan submitted by the operator of an establishment. It's basically an acknowledgement of the noise bylaws and an inventory of their sound producing equipment. On the right-hand side, upon request, this is the meat. Upon request, this is what the operator needs to provide. Monitor noise levels emanating from the premises. The action the operator will take to alleviate excessive noise. When the operator will monitor the exterior of the premises. What process the operator will use to engage nearby residents, resident groups, etc. What process the operator will use to respond to persistent resident complaints about noise. These items should not be upon request. They should absolutely be mandatory for every single noise control plan. Level 2 is a little bit more than that, but it's a statement intended by the maximum noise levels, summary of wattage, results of sound level testing at some point during the day, a summary of sound insulation methods. This isn't about residents. This is all about the businesses, and the residents are the ones that live there 24/7. And so I'm going to show you some stats from a resident where I actually took measurements from their balcony. And she wants to know, will there be a noise control plan that will involve her as a resident that lives 20 meters away from a Fox and John's? So will they have to provide a level 1 noise plan? This person has lived here for a number of years. The problem with the restaurant has only come since COVID. She's pregnant, had to be taken to emergency for a panic attack when the noise didn't stop until 4 a.m. due to an extension where bylaw officers only work until 2. And she had to have these officers in her home 2 times at 1 a.m. for a noise measurement and then ambient measurements. And she hasn't had resolution. So here are measurements that I've taken with my sound level meters, and I've boxed in Friday nights and Saturday nights, and you can clearly see the pattern over the week. Time is along the bottom, decibels along the top, and the boxes are Fridays and Saturday nights, and they actually get louder at 11 o'clock at night. So this is August 12th to the 21st of this year. This is August 21st to the 30th, same pattern appears. This is August 30th to September 7th. I've got some yellow dots in there. Those are the airplanes flying overhead for the air show. So you see these patterns. So let's take a little look at that. I zoned in on Friday the 25th and Saturday, August the 26th. This is a normal weekend and the boxes start at 11 o'clock at night. So you can see the sound level goes up. They turn the volume up at 11.
20 seconds.
Oh, okay. So they're they suffer long-term health effects with the gentleman before mentioned. So they hate where they live. They have to endure people using their lawns and alleys as bathrooms, sidewalks, yelling drunk people, cars honking to pick people up. So weekly analysis of 311 complaint data. I have issues with that process. I don't think it works. I didn't see any changes in the penalties. So my recommendations, level 1 noise plan, all of those things upon request should be made mandatory.
Ingrid, I'm going to ask you to stop, but remain there because counselors are going to ask you questions, and I think we'll get to some of this.
Okay, thank you.
Questions of the deputant, Counselor Carroll.
Yes, was there anything more in your presentation?
So that's how this works. Thank you so much. So yes, Councillor Carroll, I have recommendations. One is that, so all these things should be made mandatory. They should all submit level 1 noise control plans. We should all review 813, 814 together like we are today, along with the noise bylaw review that's coming in January. These things are all wrapped up together. I don't know how you can confirm this before you do the noise bylaw. Improve the reporting and enforcement process. And I suggest that if the bylaw enforcement officers have the sound level meters, go around and listen. Go around and measure some louder areas where there are complaints proactively. And I'm just going to throw this out there that noise zoning, because a physical zone is a physical line. Noise and sound doesn't listen to physical boundaries. It travels. And I mean, in Humber Bay Shores, they had the bass beats from Caravana. It's just the way it is. So you guys need to get ahead of noise. I think you need to remove the priority action approach and use the safe TO mandates. I like the annual Toronto nightlife industry town hall, but so we need to also protect the residents and their health in that town hall. I suggest, as the gentleman before me, maybe a Toronto noise advisory committee. It's a complex issue. And the same source may not always have the same solution. And I came up with something called Night 45 TO. Aim to get to 45 decibels during nighttime hours in residential areas. Just like we have Vision Zero, Night 45 TO. Protect the night and protect our health. And sorry, I'm just going to go on a little bit more. Fix the problems you have first before you expand to other areas. Getting patrons home at night, publicly accessible washrooms, enforcement, preventative actions, and align with the noise bylaw. Noise is a global health issue. Over 92% of residents in Toronto are over the World Health Organization recommended level of 45 decibels for a restorative restful sleep. So it needs to be addressed as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant?
Yes, I have a question, the deputant. It's Councillor Fletcher.
Hello,
Hi there.
Councillor Fletcher.
Hi. You talked about the point of reception. Can you just explain that a little bit? That things shifted, so there's no longer looking at the number of decibels that are. I think that it means the decibels emanating. It's you go somewhere and you see if you can hear this and hear that. Do you think that was a good change?
Yeah, I do. So people, when you have to go into people's homes and you have to disturb them at 1 and 2 in the morning, and your enforcement is delayed, you're missing the point of noise. Noise is an intermittent thing that happens. And so if you can go to the establishment, if bylaw officers could go to the establishment and measure from the line, from the property line, then the complainant isn't the bad guy. The complainant is just a person saying, hey, I want to go to sleep at night. You're actually then working with the perpetrator or the operator, and then can say, hey, you know what? You guys are 85 decibels here, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So let's not do that. So you don't have to involve the residents in this roundabout. But then again, I was speaking about how noise is a complex issue. So that's great for amplified sound on land. I've heard about amplified sound in the water, the party boats. And so you can't go to the source there. No officer's going to get on a jet ski and go out there with a sound level meter. So that's where noise is a complex issue. But for amplified sound, as it is on land, absolutely go to the source. Or the property line of the source.
So our bylaw, our current bylaw, which says go to the point of reception, we kind of went in the wrong direction. You suggest to us that we should go back to say the source. So if you're at 85 or 90 decibels at a location, that needs to be measured there. Because as well, did you bring up the public health issue? Would 85 decibels and you're standing right beside it for 2 hours, that might be a little bit of a problem at some point, would it not be, from a public health standpoint?
What? Yes.
So you're surprised public health is not here as part of this conversation to answer some of those types of issues,
Yes.
correct? And you're aware that at some point that you can't call the police, even people still call the police and say, there's this really big noise happening down in the Portlands and can you go? And they say, sorry, we don't do that. And then you're calling, instead of somebody who's got a full complement, you're calling MLS, which maybe has 4 officers. So is that putting the public at a disadvantage in your opinion?
I would say the public is generally confused about we are told to call 911 for 311 for everything, yet I have for motor vehicle noise, and yet they can't do anything because that's a stationary vehicle, so we're supposed to call the police. So where you have it's confusing for people, and they never find adequate resolution. So I think people call whoever they feel they need to, and whether that's it's just a couple digits apart, 3 or 9.
Well, you know who else they call? You know who else they call? They call their counselor.
Yes, they do.
Believe me, they do.
I know.
That's why I
Last
know
year,
about
not
it.
one counselor questioned whether noise is an issue in their wards, because noise is an issue across the city, and it's complicated.
Yes. So we're going to be reviewing the noise bylaw. I'm sure you're getting ready for that to see if it was a success in the way that we've changed it, because the night economy is it's about keeping things open, and then truly, will that create more noise, and what's the impact in the downtown area anyway, because we don't have that extended to the other areas of town. Okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely. I think we need to get it right in the downtown core before we go to external areas.
Thank you.
One other question.
So go ahead.
Do I have another moment? Are you aware of the entertainment district when it was established, I think in 1999? It was to contain all the noise, all the parties, all the big venues, and nobody lived there, right? And now, however many years later, 25 years later, 30 years later, that is an area that's changing. So there is now an impact between the large venues that may still be operating and the people and the condos and other living locations that have been built since that established entertainment district was established. Could you just give me a quick comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. There's something that I come across in my research. It's called an implied contract. And so when you are moving into an area, there's a certain amount of noise that might be expected. For me, for an example, it was I moved close to the gardener. I expected that to be loud, but I did not expect the modified mufflers that started happening 4 years ago. Some people have lived off of King and Queen Street for a long time. They have homes there, and that was the contract. Now we live our society changes, and that's why we need to be flexible and adaptive. But there has to be, I still believe that there's a way that we can create a balance. They're very dense cities. Taipei, for example, apparently moves to acoustic music at 11 o'clock at night. Okay.
Thank you. That was Councillor Fletcher's last question, so we're just a little over time, but I appreciate that. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Thank you. Thank you for coming to committee. The next deputant is George Bell.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, George Bell.
Hello.
Hi, welcome to the committee. I see you registered for both items. We're going to allow you up to 7 minutes to speak, and appreciate you being here. Go ahead.
Sure, no problem. Thanks to the chair and the members for having me. My name is George Bell. I'm here to talk about a critical part of the night economy that's broken and needs to be fixed, but I didn't see it in any of the reports today. And that's the moratorium on food carts south of Bloor. Specifically food carts, not food trucks or ice cream trucks, which are a separate part of the bylaw, but food carts. In Toronto, this takes mainly one form, hot dog cart. And I have lived in Rosedale for 15 years and seen the number of licensed carts drop from about 250 to 50, if the numbers in the media are correct. And they used to provide eyes on the street, safety, community, and in many cases, a great place to get a snack on your way home. In my travels, I've seen corn and waffles on the streets of Brussels, crepes and baguettes on the street of Paris, kebabs in India, rice, noodles, sushi in Japan, ribs from a smoker in Atlanta. But in the most multicultural city in the world, Toronto, all we have is hot dogs. And they're becoming vanishingly hard to find. I used to be able to walk right across the road to Sherbourne subway station and get a dog. Then it was Bangalore, then it was college. Now I have to walk all the way to Dundas. Last night I was at Scotiabank Arena. Couldn't find any hot dogs. Even at the baseball games, sometimes it's hard to find hot dogs. Why is that? Well, we have a moratorium on new hot dog cart licenses in the core for the last 20 years. And the existing licenses aren't transferable when owners die or retire. If we keep the status quo, we're trending towards zero carts in the core. So this has been in place since 2003. I think it was an effort to encourage carts outside of the core early on in amalgamation, but that seems to have failed. I know there was other attempts at a more complicated system that involved people investing in city-owned carts and stuff that also didn't work. So what can we do? Well, first, we can get rid of the moratorium. There are already a bunch of hoops that need to be jumped through. So let's even the playing field and bring new options to the core. Secondly, currently carts can't be within 25 meters of other carts. And this ignores the fact that groups of carts can actually be desirable. A crepe cart next to a hot dog cart is actually a great thing to have in a city, especially when they serve different foods. We know this, we have food courts, so just get rid of this rule entirely. Third, currently carts can't be within 25 meters of existing restaurants. That's obviously too high in the core and doesn't really recognize that a steak restaurant doesn't compete with a hot dog cart, or that a hot dog cart might actually be a good thing to have outside of a bar. So I think we should change that to 15 meters if the menus overlap and 5 meters if they don't. The city also requires new owners to propose locations, which can be denied for many reasons beyond their control. Staff, I think we should keep the system where they can apply. I think also staff should introduce a green list of locations where the city wants to have food carts and that they would be automatically approved, at least 3 of these in each ward. The city requires fifth, the city requires new owners to propose a menu, which can be denied. We should move to a green list of approved and pre-approved food items, including a long list of food types: crepes, waffles, pastries, kebabs, hot dogs, corn, pasta, burgers, sandwiches, burritos, etc. And cart owners should be able to choose off the list or apply new items to be added to it. And then 6, the city should reduce the initial fee for the first 2 years so that carts can get up and established. 7th, we should provide additional applications for portable or permanent seating, tables and other street furniture, which are an important piece, especially for carts where you're serving food that kind of requires people to sit down, or it would be nice to do that. And then 8th, provide clarity on applications in parks, on TTC property, city property, at the beach, on trails, especially bike routes. It would be good to have some more clarity on that. And then 9, the application process needs to be simplified and unified. It should be able to be completed by a non-English speaking resident within 1 week from the start to finish. The Economic Development Committee shouldn't need to be told that food carts are good for the economy, but here's the math. If you sell 1 hot dog at $4 every 5 minutes for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, you bring in $100,000 a year. Newcomers to Canada can do this job. If we have 100 new food cart owners, that's potentially 300 to 400 less refugees in shelters. But the biggest takeaway out of all of this is that we need to get rid of the moratorium in the downtown core and have more food carts. Great part of the night economy. Hopefully you guys can fix it. I think you guys should ask for a report today on it, but we'll see what you guys do. Thanks.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you. We'll move on to the next deputant, and that is Sako Decommissioned. Welcome. You have five, you registered for one, right?
One.
So-
I won't be long.
Okay, great, fantastic. 5 minutes, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. I know it's been a long day. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And thank you to everyone involved in putting this initiative together to better serve and progress the nighttime economy. My name is Sako Decommissioned, and I'm the owner and operator of Contrast Entertainment Group. We own and operate several restaurants and bars throughout the city. The nighttime economy is at the core of my businesses. Our group has been active throughout the nighttime economy review. Although we do appreciate the clarification the process will allow, we want to ensure that businesses that are being impacted by these changes have an opportunity to continue to be heard. Some changes will have great impacts on businesses, and certain changes must allow for venues to be grandfathered. Specifically, based on my interpretations, one of my own restaurants, which is currently located on a second floor, will have to attain an entertainment license based on the new definitions, which we would not qualify for based on the current zoning requirements. Our industry has already been heavily impacted by COVID in recent years, and with razor-thin margins and ever-increasing costs, mainly due to inflation, increased taxes, increased insurance costs, and regularly increasing staffing costs, there's no way to get out of it. So simply put, a change like this would have a catastrophic impact, and we want to make sure that these types of impacts are taken into consideration. We are fully aligned with the desire of the committee to ensure licensed establishments operate within guidelines, but as mentioned, I want to make sure the venue operators' perspectives are taken into consideration, not just for licensing-related matters, but all aspects of the industry that could detrimentally impact the profitability or existence of our businesses. Overall, I would recommend for our city to create either a subcommittee or include business owners more closely when finalizing decisions to ensure our voices and concerns are heard. We want to be collaborative with the city and with our resident neighbors. We are constantly fighting to have the City of Toronto be recognized as a progressive, world-class nightlife destination. Let's ensure the measures that are implemented support this desire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions of the deputant.
Thanks. So you heard some criticism of what it turns out a noise control plan is. And I think for a lot of us, it's because when you get to reading the report, you find out it's not about physically mitigating noise, it's more about measuring noise, and there's some voluntary components as opposed to mandatory. How would it be received in the industry if we said that has to include physically mitigating? It's a one-time cost, it's not an ongoing cost.
For sure. I mean, look,
structurally mitigate.
Myself, several of our peers, we're all in favor of having these guidelines in place because we, often a few of the bad apples, they spoil the crop, how it goes. So we're in favor of it so long as there's study and, things that are realistic. Some of the, decibel meter reading requirements that have been thrown around, in my opinion, might be unrealistic. You could have streetcar noise sometimes emit more noise than, I believe, 50 decibels. So long as there's thought and data to support those numbers, we're happy to include those.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming.
Any other questions of the deputant?
Yeah, it's Councillor Fletcher. Hi, thank you for being here. In a lot of the old city of Toronto, there are restaurants, and your establishment, one of them is on the second floor, but often people are living on the second floor above establishments. Is that your experience as well as mine?
Sorry, I didn't quite. At this particular venue, it's a two-story building. There's a restaurant beneath it, so it doesn't necessarily fit into the category that you're describing. I'm sure there are others that have that, but again, it's a very unique case.
Yeah, but I'm just asking. That's a format in the city of Toronto. I can't speak for the suburbs, but generally on the Danforth, you have at grade, you've got restaurants, you've got venues, and then people are living on the second and third floor, right?
I mean, in some cases, I'm sure. Sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
Generally, on all of sorry, maybe I'm not being clear. Our big main streets in Toronto, King Street, Queen Street, Dundas, College, Danforth, Gerrard, generally the built form is you have some kind of commercial enterprise at grade at the sidewalk level, which could easily be a restaurant, a bar, something of that kind. And then up above, people are living. Not what you described, but that's kind of the format that we have everywhere, correct?
I mean, in some cases that does exist, yes.
Well, I'll check with staff. I think that's our overarching position. You probably have a venue that might not be as typical of the standards.
Certainly it's not.
Yeah. But one of the things I heard today from our staff is that the reason why we're opening up some of the zoning is so you, with your restaurant, you can move out to Scarborough, or you can move to Etobicoke, and you can operate unfettered in that way. Once we change that, should we change that? Is that something you contemplate? Are you trying to move out there to have more business in one of these other locations?
Not necessarily my businesses. My business wouldn't thrive in those types of situations. I think the way this.
Why not?
It's just the business that we've established required to be downtown and in and around downtown. They wouldn't work.
So that you think that's one of the criteria for a lot of the businesses that we're talking about. They want to be downtown. That's their business model.
It is.
The business model is a downtown.
That's where the majority of the youth live, and that's the majority of our demographic that attend our venues. So it wouldn't make sense to go outside of that. You're just making it more difficult for yourself to draw business.
What about all the people that come to the entertainment district from 905 and Woodbridge and Vaughan? And is that still happening to your knowledge?
It is.
It's very common.
It is, and they have venues that they can go to within their, closer proximity to where they live, but there's a desire always to go to downtown, regardless of what city you go to. You could go any city around the world. People typically want to go and adventure and go away and go downtown. I mean, it's just how it is. And so
I was
just saying that's what we built our businesses around. Being in those, I pay a little bit more rent, I get that, but in the end, it pays for itself.
So your business model is the downtown business model, and you're saying that the downtown is where you're attracted, like Buenos Aires all-night market, that you have to go there.
Exactly.
But at the same time, so saying that we'd like to attract the same businesses into the suburbs might not, we should look at that as a business model, it might not be that realistic.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't work, I'm just saying it doesn't work for me and my businesses. I'm certain there's other people that would be very attracted to those opportunities.
Well, we should find out if they've looked into that, because your business model downtown is different than a suburban business model. Would we agree on that?
We do.
Because people want to go down. And so when we're talking about the night economy, when you're here to talk about that, in your sense, in your situation, you're talking about the downtown night economy, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a couple of questions. Hi, Sappho. We've had many conversations since I became a counselor. I just wanted to ask about how the numerous extensions for alcohol service to 4 a.m., how they impact the surrounding businesses. We've had conversations where you're requesting these extensions in part because across the street or down the block, there's a place that's getting them 20 times a month. So it's almost like a part of the business model. Can you talk about how this puts pressure on to compete for a customer who may say, well, if I'm here till 2, but they're going till 4, I'm going to just go there?
For sure. I mean, look, firstly, it's an optional initiative. We have multiple venues, many of which we don't apply, some of which we do apply. And it has been part of our business model. I'll take you back. Through COVID, it was obviously a very challenging time for us and our businesses, and we had to look for new opportunities and new partnerships. And often, I personally worked on this initiative. I spent over a year building these partnerships and relationships with different charities, organizations, not-for-profits, some for-profit as well. And we built these opportunities, and we've built together a calendar where, the purpose of these extensions are to offer additional entertainment for people that normally wouldn't be able to attend during the regular hours. So they have become part of our business and a critical part of our business, because if without those, with everything going on now, particularly now with the economy, I don't know if many of our businesses or that particular business would be around. Now, having said that, I know one of the issues has always been, for us, we love to have different compliance factors, so long, so long as those are in place and we're compliant and we're meeting the criteria the city has in place, I mean, as the gentleman said earlier, so long as you're compliant, there shouldn't be an issue.
So just to be clear, for me, the extensions are actually now become sort of part of your core business model in the sense that you need them to be able to keep your business viable.
In one case, yes.
Okay, thank you, in Davenport.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. The next debutant is Steve Georgiev. Welcome to the committee. I see that you registered twice, so you can speak up to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't know that was an option. That's why I did it just now. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for having me here. I have quite a few points to kind of go over, so I have a list of them here. First and foremost, all the parties involved in putting together a nighttime economy review. That's an amazing thing for the city, and you guys have all done a great job putting together this report. Just to give you a little bit of background, I was one of the original people on King Street when the entertainment district was formed. I've been in the business for 16 years. I own multiple venues on King Street and throughout the entertainment neighborhoods. I've been heavily involved in these meetings. Maybe some of you guys saw, I'm actually familiar with quite a few of the members here that are involved. So I've tried to have a view from an operator standpoint. Just to make a note, we were severely unrepresented at these meetings, and we put in a lot of work on our side to try to make sure that the representation from the operators was there. Just to second something that Sako said, I guess in the thing, the report is fantastic, and I think it's bringing a lot of clarity and a lot of great things to the city and a lot of good things for operators, because like he said, we want some regulation that really helps us. The only thing is there's some caveats. For example, on King Street, there's at least 10 restaurants that are on the second floor that would not qualify for either license. So there's got to be some sort of mechanism that allows us to apply and get proper licensing on the second floor. I know that off the record here, we spoke about potentially some minor variance applications that can be processed relatively quickly. So that seems to be somewhat answered, but just a little more clarity on that. Second, previously to obviously Councillor Malik and yourself, Councillor Bravo, I had a really close relationship with Joe Cressy previously, and he was a fantastic person and worked very well with us. We got a great communication. So I would love to establish that moving forward with you, and I think that would be great for you to do, especially because you have the majority of your entertainment district. There's a lot of operators that just don't know how to access the councillor, and perhaps some sort of a regular meeting would be great just to be able to understand some of the challenges that we deal with and some of the residential challenges as well from that side. Councillor Ainsley as well, I just want to make a note, I did reach out to your office. They told me 3 months to get a hold of you. As a nighttime economy mayor, yes. No, as the nighttime champion, I think somehow, and you should try to just have a little more accessibility to operators. So those are just a couple of things that I want to note. As far as the 4 a.m. licensing that was brought up, this is something that almost every single nightlife venue in the entertainment district does now, and is probably the only reason that we're all surviving. Just to make you guys understand how important this is, and especially with with the recession kind of that we're entering and people having less money and having less disposable income, restaurants, hospitality venues, and nightlife venues are continuously struggling to figure out how to pay their bills. And the ability to extend hours and actually have a little bit more time to generate revenue has been the only thing that's survived my businesses, and I'm sure if you had other operators on King Street, they would be in the same position. So that's a very important program that, we don't need to create more red tape there. We just need to make sure that we establish some guidelines for us to be able to partake in this program. My only other thing I have a couple other comments, but and I'm listening to some of the residents that have come here, and I've been part of all these discussions and talks. Ultimately, if you have a bad operator and then it's not enforced well, they're going to, doesn't matter what the rules you put in place, if they're not enforced, they're going to continue doing them. So this is more of an enforcement issue versus a rule change issue. So if a bad operator is told 45 decibels and he operates at 65 decibels, if you don't go in and enforce that, he's going to continue operating at 65 decibels. If you tell him 35 decibels, changes nothing. And also this, I know that this isn't really a noise bylaw thing, but it goes hand in hand with the night economy. The new introduction of the new bylaw was actually very helpful for operators, but again, if you actually look at the complaints in detail, very few of them come from nightlife. Majority of them over the last 2 years that were taken into consideration were over COVID, when there was illegal parties and rooms and these kind of things, which really, if you look at it as a whole, it skews the report entirely in terms of where noise complaints are coming from. And then, as being one of the original persons on King Street, I could tell you that I had no problems, then I had problems when people moved in, and then thank God for the agent of change thing that you guys passed. But we're good operators, so we constantly have deal directly with our neighbors, and we work together with them to accomplish a happy medium between the two. My only one other comment, and I just want to say it because I know it's not the meeting for it, but point of reception is one of the most important things. It is almost impossible to do point of origin. It puts us in default immediately. So point of reception was one of the most important things that's happened for these kinds of things. And just some other relevant information. When the parties that did the nighttime economy review, just to be clear, they engaged sound consultants, they engaged all sorts of proper consultants, and after all their findings and after all these things this is what they've come up with. So, you know, the company actually engaged, I've engaged them previously for noise control plans, so I'm familiar with them. Just to give you an idea, on King Street, the streetcar going by is at 65 decibels. Our noise limits now at reception are 45 decibels. The outside ambient is already louder than what we're allowed to produce. So these things have all been dealt in great detail. So I think if you guys are looking to make any sort of alterations to it, I think really you guys should get involved on a granular level with the people that put together the reports, because they have all this information. So us coming here and telling you stuff or listening to residents associations and these kinds of things, these are just things of their personal experience, but all of these things have been factored in before this report came out. So that's as much as I can fit in the 7 minutes, almost identical.
Thank you very much. I think you will have questions from councillors. I'll just, go ahead, Councillor Fletcher, and then.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you the same question around zoning, and probably you and I are the only two people that were there to see the establishment of the entertainment district when former Mayor Barbara Hall and Bill Ballard walked around with then 52 Division Superintendent Bill Blair and said, we're going to allow these venues here in order to liven up downtown. And then city planning, as you know, has now said we're going to now allow residential. So we have a number of different uses that are changing. Coming to my question, I wasn't a counselor, I worked for a counselor then. It was Dan Leckie who had that same district when it took place. But I'd like you to tell me what, I asked somebody earlier, two things. Now we're doing some of this so we can, you can go to Scarborough, because there apparently are Scarborough and Etobicoke and North York, a lot of entertainment areas that people would like to move their venues there and have entertainment there, but can't because of the zoning. So my first question is that your intention? And number two is define a problematic establishment. And believe me, I do get the calls that I have my own definition, but I'm interested in your definition, please. And thank you for being here today.
You're welcome. Thank you. So my answer to your first question is, given the opportunity, a lot of operators would choose to expand. Currently, we're limited because originally when this entertainment, quote unquote, entertainment district was brought in, it boxed us in between a few lines, and therefore made us operate with different licensing outside of those lines. Which is part of the reason why we're here. You're updating licensing so there's more clear and compliance behind it. The other thing that's happened is when I originally went to King Street, I was one of the only people there. Now that, I mean, I guess condos follow hospitality. So if it becomes like a cool, trendy area, builders tend to buy up the land and they develop the land and thus on. So what's happened is now it's filled in with all these buildings and residential buildings and everything else like this that's happened there, which ultimately now is pushed us out of the entertainment district because our leases, one of my lease ran out, the other lease, Metrolinx expropriated the building. There's a number of reasons that the hospitality and entertainment is actually getting pushed out of the entertainment district. So my answer is a two-part. Number one, you have to provide a mechanism for us to operate outside of the entertainment district because that's not happening anymore. Every year, more and more venues just die because they won't renew the lease. They want to put a condo there. They buy the building. So we're getting pushed out of that. So you have to account for that. The next area, obviously, from King Street, Queen Street, and it bubbles out from there. Now, that's the number one problem that you're experiencing now because most of the operators have to operate outside the entertainment district because they've been pushed out or they're going to be pushed out in the short little while. And then the second one is if you provide that opportunity for them to grow on, the next available potential street, if they had success in their business, I would say a lot of the operators would choose to do things like this. And I know Saco very well, and I can tell you he also operates in shops at Don Mills, which he should have mentioned to you earlier. And a lot of these people have Inc. Entertainment, has it in Yonge and Dundas. They open, they're the largest entertainment company in Canada. So opening up this licensing and zoning, it couldn't be the more right thing to do. And we partner with all sorts of cultural groups, nonprofits, charities, and this just adds to the cultural fabric of Toronto. And I think limiting and stopping these people, especially when hospitality was closed for 600 days, would be a big mistake. And then a problematic venue. I'm sorry, I forgot about your second question.
Tell me what your definition is of a problematic establishment.
Most good operators already have relationships with the councilors, with municipal licensing, with AGCO, with the police department, with their neighbors. I can tell you, I've been down this road. And those are good operators. Those are operators that take proactive approach of meeting and understanding these things. They're operators that, we're here, trying to defend our point of view. Bad operators are the ones that don't have these relationships, that continue getting charges that are not being dealt with. Like a gentleman mentioned earlier, Velvet Underground, although I don't think they get a lot of 4AMs, but they do 28 charges, and that's actually a very known group. It's Live Nation that's involved in the thing. But again, back to my original comment, this comes to enforcement. It doesn't matter what laws you put in place. If they're not enforced, they're just going to continue doing it. So ultimately, this conversation is not about good or bad. It's about how do you enforce if somebody's bad. And that's the problem right now. All the mechanisms are there. You can call 311, you can complain. Municipal licensing, you can send an inspector there. But enforcement is ultimately what defines, for me, if it's a good or a bad operator. 28 charges, the municipal licensing won't renew their license next year. There goes their business.
Are you sure?
There goes their business,
Sure?
Thank you.
Are you sure it's not going to be renewed?
Well, they can speak to it, but I'm assuming if they got charged that many times and they got convicted.
I'm going to ask that.
Yeah, Counselor, that was your last question. Counselor Carroll, questions.
Thanks. Just a quick one. I've already asked, I asked Saco already about willingness, because you've taken part in the focus groups and
every single one.
You've been cooperating. Yes. So I've already asked Saco about, if we started to look at physical noise mitigation as part of a noise control plan, one-time costs in nature, would you be interested? The other question is, you're right about a bad actor that gets charged umpteen times and just ignores them really makes it difficult for all of you. Would the better part of the community be amenable to if the fines attached to enforcement run a sliding scale such that the fine gets larger as the number of charges pile up? If we can get approval to do that, so that we're enforcing and you're getting charged, and when you're on your fourth charge, it's a very expensive proposition, so that we mitigate the bad actors in the pool.
So physical sound attenuation measures, we already do them. Again,
Yeah.
we're good operators, so we put in various different things that help that. Now, these can range from, very cheap that are not very active to $1 million. So you got to be careful when you go down the road of that. Does that make sense? So ultimately, this is the thing with taking the measurement at point of reception. So let's say you're your condo, you measure outside 45 decibels. If they want to operate inside higher and be in compliant with the noise bylaw, they'll put up the noise mitigation measures themselves anyways, because they want to. So, but if they don't, then just go and charge them. There's nothing wrong with that if they're outside of the thing. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing's broken with that system.
Right.
So if they want to put more and play louder inside, go for it, because inside it doesn't matter. If they want to put less and be in compliance with the at point of reception hearing, then that's fine too. It's ultimately, if they're out of compliance, charge them. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. So it's almost, not that it's irrelevant, but it's how an operator chooses to operate. And it's okay both ways. It just depends how loud you want to be.
Well, it's just if you have an actor who's being charged repeatedly and nothing's happening, then you have to question whether or not the consequences of being charged are stringent enough.
Which is your second question.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't necessarily be imposed to a sliding scale of charges.
Yeah.
We all from time to time have to deal with these things ultimately, right?
Yeah.
The issue is that it creates, and for operators, is sometimes you have, and by no means am I suggesting that every neighbor is bad, but sometimes you have just a very difficult person that constantly continues.
There have to be solid metrics or it doesn't work.
So if you're not clear in that stuff, then you're either going to put the residents in a really bad position or you're going to put the operator in a really bad position.
Right.
So you got to be very careful that the road you go down on.
I wouldn't propose it today on the fly.
Yeah.
I just wondered, how does the industry feel about something like that? But
I'm personally okay with it, but I know that I have relationships with all my neighbors. I know that I put in the right sound mitigation things. I know that I have a relationship with all the right parties and the people. So good operators are all of them, regardless if they're here or not, they all do this. It's the one or two bad people that create majority of these problems that these residents associations and all these people come in here and complain about. It's not multiple people.
Right, which is another reason why I think I hear in your answer, you're okay with it if we're very careful about how we would do so.
Correct. And the sound mitigation stuff, it simply doesn't matter, because if they have less, they play the music quieter to be in compliance. If they have more, they can play the music louder and still be in compliance. So that's almost irrelevant,
Thank you.
So you're welcome.
I also have questions. Thank you for being here. Since we're dating ourselves, maybe I ran into you at the Twilight Zone.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, that's how old I am.
That was at Joe Cressy's goodbye, right?
This is like in the 80s.
Oh.
That was all ages. So I'm asking about the extensions because I think that one thing that is clear is that clubs are relying on them. And what we hear from our residents is about why extensions are given, and that we refer to municipal significance. It goes through clerks. The question is, if it's part of the business model, then why are we, from your point of view, then why are we justifying it through these events of municipal significance? Like how many days a month do you need to have an extension to be able to make a club viable?
And to be honest with you, it's every day that we're open in some of the venues. And now, if you notice, even in Councillor Malik's thing, I could tell you almost every single nightlife venue is applying for these things. It's because we're literally, there's so many, we just had a wage increase. When we got into COVID, we were promised a 10% reduction in alcohol. They gave us a 10% reduction, then they taxed us 7%, and now there's a 4.5% federal tax coming, and now we pay more for alcohol than we paid at the beginning of COVID. In addition to that, alcohol prices went up almost 25%. So how do we pass this down? Like, we can't eat it. We already can't survive barely. Now I have to increase pricing. People can't afford to buy the stuff. So now what's my only alternative? I need the length of time to be able to at least make up something for that. I could give you 1,000 scenarios like this where all our costs have gone up. And we got closed for 500 and something days where we have debt, so much debt on our shoulders that we got to dig out of. You know, it's not like somebody wrote us free checks. We had to write checks in addition to any of the subsidies. And in some cases, we didn't even qualify for subsidies. So as far as the 4AMs, I would say they're a super integral part. If you close them down, it would be absolutely, it would kill the entire nightlife economy. And I can tell because I'm friends with every single one of these people. And this municipal significance events, ultimately, we would love to see a 5 a.m. license or a 24-hour license like that. Believe me, if that's ever on the table, everybody will vote for it. But so the way we extend license now is we look to develop these partnerships with various cultural groups, with various charities, with various things. We go out there and we find them because they're so detrimental to our business. And we say, let's do a partnerships, let us help you. In a lot of these cultural groups are inclusivity play as well. You know, we'll partner with these people. We allow access to these, more people to partake in these events. Fashion Week is one that there's a bunch of fashion events. Fashion is a massive thing in the city. And these most of them are like teetering on the point of bankruptcy. And 2 or 3 of the reasons that they survive is through some of these events and through some of these financial help that we're able to provide them through the events. So I can't stress how important the 4 a.m. licensing is, and that's why we continue applying and finding various partners through these events to be able to continue the 4 a.m. licensing.
And would you agree then that if for whatever reason in one ward extensions are being granted like almost every night, but then across the street in a different ward there's different questions about municipal significance, that it creates an unfair competition environment?
For sure. I think it needs to be a one standard approach across all wards, because some of the wards are divided by a street right in the middle of the entertainment district. You know, Bathurst is a divisional street there between Councillor Malik's ward and, I think your ward you're on Dover.
I'm on Davenport. So the last question is, having been around when the entertainment district was created, there was a big after-hours scene in downtown where the clubs are now, and those after-hours were not licensed, and some of us might have been there. But in part, this was there's a lot of them there too. So in part, this was.
That's why I looked over there.
In part, this was a response to bringing some regulation to, to recognizing that people were gonna dance all night, or were gonna dance later in the night, and wanted to be out in the community, and that this was normal. I guess, do you think that we're at the place where the justification of having to talk about municipal significance and invent things to something that's actually your bottom line, maybe something that we need to look at and be more clear about what does it mean to extend to, for who should have it, how often, and that there should be one standard across the city in consultation with the industry. That's what I'm thinking is something that's missing here, and that look at the predictability, and that as a counselor, can you imagine it's very challenging when the view is that we get the final say. We can delegate it to police. And there's a notion that it's the city clerk that decides, but in the end, the counselor does have a lot to say. Does that seem right to you?
So I'll make a comment on the 4 a.m. licenses have actually eliminated a lot of the illegal after hours. Just to put it like this, because people aren't going to a 4 a.m. licensed establishment and then going to an after hours at 6 in the morning. That's reduced dramatically. So from a police and safety standpoint, having the 4 a.m. license has actually helped. Trying to say, because we at least, there's recourse against us. If we don't do something right, if we don't have mitigation plans, if we don't work with the police, they can come and shut us down. We could lose our license. We could do all sorts of things. These legal after hours don't operate like this. They don't have the right security. They don't have the right people in there. They don't, so from a safety standpoint, having a 4 a.m. license and being able to control the venues that are operating and them operating within a certain specific safety guidelines is helpful to the city of Toronto mitigating these illegal activities at night. if you guys cut down on the 4 a.m. licenses, you're going to see the resurgence of these illegal nightlifes. People are going to go out whether you authorize them to or you don't authorize them to. So if you might as well authorize them to with guidelines than let them do it illegally.
Thank you. That was my last question, and I think we've gone over time. So
sorry.
there will be other deputants, and I don't see anyone else with questions. So thank you for coming here today. And the next deputant is Harold Smith.
Thank you very much for having me.
Harold Smith, welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Despite the night economy's admirable objectives, aggressively expanding entertainment zones and venue space without stringent noise control and effective enforcement is bad policy. If adopted, City Hall would be ignoring its own research and the proposal's health impacts, high complaints, negative public feedback, and enforcement challenges. Health impacts. Increasing amplified sound zones for venues broadcasting noise at unsafe levels jeopardizes adjacent residents' health. The night economy ignores Toronto Public Health's report, How Loud is Too Loud, which states, quote, maintaining a quality indoor noise environment contributes to better health and well-being, quote, and current evidence finds this threshold for ischemic heart disease to start around 58 decibels. Currently, thresholds for self-reported sleep disturbance is 42 decibels nighttime, whereas previously they were around 60 decibels. More recent evidence reviewed for this report supports these lower thresholds. The Centers for Disease Control's maximum allowable daily dose for 100 decibels is 10 minutes. Why hasn't Toronto Public Health reported on the night economy? It should. Entertainment noise already exposes adjacent residents to unsafe noise levels, making them susceptible to sleep disturbance and heart disease. Residents' concerns. The implementation review of the noise bylaw notes amplified sound noise tops complaints at an acute 73%, followed by construction at 29%. You got to be pretty loud to exceed construction at that rate of complaints. The night economy review shows Toronto residents distressed by amplified sound noise. Some examples, quote, residents were vocal about frustration with restaurants operating as music venues and producing noise and street nuisance. Quote, Toronto's noise bylaw public feedback summary for amplified sound, which was in September 2003, states, quote, many residents reported an increase in issues with amplified sound since 2019. Especially from bars, special events, concert venues, party boats, restaurants, clubs, etc. And need for stronger enforcement of the bylaw, including better real-time enforcement, proactive enforcement by adding noise mitigation requirements. And most participants were at the meeting because of frustration with increased noise. Tighter amplified sound bylaw limits needed. According to Toronto's Sounds of the City, discos or nightclub noise level are an astounding 110 decibels. That's 10 times the CDC's 10-minute limit for 100 decibels. Ministry of Labor limits 85 decibel noise exposure to 8 hours, and even that's too high. Entertainment venue amplified sound levels must be lowered to safe levels. Vancouver's noise control bylaw limits interior sound to 90 decibels in restaurants with live entertainment and prohibits live entertainment in restaurants after midnight. Toronto must implement, I'm saying 85 decibels measured at source, but I think it should be even lower. Noise control plans must protect all within earshot. Measure noise at source. Point of reception measuring has enforcement challenges. Even though New York City limits point of reception noise at 42 decibels, it's well below Toronto's bylaw. Surging complaints suggest more entertainment zones amidst residential areas will overstress enforcement, residents, and healthcare. MLS complaint data, excluding retail stores, shows total complaints doubling between 2019 and 2022, not 7 times as per my submission, which was incorrect. Heavy traffic noise already assaults many residents living within the 21 proposed entertainment zones. More amplified sound will cause additional harm. With overtaxed healthcare, rising population densities, climbing noise complaints, and an overwhelmed 311, Toronto must solve enforcement, tighten noise limits, and increase penalties before expanding entertainment zones and space. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? The next deputant is Kathy McDonald. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Oh, I believe actually that you registered for both, so you have up to 7 minutes. Thank you. But we appreciate 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm on. Yes. So Chair Bravo and members of the ECDC, so I'm here today as co-chair of the Federation of Toronto Residents Associations, which represents 35 residents associations in the area bounded by Bloor, Bathurst, Shepherd, and the DVP. The night economy proposals will certainly result in significant changes to communities across the city, but they must be carefully considered before approval. We've heard lots of comments about that today. Residents where these uses are now currently permitted and not all night have strong complaints about excessive noise, and both coming from the facilities and from people on the street. So we're concerned that there are many people across the city, and I've sort of checked with odd people that I've talked to in the last week. Do you know about this? And nobody knows. So this is, there are very few deputants here on this important issue. Some of us have been involved in these topics for many years and have been thinking about them. So our report has made a few recommendations, and I'll go over those and then make some comments about them. First, the recommendations of this report and the upcoming planning report, which I will deal with the committee on Thursday, should be deferred for further public consultation. And then in consultation and in conjunction with the recommendations that will come forward in the noise bylaw review, because there can be significant changes that will affect what can happen and how it can happen. So the report should be deferred at this stage, that MLS and city planning undertake a joint public consultation process, and that can and that further reports be submitted after that process. It's really important that the three, well, I guess it's now 4 reports, all be considered together because of the interactions between them. That the third recommendation is the review of the implementation of regulations. That the review should include how Vancouver and Austin, Texas dealt with promoting the night economy while protecting residents from excessive noise, and that the noise bylaw report address measurement of noise at source. And that point has already been raised. Yeah, I think I've really covered the key points, and it's a long meeting and late, but my real concern is that people across the city don't know about this. They need to learn about this, or what can happen and how it will affect them, and that processes have to be put in place to deal with that before the adoption of any of the changes. We've just seen them. We've had a week to look at the recommendations, and how can the communities look at that have real consideration of what the proposals are in such a short time limit, and there's 4 reports to look at in the same way. So we just need more time, and we need to look at the reports all together. I think that there should be ways to make this all work well for both the businesses and the residents, but more work has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No. Thank you very much for joining us today. The next deputant is Spencer Sutherland. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Spencer Sutherland. I used to be the co-chair of the Toronto Music Advisory Committee, and I've been involved in all of these projects for a very long time. It's nice to see this getting the attention it deserves, and I'm not going to talk too much. I mostly just wanted to thank everyone for all the work that's gone into this. It's managing the nighttime economy is very challenging, and I think most of what's been put forward is really helpful, especially to venue operators. I used to be one, so I understand their challenges intimately, and I think a lot of the work that's going into these licensing reviews is headed in the right direction, and it's actually going to help good operators to stay good operators. There are always some bad operators, and you just hope that you can kind of bring them into compliance. Certainly recognizing the value of nightlife helps to justify proper management of it, and it's great to see this getting all that attention. There are some. I do have a couple of concerns in it. There are some limitations on entertainment licensing that I'm not entirely sure I understand, like why they're saying it needs to be on the ground floor. The venue I used to operate wouldn't comply in that respect. And I've lived in many other cities in the world where I see successful nightlife districts where they put the noisy venues below grade, or if it's above grade, there's more opportunities to insulate it from all sides. Certainly noise is a complex issue that that results from these venues. But we do have an interesting system here in Toronto. There's already been some discussion of this, of the extended hours, and most people might not realize that Toronto has one of the earliest last call times in the world for a comparable sized city, but we have a really interesting system of extended licensing that, as far as I know, is unique. I haven't seen anything like it quite elsewhere. And it's a system that I personally like because it encourages operators to be good operators. If they want to get these extended serving hours, if it's good for their business in some ways, and it pushes them to develop relations with the community. They have to work with local charities, with local special events and such, putting money back into the community, and I think it's kind of a win-win. It helps to less villainize the operators and encourages more community participation, which ultimately leads everyone to want to work together, to be more solution-oriented. And I just want to, I'm sure that there's going to be more discussion around around that system moving forward. I did also want to ask about the extended uses that would be attached to restaurant licenses. And I would just want to emphasize that something that should be clearly reflected on the license or certificate, because many of the venues might be booked by third-party promoters or something which would have no knowledge or awareness of whether that venue is or is not complying with the legal parameters. I think I'll leave it at that. A lot of other comments were made today that I don't need to echo. But again, I just wanted to thank everyone for all the hard work that's gone into this, and I'm glad to see it still moving forward.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. At this point, is there anything you'd like to see added to what we're doing or changed? Or you said you had some unanswered questions.
I mean, I could think of a lot of things, but I think that there's a lot of great things that are in there. I think it's a good base to move from. For certainly there are going to be additions and adjustments that need to be made. It remains to be seen what the zoning changes are going to look like. I've been trying to comb through that documentation, but it's a bit complicated. You know, I had to seek zoning variance in the past for entertainment, and I know how challenging that can be. So there are a few different pieces at work here, and they need to sort of marry up for this all to work. And then, of course, the noise bylaws are also being reviewed again. But ultimately, I think the goal here is to try to give businesses the tools that they need to both succeed and to help them operate their businesses in a compliant manner. Most businesses want to, they just don't always know how to do that. So.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here. Now we will go to Jake Brockman, Uber Canada. Welcome, Jake. We have 5 minutes.
I'll be brief.
Okay. Get points.
Chair Bravo, Vice Chair Carroll, members of the committee, Night Economy Champion Ainsley, thank you very much for having me today to speak on this important subject, the growth of Toronto's night economy. And you might be thinking, why does Uber care about the growth of Toronto's night economy? Well, the answer is people like Heaven, a chef in Scarborough who takes rideshare to get home from the subway late at night. The bus route that Heaven usually takes to get to and from the subway station near his house does not run 24 hours, so Uber helps to fill in the last mile of his journey late at night. And thousands of Torontonians have stories, like Heaven, about how rideshare and taxi enable them to participate safely in the nighttime economy. Rideshare is a vital component of the late-night transportation ecosystem and helps to encourage people to get home safely and avoid impaired driving. Based on data that Uber provides to MLNS and transportation services, it is clear that the busiest time for rideshare trips throughout the City of Toronto is during the 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. Saturday to Sunday window, as more and more Torontonians avail themselves of the amazing night economy offerings that our city offers. In 2022, for example, Saturday, October 29th, 2022, was the most popular night to hit the town as people celebrated Halloween. Earlier this year, consultancy Public First released research on the impact that Uber is having on the night economy in Toronto. A few statistics stand out in the research. 58% of riders who rode with Uber in the last year said that Uber was the safest way to get home late at night, and 81% of riders say safety is an important reason why they choose to ride with Uber, and this rises to 89% among women. And 48% of riders told us that without ride-sharing services like Uber, it would be very or somewhat difficult to find a safe way to travel at night. And every time someone decides to go out at night in Toronto using a rideshare or a taxi, they're helping to reduce impaired driving in our community. 20% of all Canadians who've ridden with Uber in the last year reported using Uber after consuming alcohol. This number rises to 23% of males and then 43% among 18 to 24-year-olds. A point of particular salience following Mad Canada's 2022 survey, finding that young males aged 13 to 34 have shown consistently higher rates of driving while they believe that they are impaired by alcohol. And global research has clearly demonstrated that Uber's presence in a city reduces the rate of drinking and driving related crashes. Research in Houston conducted a retrospective study that analyzed DUI arrests and serious motor vehicle traumas in Houston between 2007 and 2019. And they found substantial decreases in both DUI arrests and motor vehicle injuries after Uber entered the market in 2014. Recently, the chief operating officer of Mad Canada said, "Ride-sharing has been vital in the fight against impaired driving. We know that when there are lots of rides available, people make the right choice. While enjoying your city's nightlife, we want to remind you not to drive impaired. Plan ahead, call a friend, have a designated driver, stay overnight, or find a ride, or take transit to get home safely." And as we go into the holiday season, this message will become even more important. Some in the city want to curtail the availability of vital transportation services like rideshare. But as City Council continues to have these discussions going forward, I would urge you to keep in mind the impact that limiting transportation options might have on the nighttime economy and its participants. Uber Canada looks forward to working with organizations across the city to make sure people can get home safely at all hours. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thanks very much.
And with that, we are at questions of staff. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. It's late. I'd like to find out more about MLS. In the presentation that was put forth earlier, it talked about cost recovery model and to cover inspection and enforcement. What's the model now?
So it's Carlton here. Thank you for the question. The city, MLS follows the city's user fee policy. And of these 13,000 that are referenced today, they pay user fees for their license. There's an annual fee as a new applicant or as a renewal. And the funds for these 13,000 pays for the administration which is the issuance of the licenses and the enforcement of those categories.
So it's not a cost, so help me to understand what it is now as to what's being proposed now. Because it was in the presentation, it specifically said cost recovery model. Is there a difference between what we are doing now and what is proposed here, or is it just the same?
I'm going to defer to my colleague who presented that piece to clarify.
Yep, through the chair, just to clarify, we're currently operating on a cost recovery model. What we're doing through this review is simply reviewing the existing fees and making sure that they're appropriate and fully reflective of today's costs for enforcement and licensing. As this hasn't been reviewed in a very long time, it gives us an opportunity to make sure that the fees are appropriate for today's environment.
Okay, that's very helpful. So since we are expanding or overhauling the night economy, which I fully support, the transit piece, since there'll be more people out and about in the city later at night, have we looked at the transit piece of this? Have we spoken to TTC? I know Uber is all over it. Are we, as a city?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Moyes. Yes, the TTC is recently added to the internal working group and are, just looking for my notes, are working within the context to try to look at what extended hours would be and the type of coverage spoken to by the last deputant to allow for particularly gig workers working in the hospitality industry to make it safely to and from work during the overnight hours.
Okay. And also to how inclusive this model, because I know that reference was made to our health, our city, and we know that there is a lot of people who are isolated and lonely in the city based on our statistics. Is the night economy for everyone, or is it just for a certain age group? Like, who are we catering to?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Moyes, I think at base, all of this work is an attempt to balance the needs and risks associated with a variety of user groups in a very residentially dense area. So certainly there is work to ensure that the economic sustainability of operators, restaurant, cultural operators, is enhanced, while we also try to ensure that workers in that sector have protections enhanced. And there has been consultation with a variety of workers groups in preparation of this work. In addition, the residents' needs work through this committee and then out to community councils has connected the city staff with various residents associations who expressed a variety of desires reflecting the deputations today regarding their needs as we try to grow the nighttime economy.
Okay, so I think I have time for one more question. So we're expanding this night this night economy, which is, again, I support. We are a 24-hour city. I have had the privilege of working and living in other cities across Ontario, and MLS is 24/7, right? We have all these things in place, regulations and, you know, all these things, inspections, and a lot of it is actually on the onus of the business owner themselves, not on the city itself. So how could you enforce some of these things when we don't even have MLS 24/7 in the city? I know that, you know, in Toronto Centre, where it is a hub of activity all night long as it is during the day, Toronto Police responds to a lot of the calls, and they say they mean on a regular basis, well, Councillor, this is MLS should be called. Well, MLS is home in bed, and there's nothing I can do about it. So how can we actually implement this when we don't have MLS 24/7 in the city of Toronto?
So thank you for the question. And just to reaffirm that MLS, you're correct. We are not resourced as immediate responders like police, ambulance, or fire. We are on duty until 2 a.m. Again, and those are particularly related to noise. This is something we're going to be looking at closely and monitoring the activity and the expansion, and we'll need to adjust our shifts as required to deal with the demand. And it's really important that our decisions are made on data, and that we are having staff in the field at the times the service requests are coming in. And so we're going to take a closer look at the data. And again, noise complaints are typically around, between 12 and 2. And then on the construction side, they're at kind of 6 a.m., 7 a.m.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you so much. Very quickly, what would you consider a problem establishment? Your definition. What do you have to do to get that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We don't have a definition of it, particularly.
I'm asking you personally.
Yeah.
Not your.
Okay,
not
personal.
a definition.
Okay, fair question.
What would your staff consider a problem?
A operator with multiple convictions through the court process. Convictions. It's critical that it's based on convictions, based on the court what the process of the courts. It cannot be based on tickets or charges.
Okay.
It's imperative that it's about convictions.
Okay, so how long does it take to get a conviction or multiple convictions? Years, correct? Be years.
That's correct. I'll start and my
I'm
colleague.
just asking, it's not a
Yeah, it
fast
does take.
thing, not
That's
a
correct.
fast thing. So you have no rule of thumb outside convictions. And then I'll just ask, maybe Mr. Connect's still there, just the built forum in the old city of Toronto, and take out the entertainment district, which has massive, large areas, old warehouses, old factories. But generally on our main streets, at least in not the core downtown, is commercial at grade, second floor residential, second and third floor, correct?
That's a very common. That's a very common development type that we see along our main streets. Yes.
So Queen Street East, Gerrard East, Dundas West. That's pretty. So the night economy has to take into account, I guess, from your point of view. I don't know who could answer this. Who has to look at the impact of the night economy or 4 a.m. extensions, automatic ones, on second floor and third floor residential related to?
I think that's
commercial business at grade.
Through the chair, I think that's a responsibility that lies both with city planning with respect to zoning regulations and with municipal licensing and standards with respect to licensing. Again, these are two regulatory regimes that need to be well aligned. So we have considered that with respect to the proposed zoning.
I haven't quite gotten to that yet. And how difficult is it to, if this was to go through, to not simply agree to have everything agreed to a 4 a.m. extension, including for those venues that have had numerous noise complaints or 311 complaints and have been just a thorn in the side of the residential, second floor, third floor residential in the neighborhood?
Sorry, thank you for the question. The extensions to 4 a.m. is a process that's managed by city clerks. I don't refer to my colleague in city clerks.
No, I understand. I have that. I'm asking, with this proposal, would that be an automatic extension, or would it still go through the process that we currently have?
No, nothing about any of the rules that we're recommending would automatically grant or fetter council in any decisions that they make with respect to those
or councillors.
Correct.
Councillors currently have the final say over a 4 a.m. extension. Is that correct?
I'll defer to the clerk on that, but I would say we are not affecting any rules that are in place with respect to that.
No, I'm asking about that current rule.
Thank you.
Where I get the call.
Thank you for the question. It's Jennifer Forks from the clerk's office here. So the request for a temporary extension of hours comes through the clerk's office, is processed in consultation with the councilor's office, but in the end, the AGCO is the final decision maker on the granting of that extension.
So if the councillor says no, the AGCO can still grant?
That's correct, councillor. The city is required to submit their letters of non-objection to the, or not submit a letter of non-objection for a 4 a.m. extension, but in the end, the AGCO is the final decision maker.
And how often do they overturn the city's position?
Unfortunately, council, I don't have that information in front of me, but we can get that for council.
Let's have that for council. And why did MLS move to, or who made the decision to remove the police from noise complaints and leave it to MLS, which I know from our famous docks circumstance, there was nobody working. They weren't working an afternoon shift. There was no afternoon shift. And when people call the police, they say, call MLS. It's very confusing for constituents. So how and where can we realign those types of calls?
So thank you for the question. We actually had this at the last council as we were responding to an AG report. And while there were recommendations that the City of Toronto Police no longer do noise complaints, that is not entirely true. There is a campaign on the city's website that speaks to who to call for different types. And the police on overnight issues with large crowds are the best and most appropriate responders.
I suggest you phone the police. Try that yourself, Mr. Craig. Find out what they say. Thank you. I'm over time.
Questions of staff, Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the questions from my colleagues. My first question is just about the noise bylaw review that's also taking place. I wanted to hear a little bit more about the intersection and the overlap of these two reviews and how they'll work together to address some of the concerns that have been raised regarding noise levels. I think if we listen closely to the deputants today, a majority of them were talking about items that are specifically being raised in the noise bylaw review.
So thank you for the question. Really important one, recognizing the deputations today. We are in the process of finalizing our review of the noise bylaw, and we'll be reporting back to this committee in January. What's important today is the clarifying the categories as a prerequisite to the work that's related to noise. Once we have the clear categories of what you can do, we have introduced noise control plans, which have not been in place other than for nightclubs. They have not been in place for bars and restaurants. This introduces that. And it also includes patron management plans as well. So those are two really important pieces for noise and public nuisance that we hear around these establishments.
So how are you seeing the relationship between the reviews? So this is setting up the categories that the noise bylaws will then add definition and strength to?
Absolutely. The intent of this is to give clear rules on where you can operate and what you need to provide the city. The noise bylaw is being strengthened to deal with a lot of the issues that we're hearing today and that we've heard over the last couple of years related to amplified sound, related to construction. But it's important that we detangle the two. While they're connected, if we combine them, we turn a really complex problem into a super complex problem. So that's why this report is really about aligning planning, ECDev, and MLS together on appropriate categories, right-sizing fees. The noise work is a separate matter. It's related, and will be reviewed and debated separately in January.
Okay, thank you. The report has a number of steps that help address the concerns of residents and also the concerns of operators and those who make our nightlife vibrant and attractive for residents and visitors alike. But the recommendations, if passed, will not be in place until January 2025. Can you explain a little bit more the rationale behind this date and what steps are taking place in the lead up to the implementation?
Sure. Thank you for the question, and through the chair, there's a number of reasons for implementing things in a year's time. And it's really important that we educate and inform the businesses that are in these areas. There's over 13,000, and they all have different renewal dates for their licenses. So it's really important that we provide the year 2025 to allow those who have renewals in January or June or November, not to pull them all into a November or a March category. We also need to do a lot of work behind the scenes with respect to our systems to receive the applications, to do the renewals, and to do the necessary work to approve the plan. So it's a combination of technology, and what's really important, and it's similar to what we did on multi-tenant housing, is a year of public education is critical to get it right, to provide clarity. Some of the deputies spoke about not a lot of people knowing what's happening here. So it's really important that we reach out and we have discussions about these 13,000, where they fit, what they're required to do, what the new rules are, and what they're required to follow.
That's helpful, and I guess what's also important and that we heard really clearly is that the stakeholders at the center of this, operators, residents, especially in our downtown, are part of that process and are engaged in how this is actually implemented and rolls out. And I'm very proud to represent the entertainment district and our downtown night economy. And as was mentioned here, what works best is when we're actually working together as local representatives, as the operators and local businesses and residents, right? Everyone who lives in the downtown understands what that means and should not be subjected to unreasonable amounts of noise or, as you described, public nuisance. So can you explain the use of the Good Neighbor Guide and what effect it will have for the stakeholders involved in making the night economy a success?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Malik, thank you for the question. We're ready to launch the Good Neighbor Guide with the Nighttime Economy Town Hall on January 17. And with respect to the details of its contents, I'll turn to my colleague, Marguerite Pickett.
Thanks, Pat. So the contents of the Good Neighbor Guide include best practices for inside and outside of venues. So it would include resident relationships. It would include handling any kind of noise disturbances or public lineups or garbage or antisocial behavior outside the venues. Inside the venues, safer venue guides, so anti-harassment, anti-violence, anti-oppression. Throughout this period, we'll also be working with Toronto Public Health, thank you for being here, on Our Health, Our City, embedding it in everything we do, and SafeTO as well, and both of those initiatives will be included in the Good Neighbor Guide, along with contacts and suggestions for outreach to BIAs, outreach to residents associations, and so on, so that we can help operators build the kind of connections that have been discussed today by the residents associations that deputed here.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. One of them has to do with the revised licensing categories, identifying specific zoning conditions where licenses can be granted. Some of the deputants were concerned, it sounded like there would now be a conflict between the new licensing categories and the zoning conditions of the businesses. So I'm wondering if these are the issues that will be resolved by the zoning report at Planning and Housing.
Through the chair, and I may ask MLS to supplement anything I say. I think one of the key things that has been driving us in the review of the zoning definitions is to make sure that they just make sense from a plain language, easily understood perspective, so that people, whether they be members of the public or business operators, aren't looking at zoning definitions and getting confused about how they fit into the zoning bylaw and trying to translate that into how they fit in their licensing system.
And I'm specifically thinking about the second floor.
Right, so that's a regulation that applies just to nightclubs. It doesn't apply to, as we've proposed it, to other types of venues. It's a rule that currently exists in the zoning bylaw. It's one that our colleagues at MLS are well familiar with, and in fact, the desire to maintain that regulation came from our colleagues who are involved in enforcement, because their experiences is that actually helps alleviate issues when they are out in the field dealing with complaints.
Thank you. And Councillor Malik asked my questions about noise and how noise involves a lot of different categories, and many of the complaints that we hear actually not about clubs, but about other forms of noise. But I wanted to ask more broadly about the night economy as an idea. We've talked a lot about nightclubs and music venues and restaurants, but there's a contemplation here that a lot of economic activity happens overnight. Is that correct? And that what we're thinking as well is about the workers who work in those during the night. Many of us have the privilege of sleeping at night if we're able to, if you're a good sleeper. But a lot of people work all night in a lot of different places. Can you just comment on that?
Thanks for the question, Chair Bravo. You're right. As indicated earlier in the presentation, our colleagues, there's 64,000 people working in the food and beverage industry here, 178,000 in Toronto in the culture sector, many of those dependent upon activities that occur at night. Those jobs have a high level of exposure to the gig economy, to precarity of work, and to relatively low and sometimes in tipping establishments, precarious income. So ensuring that we are driving economic activity here, but further to Councillor Moyes' question, in a way that I didn't adequately answer, in a way that is equitable, and we can talk about that later, but offers worker protections as well, animates much of this report, and certainly is, over the course of the now 5 years that there's been work on the nighttime economy, I think it has evolved to a much more balanced approach, whereas it was very much anchored in entertainment industries and tourism in the original inception, and now has come to encompass much more of the complexity of how the nighttime economy actually functions in Toronto.
Yeah, overnight shifts in manufacturing, care work, et cetera. And we heard about the need to have people be able to move around. And while I take a little exception to the idea that 7 p.m. is nighttime, that's like not really, but I think that one of the questions about transportation is just a question about, are we looking at strengthening our transit as we build this out? Because we are proposing to allow for certain expansions of entertainment, for example, into in the entire city. There's a question there. And then also just the kind of transportation that shift workers, overnight workers, and many of, as you said, of the workers that are working during the night are lower income workers. And so just that's a question about what do we need to do around the transit piece to make sure, and will that be contemplated at some point as we move forward around and with this?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chair Bravo. As asked by Councillor Moyes, the TTC is part of the working group and have been weaving through their service and customer experience action plan that spans out through 28 with some of the concerns that the group is preoccupied with, including safe access to late night transit options for workers. They're reviewing the overnight transit network they've identified for us, and looking within that at equity-deserving populations as priority customer groups to include, as you say, low-income and shift workers within that, and again, folding that work into their presence in the nighttime economy. In addition, they're looking at temporarily increase the overnight streetcar use once they take delivery of new cars in 24 and attendant storage facilities, and moving to 20-minute service standards versus current 30-minute for those late night streetcar routes.
Thank you very much, and that's something that I asked when you first presented this, so I'm happy to see that that's moving along. And I think that I will cede the rest of my time to Councillor Carroll, who wanted to ask another round, and that way I can accommodate the desire of some of my colleagues to wrap up this meeting.
Well, okay. But am I next? Because I haven't had my first round. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I haven't asked any
Well,
questions.
then you get 7 minutes.
Woohoo! No, I won't need that much. So, you know, and if somebody touched down in this conversation, they think, why did you put these two items together? Because we have one item where we seem to be grouping and defining, but also, you know, we're looking at questions and motions that lead to tightening up where we already do have a more thriving night economy, and and the second item is supporting growth and expansion. Are these two things at odds with each other? Can we tighten up some of the problems and still support growth? Do they go hand in hand, or are they at odds?
So I believe they go hand in hand. The three divisions have worked really closely on this for a number of years in the interest of clear rules that allow expansion of businesses to other parts of the city, again, with clear rules that are easy to understand and then easier to enforce. Nothing is easy in MLS, but it's easier to enforce with clear rules. We're spending a lot of time now on working through definitions that are old and don't align with zoning and don't lend themselves to how businesses have evolved over the last 20, 25 years.
So you can probably anticipate my next questions from the questions I was asking deputants. You know, we have mostly people who are interested in working with the city and making this all work coming forward to depute. Outside this room are the bad actors. I wouldn't want to craft on the fly. There are some motions that you've had the opportunity to look at and help craft today. But if we wanted to move some motions that more clearly target the bad actors, that look at a noise control plan, you have to have the ability to talk about physical attenuation measures. If you've got a bad actor who's made none and is not responding to infraction notices, et cetera. If we want to build a little more teeth into this to go with those, would staff be able to work to do those between now and council as an undertaking rather than us moving something today?
So I'll just start that we, as a licensing requirement, are requiring the first level. We can always ask for more information, and we can always bump it up to that second level. But we are willing to work between now and council to tighten it up in a way that works for the councillors that are interested. But we wanted to work for the businesses, and we wanted to work for the residents as well. It's really important that we develop policy and regulations for the majority.
Yes.
Developing policy and regulations for the 1% to 5% can lead to unintended consequences, can lead to increased burden on businesses. But I'm with you on having the right tools to deal with the problematic properties.
Right. And when I ask about more articulation of physical attenuation measure we'd like to see, I ask it because of the idea of expansion into the suburbs. I would assume we're going to get newly designed clubs. We're going to get clubs that are just being thought out now. So why not build into the requirements actual design pieces? But is that overreach in a bylaw, or is that more of a planning and zoning discussion? Where do we place that conversation?
I think it's with us, and it's continued work with, again, around the noise bylaw, noise attenuation, mitigation measures. These are things that we already work with an acoustical engineer on setting decibel limits. But when it comes to noise attenuation and materials, we should probably partner with our colleagues in Toronto Building and our colleagues in other areas who are aware of materials, standards, construction, and then we need to work with the music industry as well, because they have a lot of knowledge and information on when they do recording, and a lot of our work has been collective with a number of these groups to where you point the speakers. All of those things are really important pieces, and then the nightclubs and the bars and restaurants in the music industry are the experts in those areas. And so we need to work across all areas with the music industry, with our acoustical engineer, and then with our colleagues in Toronto Building who may have insights into materials and construction processes that lend itself to mitigating noise.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'm not going to need a second round.
Great, thank you. I think that everyone had a chance to ask their questions. Now we're going to go to speakers, but I need to move to extend the meeting to complete the agenda. Otherwise, we have to take a break. All in favor? Amazing. You to speak. Oh, you have more questions? Oh, to speak, yeah. So I think do you have a motion? Okay, I have to go before Councillor Malik. Councillor Malik's motion will amend mine. Councillor Moise to speak.
Thank you. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. less than 5 minutes. It is, staff can put my motion up. It's really around MLS and having a 24-hour officers in our city to support some of the changes here of the night economy and others. It's been a stressor since I've been a counselor, and it's getting worse before it gets better. And I feel this is an opportune time to do that. And so it's asking that, looking at the feasibility of the cost during this budget cycle. And I'm happy, Budget Chief Carol is here because as I say this out loud. And I'm also happy to hear that MLS works on cost recovery. So technically it shouldn't cost the city any more money, right? So that is the positive. I'm being optimistic here. So I'm hoping that looking at this once and for all, and I think it will alleviate a lot of the concerns of the public, especially in the downtown core, where a lot of this stresses are happening, and so that's positive. So the other piece I want to talk about is noise. I do understand there's a lot of noise in the city. I get it, and I know we have a report coming in January to talk about noise. But noise is also relative in the sense that, I live in Cabbagetown, and it's a lot more quieter than Yonge and Dundas, right? And so you cannot expect the same level of noise in one part of the city versus the other. And also one of the things we should be looking at, for example, last year I replaced all my windows and doors in my home. And when my windows open, I hear everything, fire trucks and conversations across, the street from where I live. But once it's closed, I hear nothing. So perhaps we should look at property standards and maybe, with these new builds going up around the city that, make sure that there's proper, seal, I guess, in some of these places being built, all these condos going up. So I do understand noise is a problem. It's a deterrent of health, and that we need to mitigate it. But you cannot eliminate noise to the extent that I'm hearing. So again, it's time and place. I just want to state that out loud. But thank you to staff for this report. It's a great report and a lot of work went into it. So thank you for that. And it's well appreciated and welcomed here. And I hope my colleagues will support it. I do know that there's a number of amendments which I have seen and I will support as well. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion. And this is about addressing some of the questions that exist around the liquor license special occasion permits. Just to get some clarity, we're feeling a lot of pressure, myself and other councillors with establishments, to remove ourselves from the equation so that there's clarity around what the city's position is, what municipal significance is, if there is a minimum or a maximum number, to have clarity and have that be a policy, and to create a process that is transparent and apparent to everyone. I am a big believer in the joy that can come from people coming together to dance and listen to music and be in spaces together. Cultural work is very important. I don't like to make a big differentiation between live music and DJs. DJing is a very important art form. But I think what's lacking here is some clarity. And I am concerned about how these strategies are going to be embraced in wards outside of the downtown if we don't land on this. I think that there are a lot of questions that come out of the experience in the downtown. I'm downtown adjacent, and I know that we have that. If this is crucial to the business model, then we need to consider that. And we need to address it in a more systemic way. And I want the operators of nightclubs to know that I'm a little old now for nightclubs, but I still go. Even though I think it's important for people to be able to dance, and to do it in a safe environment, in a regulated environment, where, you know, there's people responsible for making sure that aggressive behavior doesn't happen, that sexual assault doesn't happen, that alcohol is served in a responsible way that doesn't harm vulnerable people. So this is the intention of this motion, and it is not to dampen the good time, but I think we've come to a point where the ad hoc approach that we've taken isn't going to work, and it's certainly not going to work, I think, outside of the downtown. So let's get this right, or at least attempt to do the work now before we are going to propose to councillors outside of downtown that this might be coming to their neighborhood. I think with some clarity and transparency that might help. Thank you to staff for this work, and I think we, as Councillor Carroll indicated, we have some more work that we'd like in this committee to do collectively ahead of council, and I appreciate councillors' willingness to collaborate on this. Councillor Malik, to speak.
Thank you very much. Building on Councillor Moyes and Bravo's amendments, I have a number of motions as well. The one that we're seeing up here is a friendly amendment to Councillor Bravo's motion that ensures the determination of whether a temporary liquor license is deemed municipally significant is fair and transparent and consistent citywide. So I thank you for welcoming the addition. The other motions that I have, the first two expand on the licensing definitions to include concerns raised at the consultation. The third deals with, the third expands the definition of dance spaces to include areas used by supper clubs in the downtown core. And the fourth is requesting staff examine items for the Good Neighbor Guide for late night businesses. And the fifth and sixth are report backs following the next steps of the working group. So again, we are creating, reliable and accountable forums for feedback from the community in this process. And I want to start by thanking everyone who came and deputed and spoke to us today, but throughout this process. And as the city councillor for part of the downtown core that I'm very proud to be, that includes the entertainment district and many of our city's most beloved concert venues, music halls, restaurants, and attractions, the night economy is what makes our city and my ward vibrant, energetic, and enjoyable. And we have to work together to make sure that it can be vibrant, energetic, and enjoyable in a safe and inclusive and equitable way where everyone gets to thrive. And that's by supporting operators and residents and workers when we talk about our night economy, and to action that with good, strong frameworks, rules, and enforceable measures that are well understood. And having been part of the ongoing consultation process, I do want to thank the dedicated staff teams at Municipal Licensing and Standards, at Economic and Community Development, and across the city, as well as all the residents and stakeholders who have shared their thoughts and their concerns through the survey, the consultations, the working groups over the last year and over the past half year to improve and update the resources and the powers that we have within the City of Toronto to address the issues that were discussed. And during the consultation process, my office heard from local residents associations, BIAs, and businesses on all sides of the issue, particularly on the impacts to our growing downtown neighborhoods and communities where residents and businesses live and work together and have to be able to do that well. The recommendations before us create a path to allow staff to deal with uncooperative locations while not hindering the vast majority of good operators who are helping build our city through building our city's vibrant nightlife. By finding and I won't even say that we're looking for balance. We are looking for the best way to manage supporting a vibrant nightlife, providing safety for patrons, workers, and residents, to support everyone who lives in our downtown who might be experiencing issues around excess noise or conduct. We have to be able to make sure that we are finding a place and a way forward through these issues to build a stronger set of neighborhoods and to actually set an example for the rest of the city how this can be done in a way that we all benefit from. And through work with staff, I put forward a number of motions to further clarify some of the recommendations before us today, as well as adding recommendations that have been successful in the downtown core to the Good Neighbor package that everyone will be able to access. And these motions will help address some of the needs that we're seeing in our local communities, as well as contributing to drawing a roadmap for best practices as we go forward. I want to thank everyone who has been a part of this process, but especially, again, the staff for their work on this file. And I'm looking forward to improving our night economy thanks to the recommendations in this report and seeing the important intersections of it and our noise bylaw review. We have to make sure that when we have an opportunity like this, we are working together to get it right. That is what our commitment has to be to our communities as we come through the past several years and as we look forward to what our city needs now as we recover and come through even stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I really do want to have just some finishing touches between now and council that I think we can work on together. I think if we're going to see growth, we certainly have to learn from what I'm hearing from my colleagues downtown. And we also have to acknowledge that if things can change downtown, they can change anywhere. So we think we're safeguarding ourselves by saying where there's expansion, we're going to do it in non-residential buildings. But I don't know that gives me, I wish I had a nickel for every club I ever danced in that is now a condominium, that was a non-residential building. My hairdresser lives where the Copa used to be. And my public health sits on top of Nuts and Bolts. A good friend of mine, Milton Chan, lives where Vogue used to be. And so, we can pick non-residential buildings as we expand, and I really want to see the expansion because what we have out there is a whole bunch of illegitimate opportunities to have fun in the suburbs. What we want is regulated, legitimate places. But we can't fool ourselves that things aren't going to change out there, that just as they have done downtown. And so I really want to look at if the expansion there is going to happen, then how can we build into the design, avoiding challenges we've had with the bad actors who, as I've said, are not in this room. How can we safeguard for that using the lessons learned downtown, and anticipate that while we might pick a non-residential place to license, it may one day need a good neighbor package. And so I think that's worth looking at. But I don't want that to turn into a bonanza of how many things can we throw into this, because I am also keenly aware of the advice we get from Mr. Grant all the time when we're building bylaws. If you try to build the bylaw only for the worst actor, you're not enabling the good stuff to happen. You're just creating some law that the good actor is going to get hung up on and then can't function. So we really are supporting the growth. We need some careful crafting, and I think it's worth doing that away from this table and then bringing it to council. I hope that it's such that by the time it's done, we have the chair move it, and that's a statement to the rest of council that we, having heard from the community here, endorse it, and then it should have smoother sailing than one might expect in council. So I look forward to that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the thoughtfulness here today and all of the deputants on this item and the work that's been done so far. by our staff. And I think when we're conflating the whole noise bylaw into this, that also adds a layer of difficulty because the noise bylaw is something that a lot of people want to talk about. The back to the entertainment district, when it was first established, downtown was obliterated by the free trade agreement and places were just empty. And this was a way to bring some activity and life back to downtown, and it sure did. And then with don't remember our deputant's name, but really and truly the land values are such that having a club that's open in the evening only compared to selling it and developing and building it for however many stories, that's now the different pressures. So these are the pressures of downtown. And I also was interested to hear that people like to go downtown. You know, when you travel somewhere, you want to go downtown. But opening up this zoning so that there can be different areas of activity, fun, as Councillor Bylaw says, out dancing, different spots. You don't always have to go downtown. You've got fun places to go, but people will still continue to go downtown. I'm on the edges of downtown, but I do have one venue that's nobody lives there, but man, are there a lot of complaints about that place. And it is, I was recently cross-examined very heavily at the AGCO. Sometimes we get called in to these hearings about liquor licenses. And I was cross-examined to say, well, you have a music strategy. Don't you support it? Therefore, you have to support having XXX on this license. And I was the city's witness, not the witness of the operator. But it became very difficult because there seemed to be some gray areas there, although very clearly you cannot disturb people's lives to a degree that they just can't take it anymore. So that just brings me back to bad operators. And I'm looking for that fail-safe clause. Councillor Carroll, if we can find the fail-safe where bad operators. So Mr. Grant said, well, they have to be convicted. If somebody's had 10 311 calls because they got a 4 a.m. extension and they continue to get 311 calls because they're not a good neighbor, then why would they get an extension to 4 a.m.? Because so many people are living above them. So we have to really take into account and mix and understand all of the different things going on. We do have businesses that need help. We have a industry that suffered from COVID, but we also have a lot of people living there. And I would say in 95%, 98, 99% of the cases, everything's fine. People all get along. They know what they're doing. They know about the impact of going all night. But it's the ones where you don't get compliance that spoil it for everybody. And I was interested to hear even the operators finger those folks that say, they are spoiling that for me because now you want to cut off my ability to make money and survive in this economy. And so figuring out the best way to do that and giving some leverage to make sure that we can protect everybody, protect the residential neighbors, protect the commercial neighbors, protect the restaurants, protect the industry. To me, that's the really important thing. And Margarita's there from the film industry, and I think nowhere is it done better than in our film industry, because there is the biggest good neighbor policy in the world. When you're filming somewhere, everybody gets a letter, they know who they can call, blah, 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 blah. We don't have any of those protocols at all in venues or for exceptional circumstances. So I think this is a really interesting and good exercise as we move forward, and focusing again on the noise bylaw being, to my mind, a little separate because it has many more components than simply the night economy. So let's see where we get to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And finally, Councillor Ainsley has requested to speak last, and we've granted him that request. Councillor Ainsley.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate it. I'm very proud as the city's designated night economy champion to move both of these reports. Councillor Carroll made me think about this past Sunday afternoon. I was actually walking in the Santa Claus parade along Bloor Street with our youngest son, and we got to Brunswick and Bloor, and I said to my son, you see that discount dollar store over there? I said, when I was your age, that was a bar. And he was like, really, Dad? And I said, yeah. And I said, now it's a discount dollar store. And I laughed and I said, you know, but you can still buy stuff in there for $1 just like you could 30 years ago. But, and just a little bit more history. So I first brought this forward in 2016. I was reading an article in the New York Times about the night economy champion that they had formed or appointed in Amsterdam. And, you know, my thought was, you know, if they're doing that in Amsterdam, maybe we should be looking at doing this in Toronto, the largest city in Canada. And at that time, a lot of the talk around the night economy was in downtown Toronto. And I could remember asking economic development staff, you know, for an estimate of how many people are involved in the night economy. And they had no hard numbers. Some staff said, you know, it was probably anywhere from 100 to 200,000 people. There were no hard numbers. They could tell me there was 10,000 night bars and restaurants in the city of Toronto, but no hard numbers. It was all estimates. And, you know, now we flash forward to 2023, about to be 2024. We know there's 300,000 people working in the nighttime economy, 13,000 restaurants and bars and places that are involved in the nighttime economy from roughly 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And it's not just the downtown core anymore. It's right across the city. My youngest son the other day was saying, you know, Dad, my buddies, we go out and we hang out in Scarborough. There's no place to eat after 11 o'clock. We can't go out. We don't want to go to a fast food restaurant. We'd like to go to someplace a little nicer and feel safe. And when, you know, restaurant owners say, well, you know, the bars, the bylaws are prohibitive for us for doing that. And we've been doing a lot of work around that. I want to thank all of the deputants today that came in. I want to thank all of the deputants that were involved in our consultation process, because first and foremost, as this has evolved from 2016, there's that hiccup of COVID that kind of shut everything down, was a huge threat to the nighttime economy. You know, it slowed things down. But I think the one thing that we've always talked about with staff across a number of different departments, it's that we wanted to make sure that everybody was involved, because the nighttime economy impacts so many people across this city. When I was first appointed as the nighttime economy ambassador, right away I heard from people all over the city. It wasn't just about, you know, I get out of the bar at 2 o'clock and I want to get home, or out of the restaurant when it closes down at 3 a.m. It was, I don't have any transit. I work in a restaurant or I'm in a factory and I get out of work and I have to walk 45 minutes to get to an all-night bus route, or there is no all-night bus route, or I can't afford to drive and I need public transit, or, you know, I work all night and I sleep all day and then I have a hard time finding a place to shop. So, you know, it's really about finding that balance for everybody 24 hours a day. And, you know, one of the deputants today talked about, you know, trying to sleep at night because it was too noisy. I've heard from deputants that say, you know, they work all night and then trying to sleep all day because there's construction outside their window, or the street cars go by and it's too loud. So, you know, trying to find that balance in the city to support everybody is very important. You know, it delivers multiple benefits for our residents. Economic activity, tourism, jobs, cultural amenities, connections between residents, and we want to provide safe and accessible space for equity-deserving groups, protecting workers, consumers, right across the hospitality sector. You know, I want to thank staff for all of the consultations that were done. I was joking at one point, you know, all of the staff that are behind me, that were involved across multiple departments. We ran out of a room behind me. There is staff, there's still staff on the other side of the room. Like, this is very important. They understand not only to our residents and our businesses, but also making sure that the vibrant economy we have here in this city, it's almost 24 hours, 24/7 now. So, you know, I want to thank staff for all of the staff in economic development and culture, licensing. We have another report coming to planning on Thursday. They all understand the importance of this. I want to thank them for all of their hard work and dedication. And I also can't stress enough that, you know, we're not putting a ribbon or a bow on this today. It's a work in progress. There's a lot of work to be done. There's still a lot of input that we're going to be taking from our residents and businesses. This is going to be an ongoing process, and I'm making that commitment as the Night Economy Champion, just because we hit that point in January 1st, 2025, where we're going to see a lot of these bylaws put into place. It's going to continue to be a work in process as the city evolves, and I'm very proud of that. And I'm very proud that I was appointed the Night Economy Champion by Mayor Chow. So I hope we can all support this, that it'll be unanimous, and we're going to continue to move this forward as we grow this city. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to say, I didn't put the timer on, but there won't be a second round of speeches on the next item. I hope people accept that. So on EC 813, we're going to vote on the motions as they were shared on Councillor Moise's motion. Yeah, all in favor? I like that you're putting up your hand even though your vote doesn't count, Councillor Ains.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Although I might need you for a quorum if we can. Okay, all in favor, against, that carries. The next motion is my motion. Okay, Councillor Malik's motion to amend my motion. All in favor? That carries. Councillor, then my motion. All in favor? That carries. Councillor Malik's motion on this item. The many-part motion. All in favor? That carries. And the item as amended. All in favor? Adopted. Now we're going to go to EC 814, and Councillor Malik has a motion. No? Yes, right? No, you don't have another motion?
Yes, I do.
You do?
I do, yes. Well, I mentioned the motion, but it applies to this.
Yeah, but let's just see it again, and then we can vote on it, and then we'll be done. Okay. Yes, so on this motion, all in favor? Okay, that's carried, and now the item, oh, no, that is adopted. So with that, that's the end of our agenda. Thanks, everyone, and thanks all the staff that sat with us today, and to the deputants that are still here. This meeting is adjourned.